Chapter 101. February 3, 1997. The afternoon sun filtered through the ornamental carvings, casting delicate shadows across the transparent viewing platform at the heart of the garden. The richly planted flower beds exuded a fragrance that lingered in the air. A girl sat sipping black tea, a book in one hand, reading slowly. Beside her, a boy floated cross-legged in midair, surrounded by a faint golden glow. Training. Gathering aura. That had been Chaos's focus for the past 2 months. Back on January 3, when Greed Island was released, 2 significant events occurred. 1. A challenge from Heaven's Arena arrived in mid-December. The challenger was named Hisaka Picasso. Note: Chaos had previously informed a waitress that anyone above the 200th floor could challenge him, and he never retracted the statement. As a result, Hisaka never rose to the position of floor master. Chaos considered it for a moment but declined. He had no reason to accept a battle that would put his life on the line and require him to unleash the fallen sun god, with only a slim chance of victory. 2. Eliza discovered that Tulu had risen to the position of building owner, which inspired Chaos, who had originally intended to focus solely on training to raise his potential and manifested aura, to reflect on the nature of his own ability. The Devourer of the World ability treats the world itself as a massive living organism, absorbing its ambient aura. Chaos developed his Nen ability further, using his mind to sense and capture the omnipresent life energy in the air. According to Eliza's analysis of the Chapter of Truth, the world is essentially a super life energy entity. No matter how powerful a being may be, all living things eventually die and return to nothingness. Their energy, in turn, returns to the world and disperses through it. In essence, all things are made of aura. With this highly efficient training method, Chaos's energy output skyrocketed. In just 2 months, his manifested aura nearly doubled, while his potential energy more than tripled, elevating him into the ranks of elite practitioners. While drawing in aura at full capacity, his aura also expanded his pores, so it wasn't just a matter of increased potential, it was a full-scale evolution. This increase in raw power meant that his bursts of energy during combat were significantly more potent. His ability could now clash directly with Hisaka, one of the most formidable fighters in the original series. Based on his own rough calculations, his odds of victory were no less than 70%. Yet still, Chaos chose not to fight. There was no reason to. Unless his abilities reached a level where he could stand on equal footing with top-tier fighters, Chaos had no intention of drawing attention to himself. With sufficient raw strength, one can grow through life or death battles and use their Nen abilities to survive. But without that base level of strength, surviving such encounters is meaningless, even if one wins. In 1997, Chaos originally planned to take the Hunter exam. Holding a license would simplify many things. For one, the Hunter-exclusive websites offered vast stores of information unknown to the average person. Chaos believed that places like the Dark Continent and hidden regions harbored life forms with far more intense vitality than those found in the known world. He planned to exploit this by using his ability, All Are Divine Objects, to absorb vitality and prepare for emergencies. All are divine objects. By refining life energy with divine fire, he could create pure life crystals that extended his lifespan. Limitation 1. Activating the ability instantly consumes 1 month of lifespan. When using divine power, the cost is multiplied tenfold, 10 months. Limitation 2. The target must be an emotional, sentient being. Chaos must personally kill the target while its life energy is still intact. Limitation 3. A maximum of only 1% of the target's aura can be absorbed. Gaining lifespan meant being able to use the ability longer, providing better odds of surviving a future expedition to the Dark Continent, not just for himself, but for trusted companions. After all, one person's strength is limited. To venture into the unknown, companions with specialized skills were essential. not to mention logistics. Traveling alone meant sleepless nights, constant alertness. Companions. Though he could foresee these companions already, Chaos knew that only those unafraid of death would follow him into the unknown. As the leader, he believed it was his duty to possess enough strength to protect everyone he acknowledged. Unfortunately, by the time he returned from Greed Island, that year's Hunter exam had already begun. But it didn't matter much. Currently, Chaos had no urgent tasks. His only goal this year was to elevate his potential and manifested aura. Even if he had a Hunter license, he wouldn't act immediately. Besides, if necessary, Aya had a pro-level license he could borrow. In short, Chaos's goal was to reach the peak of his power by the end of the year. As for the Hunter exam, if it came to it, he'd take it next year. He preferred earning things himself rather than borrowing, even temporarily. After all, for someone destined to roam the world, a professional Hunter license, especially one that allows fast travel booking, would be incredibly practical. Time passed quietly. 9 months went by without incident. November 12th, weather, cloudy. In a lavishly decorated living room, Chaos and Eliza sat on the couch, eyes faintly glowing as they watched a Heavens Arena match via a private channel. One of the fighters was Tulu. The other was a strikingly handsome man with unruly red hair and star and tear markings on his face, the magician, Hisoka. After nearly a year of training, Chaos estimated that Tulu, thanks to devouring training in Nyx, had regained his previous presence from before Greed Island. Still, that was only in terms of aura. In other areas, he was clearly immature. Hisoka toyed with him during the match. Perhaps inspired by Chaos, Tulu had removed his own restrictions upon becoming owner of the platform, 9 months earlier. The fact that he still held that position proved he had the strength to back it up. But that was as far as it went. Hisoka's victory over Tulu was absolute, not due to overwhelming power, but through superior technique and a composed fighting spirit. Whether this restraint was something Hisoka imposed on himself, Chaos couldn't say, and didn't care to. The moment he saw the lineup, Chaos already knew the result. It's worth noting that Hisoka, after defeating Tulu and claiming the platform, extended Chaos's challenge rule. If you like your opponent, accept the challenge. If not, ignore them. Only one challenge per year needs a response, the rest can be disregarded. Of course, if no one challenges you, the platform won't revoke your position. It's sticky, elastic, and snaps if stretched beyond 10 meters. The girl murmured, updating the chapter of truth with the data. I told you already, Eliza. There's no need to analyze combat abilities. Even if you study them, you won't become proficient, Chaos said, sipping his tea and glancing at her. I'm just curious. Eliza turned her head and stuck her tongue out playfully. You. Chaos shook his head with a chuckle. Saying nothing more, he stood and walked outside. It was time to train again. Years of meditative practice had calmed his spirit and softened his temperament. His time spent with the cheerful Eliza had gradually altered his personality in subtle ways. A year ago, he would never have had such a range of expressions. Chapter 102. 9 months of meditative training had given Chaos the confidence to face masters like Hisoka. Of course, all of this was based on his own speculation. He had never actually encountered Hisoka in person, nor had he felt his aura firsthand. But the shift from believing himself invincible to now feeling genuinely prepared was proof enough that Chaos's strength had grown exponentially. Just comparing myself to Hisoka isn't enough. This thought crossed Chaos's mind as he returned to his room. He took a deep breath, floated into the air, and crossed his legs in meditation. At that moment, his phone vibrated slightly. He descended, took it out, answered. Miss Muse and 1 year toid. Those were the first words out of his mouth, no greeting, just a teasing jab. Chaos ignored the tone and changed the subject with a smile. Well, Aya. It's been a while. How about I come visit you tomorrow? He wasn't surprised that Aya knew his whereabouts. Every 2 weeks, she sent him a message with a prediction that nothing would happen, more accurate than any surveillance. In some ways, Aya was more aware of his actions than he was. I assume you're not bringing that tall girl with you? That's up to you, Chaos chuckled at her question, which wasn't really a question, it was a predetermined ultimatum. Good. That's settled. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Aya's narrow, fox-like eyes, and she hung up without waiting for a reply. Tomorrow. Chaos muttered, but all he heard was the dial tone. He shook his head slightly, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and walked out. November 13th was both Aya's and his birthday. The coincidence was so uncanny that it made one wonder if Remy's fortune-telling was rigged to please her boss. But Neon's prophetic poetry had confirmed otherwise. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten Aya's birthday, it had been in his plans all along. He had originally intended to visit that evening. Training was important, but no one could spend 365 days a year practicing non-stop. Usually, Eliza would drag him out for a date on such days. But since the subject had come up, he no longer felt like training and decided to go early. In Chaos's opinion, Aya wasn't someone who cared about birthdays. Perhaps she had just been busy lately and thought of him. After all, aside from her bi-weekly text prophecies, they hadn't even spoken over the phone before today. Well, you're going to see Sister Aya, huh? Eliza touched her chin with a finger, pondering, as if deciding whether or not to approve. Clearly, Chaos was saying goodbye to her. What are you thinking about? I wasn't asking for your permission, Chaos said, leaning slightly. He was half a head taller than Eliza, and rubbing her hair vigorously. Playboy. Eliza pouted and looked up at him with mild annoyance. Chaos had told her about Aya before. She hadn't cared much at the time, since he was with her. But now that he was leaving. That's all there is to it, Chaos said with a breezy smile. He always chose to ignore topics he wasn't good at handling. Well, about half a month. I'll come pick you up. Seeing Eliza turn her head away and avoid eye contact, Chaos thought for a moment and gave her a clear answer. Her eyes lit up at that. Then it's a promise. She extended her pinky finger toward him. Yeah. A liar swallows 1,000 needles. Smiling, Chaos linked pinkies with her, made the promise, and then got into the waiting car. He left after waving goodbye. This was Cyril's territory. Naturally, they could arrange the fastest flight for him at any time. St. Valen, nicknamed the City of Madness, was also known as the City of Gambling, and of course, it had its own airport. Less than 2 hours later, Chaos arrived at the White Rose Manor in St. Valen. 1, 2, 10, 36. Sitting in the car, Chaos silently counted the number of NEN users he could sense. Interesting. Including the driver, there were 37 NEN users here. He glanced at the driver with mild curiosity and smiled. Most of them were weak. Though they could technically use NEN, they probably wouldn't even match his level before he learned NEN himself. Still, that was in comparison to him. Compared to regular mercenaries, they were unquestionably powerful. Maybe this was Aya's doing. After all, she had a very operations-oriented fighting style. When Chaos entered the manor's lavish living room, he briefly glimpsed a girl peeking over the back of the sofa, calling out "brother." With delight, then, in the blink of an eye, he was being pulled up the spiral staircase by Aya. The door clicked shut behind them, and all sound faded. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing, you could hear a pin drop on the second floor. No one would disturb them now, and the hours passed quietly into nightfall. Later, Chaos stood neatly dressed before a mirror, tilting his head slightly to examine the fresh bite marks on his neck. His entire body glowed with golden aura, and before his eyes, the wound visibly healed. "Oh. So Chaos has that kind of ability?" Aya said with some surprise. "Hey, come here and let me bite you again, how about that?" Chaos turned toward her. Aya was wrapped in a blanket, lying in bed with her chin propped on one hand, looking at him with a sly smile. "It just enhances healing speed," Chaos replied, touching the now healed side of his neck and tuning out the part of her question he didn't want to engage with. Seeing that, Aya changed position and rested her chin on her arms, folded on the bed. As if remembering something, she added, "By the way, Chaos, there's a gem exhibition in Fantasy City on November 15th. Come with me." Though they'd only been together for less than a month, Aya knew him well. He was by her side nearly every day. She asked casually, knowing he'd say yes. A gem exhibition. The moment she said it, a certain figure flashed unbidden through Chaos's mind. Aya's taste and hobbies was strangely similar to that woman's. Was fate trying to draw them together? He found the association odd. He had no personal connection to that woman, so why had he thought of her? But the thought was fleeting, and Chaos brushed it away. A sudden flash of inspiration and a wandering thought are the same in essence, only one ends up being useful. "Okay," Chaos replied, snapping back to attention and nodding at Aya. After a long time apart, the reunion had been intense, an expected burst of emotion. And after the burst came silence. Neither of them were the clingy type. They finished what needed finishing, fast and efficient. "Why do you seem taller?" Aya asked, now fully dressed, standing next to Chaos, who had been sitting on the bed admiring her. She narrowed her eyes in confusion. Normally, wearing high heels made her half a head taller than him. But now, they were nearly the same height. "Well, I turned 15 this year." Without pausing, Chaos walked toward the door, answering casually before heading downstairs with Aya. It was only natural for a teenager to grow. Chapter 103. The two went downstairs. Chaos glanced briefly at Remy, who was tucked into the corner of the sofa, holding up Lilith and peeking over with just the top of her head visible. Then he looked away. He didn't need to guess who she was, the former Dark Guild fortune-teller. Chaos had no interest in provoking her, so naturally, he didn't. As soon as she saw Chaos, Lilith ran over, excitement lighting up her face. She looked up at him, eyes shining with admiration. "You're amazing, big brother." "What's so amazing about that?" Chaos was a little surprised by her enthusiasm but still smiled and patted her head. No one could refuse a well-behaved kitten girl looking up at you with sparkling eyes. "Your strength." Lilith stood on tiptoe and stretched her arms out dramatically. "Of course. I've been training nonstop this whole year." Squatting down, Chaos gave her a hearty grin. He stood up, lifted the soft-furred kitten girl into his arms, and carried her toward the sofa. Lilith squinted contentedly, lounging half asleep in Chaos's embrace. The scene, one small and one tall figure, should have evoked the image of a tender father-daughter moment, but the way Chaos scratched under Lilith's chin made it clear that wasn't the case. It was more like someone doting on a pet cat. Watching this unfold, Aya rubbed her chin with amused curiosity. After not seeing him for a year, the boy who once seemed cold and aloof had softened. He now resembled a little brother with emotions. Well, not bad. On the other side of the room, Remy peeked over the sofa, her eyes filled with resentment. "I was here first. My Lilith. Damn it." For Chaos, his 2 days in St. Valen had been fairly uneventful, just training. And activities. He didn't even notice Remy's bitter mood, not realizing she considered herself the wronged party. November 15th, Fantasy City. On the red carpet in front of the luxury hotel, Chaos, dressed in a sleek black suit, opened the car door and reached for the delicate white hand that extended from within. He helped Aya out of the car. Aya, clad in a dazzling gown, stepped out and walked arm in arm with him. As they approached the entrance, a flicker of surprise passed through the eyes of the staff, but they still greeted them with practiced professionalism. Please understand, the hotel is currently hosting a private event. May I see your invitation? The tone was polite. Chaos handed over a gold-embossed invitation, and the attendant respectfully stepped aside. Inside, 6 well-dressed receptionists stood poised. As the couple entered, one stepped forward and gestured with a courteous bow. "This way, please," said the hostess in a clear and pleasant voice. "So it's a private exhibition?" Chaos murmured to himself, glancing at the empty hall. He had been wondering how an exhibition could be held inside a hotel. "To be precise," Aya said with a smile, "it's a private collection show hosted by a one-star gem hunter. Here in Versailles." Versailles. Chaos smiled subtly at the name and turned to Aya. "I've got a feeling this guy is in serious trouble." He had sensed something odd, an aura that was cold and overwhelming. "What do you mean?" Aya asked, puzzled. She didn't have Chaos's level of perception. "He's been marked as prey," Chaos replied just as the elevator doors closed around them. He turned toward the doors and, through the narrowing gap, caught a glimpse of 2 figures entering the hotel. A young man and a woman. The man wore a fitted black suit and had messy black hair partially hidden under a cloth tied around his forehead. His features were handsome and striking. The woman wore a lavender pantsuit. She was tall and slender, and though her face wasn't unattractive, the sharp hooked nose gave her a harsh, out-of-place appearance. The attendants welcomed them inside with respect. At first glance, Chaos hadn't recognized them from appearance alone. But with Nen perception added in, things became clear. The young man's potential was actually slightly higher than Chaos's, definitely someone well above average. With that level of power and familiar attire, Chaos realized immediately who it was. Krilo Lucifer, the leader of the Phantom Troop. And the woman, recognizable by her build and demeanor, was clearly Pakinoda. The bandit. Showing up at a gem exhibition. The outcome was easy to guess. Coincidence? Planned? Or something in between? Chaos didn't dwell on it. Running into troop members didn't faze him anymore. Even back when he was weaker, he wasn't scared, he just knew what battles to avoid. Now that he was stronger, there was nothing left to fear. As the elevator doors finished closing, Krilo lifted his gaze, as if sensing something. "What is it, Captain?" Paku noticed and asked. "There's a strong presence." Krilo's face remained unreadable. Paku frowned. She knew Krilo well. For him to label someone as a strong presence meant they were at least on par with the troop's core fighters. Right now, it was just the 2 of them. After a moment's hesitation, she began to speak. "Captain." "Keep going." Krilo cut her off calmly, as though he had already read her mind. Paku had asked to stop here after hearing about the colorful star, and Krilo had agreed. Now that they'd come, they weren't going to back down. Spiders never give up their prey. "I understand," she replied, backing down. In the elevator, the hostess stood silently. Though she intended to report what she had overheard, she didn't seem concerned. Her employer was a professional hunter, one of the elite few, less than 500 in the world, and among them, he ranked near the top. Hunters are predators. It wasn't possible, in her mind, for one to become the prey. A one-star gem hunter. Is your prey? Aya stroked her chin, musing to herself. So hunters really are strong. Then she turned and looked at Chaos. Should I leave for a bit? Of course not, he replied. Just enjoy the exhibition, stay aware of your surroundings. How reassuring, she muttered, voice tinged with sarcasm. As the elevator opened, the hostess watched them go, then picked up her communicator and reported everything. Chaos didn't care to hide what he said. After all, he wasn't the one who came to steal. In the hotel's top-floor lobby, soft music played as Chaos and Aya walked in. Waiters moved through the room with precise timing, balancing trays and displays. Dozens of gem stands filled the hall, spread casually across white cloths, with no visible anti-theft measures. Guests were free to admire and handle the pieces as they pleased. Blue with violet undertones. So clear. It truly deserves the name Purple Star Sapphire. Guests murmured appreciatively. Even their surprise was muted, expressed in hushed, refined tones. Aya had her eyes on a particular gem. She tilted her head toward a far corner of the hall. Chaos followed her gaze, catching the subtle shift in her expression. He walked over, the look in his eyes sharpening slightly. So, it wasn't just a random thought after all. Chapter 104. What Chaos was looking at was a corner of the exhibition. There stood a small, delicate figure in a frilly pink princess dress, with two golden ponytails trailing down her back. Chaos couldn't see her face clearly, but her aura, about half as strong as his, along with the silhouette, gave him a good idea of who it was. Biscuit Kruger. A two-star gem hunter and a martial arts master of considerable caliber. Even without engaging her, the sturdy and refined quality of her aura made her presence unmistakable. In the original series of Hunter x Hunter, she never had a direct clash with the Phantom Troop. If the spiders made a move, would she step in? The one-star gem hunter hosting the event might be an acquaintance. If Biscuit got involved, things would get interesting. Chaos pondered this as his burgundy eyes lit up slightly. His gaze remained fixed on Biscuit, whose pink dress shimmered under the lights. She placed a finger thoughtfully to her lip, then turned her head, as if wondering who might be watching her so intently. Their eyes met. Chaos offered a polite smile and nod. Biscuit tilted her head slightly in confusion, then looked away, still appearing adorably puzzled. He couldn't stand Periston's hypocritical personality. Whether it was Biscuit or the Phantom Troop, to Chaos, they were just minor elements of the evening. He had no intention of introducing himself to Biscuit, nor of interfering with Krillow's plans. Now was not the time to enter the spider's line of sight. If they noticed him, they might not target him directly, but they could go after the people around him, which would only restrict his movements. So for now, Chaos had no desire beyond mild curiosity. A calm life needs a little spice, after all. However, if anyone did provoke him, Chaos wouldn't hesitate. According to Remy and Neon's divinations, if he began hunting the spiders and struck first, catching them off guard, he was confident he could take them down one by one. But that was an ideal scenario. In short, Chaos didn't plan to attack the spiders, nor was he afraid of them. Having his freedom restricted would be the real problem. With divination, he was effectively untouchable. As for Yuvagin's fate, that could wait until Chaos was confident he could wipe them out entirely. Watching Chaos turn away, Biscuit glanced at his retreating figure and then at Aya, who was admiring a gem nearby, before returning her attention to the exhibition with a lack of interest. In Biscuit's view, Chaos, a young master of considerable strength, was undoubtedly a dazzling new star. Perfect. Almost too perfect. She could feel her usual possessive instincts kicking in. Unfortunately, he already belonged to someone else. Humph. Carrot. Biscuit was never interested in things that were already taken. There weren't many attendees at the private exhibit. Excluding the staff, there were fewer than 100 guests. Among them, about a dozen were NEN users, alongside a scattering of celebrities. Krillow and Pakinoda caused a slight stir upon entering. They hadn't made a move yet. Instead, Krillow was currently explaining the gems to a small audience, his calm composure impressing many. Chaos ignored them and continued browsing the exhibits like any other guest. He had to admit, these dazzling gems were alluring. The longer you stared, the more possessive you became. As it stood, Chaos had no plans to interfere. Biscuit didn't know what was going on, and even if she did, it was uncertain whether she'd step in. Paku's mention of the colorful star made it likely Krolo would obtain it. But fate loves the unexpected. Versailles, the one-star gem hunter hosting the exhibition, possessed a unique Nen ability, and that ability set him apart. The Star of Appreciation. It had no offensive or defensive power, and could only be used at close range. But in exchange, it acted like a rule-type Nen ability, able to see through the essence of things, whether people or objects. At the moment, Versailles was laughing, clinking glasses with guests, sipping red wine, and introducing his collection with flair. As his name suggested, Versailles had a flamboyant streak. He saw ostentation as virtue, showing his treasures to the world for praise and admiration was, in his mind, a noble act. Win-win. Eventually, Chaos and Aya's unfiltered conversation was relayed to Versailles by a hostess. Targeted? The phrase had come from a gentleman and a lady chatting calmly. Upon hearing that, Versailles instinctively glanced toward Chaos and Aya. There were many couples present, but the most eye-catching pair was clearly them. After confirming the source, Versailles relaxed somewhat. He didn't take such rumors at face value. That's also why Chaos and Aya didn't bother hiding their conversation. A person bold enough to host a private exhibit wouldn't be rattled by vague gossip. They were just talking casually, like any guests would. But one thing they underestimated was Versailles' personality. He wasn't the type to let things go. He needed answers, thorough answers. Waving off his attendants, Versailles lifted his wine glass and walked toward Chaos and Aya. He considered using his ability immediately, but its intensity made it obvious to any Nen user, his gaze would be felt like heat. To avoid misunderstandings, he chose to initiate conversation first. If Chaos had spoken so confidently, he wouldn't mind offering some details, perhaps to learn about this master who supposedly threatened him. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, and many of the guests were his own specialists, so he didn't fear danger. The ice blossom has an unmelting outer shell, and its center sparkles with frozen petals. Strictly speaking, it's just a beautiful ball of ice. Versailles said warmly as he walked up, referring to the gem Aya was currently admiring. "Excuse me, you too," he added, raising his glass. "Indeed," Chaos replied, picking up a glass of milk from a waiter and returning the gesture. Aya ignored him completely. Versailles' eye twitched. "What do you want?" Chaos asked, sipping his milk. "I'd like to ask you something," Versailles said flatly, his smile fading. He had approached politely. But now, with that kind of response, he felt no need to be courteous. "Not interested," Chaos replied bluntly. To him, this guy was just a showman. Hosting a paid exhibit under the guise of public admiration? It was obviously just a sales event. He had no time for someone who hadn't done him any favors and was likely about to die anyway. Clap, clap. Versailles didn't argue. He simply clapped twice, his expression cold. Immediately, figures began stepping out from the crowd, closing in behind him. Chaos grinned. Funny how once your strength crosses a certain threshold, all kinds of unexpected things start to happen, just by existing. Interesting. This life really is interesting. Chapter 105. 8 of them, power levels ranging from mid-third rate to the low end of second rate. That was Chaos's assessment of the Nen users surrounding him. Their sudden movements drew the attention of everyone present. Eyes turned toward the commotion one after another. Biscuit and Krolo were no exception. Chaos was one of the few people worth keeping an eye on. "It's not your turn yet," Versailles said coldly. Chaos and Aya's dismissive attitude had stung him. He couldn't stand being ignored. Now that things had reached this point, he refused to let the pair in front of him walk away with their pride intact. So, why wouldn't it be? Chaos narrowed his eyes. He wasn't the merciful type. To him, sending someone as delusional as Versailles to his next life early was doing everyone a favor, especially those the man might have endangered. Versailles said nothing. He could tell both Chaos and Aya were Nen users. If they wouldn't cooperate, he'd simply subdue them first and ask questions later. A surge of aura radiated from his body, his unspoken signal. No matter the opponent, once he acted, his people would follow. Versailles was no amateur. He had run private exhibits like this before and had procedures in place: restrain first, then talk. That was his logic. He didn't intend to kill anyone. Chaos didn't share the sentiment. If you dared to strike at him with ill intent, then you'd better be ready to die. Almost the moment Versailles activated his aura, Chaos raised his left hand. A gleaming red flash shot from under his sleeve. Versailles, who just a year ago had failed to resist even someone like Bliss, couldn't react in time. Swish. The blade pierced his throat instantly, then veered sideways and spun back into Chaos's hand. Eyes wide, Versailles clutched at his bleeding neck, stared at Chaos in disbelief, and collapsed. Biscuit's brow furrowed slightly. Crollo's expression remained unreadable, but his gaze locked onto Chaos's vivid red flying knife. Aridas's blade, an undeniably elegant weapon. They were the first to react. Then came the 8 Nen users circling Chaos and Aya. One of them froze. Versailles. A voice cried out as someone rushed forward. Wait. Another stepped in, trying to stop him. Too late. Chaos didn't even glance his way. He flicked the knife again, another blur of motion, and the man's head flew through the air, blood arcing in its wake. Versailles' death might have caught them off guard, but this was the wake-up call. Screams erupted. Panic. Shouts. Crashing glass. The one-star gem hunter may have had a vast network, but of the 100 or so guests present, only a dozen were Nen users. And even among them, this was the end of the line. The Nen user who had stepped forward froze mid-stride. He didn't retreat, but he didn't attack either. Was it pride? Numbers? Chaos didn't care. None of it mattered anymore. He had stepped into the spider's line of sight. There was no longer a reason to hide. But being targeted was relative. The phantom troop didn't pursue prey that wasn't worth the cost. They were still human, they weighed risk and reward. A wave of mixed mental force and aura pulsed outward from Chaos's core. It swept past Aya and rippled through the room. It hit like a hammer. Ordinary people dropped to the floor unconscious, unable to withstand the mental shock. Even the weakest Nen users felt a stabbing headache, though they endured it. Pakinoda only winced, while Biscuit and Crollo had both activated their aura barriers in time to shield themselves. The shock wave made their Nen flare visibly for an instant. Bang, bang. Bodies dropped. Glass shattered. A moment of pure chaos. Then, silence. Tread. One of the Nen users took an instinctive step back. His eyes were wide with fear. The sound echoed in the stillness. Why, you're kidding, right? The man stammered, voice trembling. His rough features were slick with cold sweat as he looked at Chaos. Chaos ignored the small fry. He turned, his back now to the others, and looked to the only 2 people who mattered here. Biscuit frowned, arms crossed. Crollo stood composed, unreadable as ever. Smiling, Chaos addressed them. You two, we're taking over this exhibit. Why don't you each pick any 3 gems and walk away? The message was clear: you're free to go. Take what you like. I'll handle the rest. Biscuit probably didn't care either way. As for Crollo, whether or not Chaos resisted wasn't the issue, it was all about attitude. Their gazes locked. Crollo recognized him instantly. Yes, he knew Chaos. Aside from killing and thievery, Meteor City's people had their own downtime. Plenty of it. Video games, survival matches, watching fights. It wasn't surprising that Krollo remembered him from the Heavens Arena. He hadn't connected the dots earlier. Looking at someone of equal strength without permission could cause misunderstandings. He was a spider, not a fool. He wouldn't court death. He's watching me. Krollo could tell that most of Chaos's attention was directed at him. That meant Chaos recognized him, too. As for the girl beside him, likely an ally. Maybe even a companion. Either way, someone important enough to be treated differently. Krollo assessed quickly. One-on-one, this would be close. Add in the unknown capabilities of Aya, and it wasn't worth the risk. That whole exchange, just a second in real time. 5, Krollo said calmly. To onlookers, it seemed like a casual negotiation. Sure, Chaos replied evenly. I've changed my mind. 7, Krollo added. Chaos's smile vanished. 5. Giving too much ground just invites people to walk over you. Especially with thieves. Krollo didn't respond. The air grew tense. Hey, Kelly. Aya spoke up, holding her phone to her ear. Send someone over. Plans have changed. Fantasy City was where Aya intended to expand her influence. She wouldn't have taken an interest in a private gem show otherwise. Originally, she came just to browse. The prophecy had been an unexpected bonus. Just kidding. 5 it is, Krollo replied with a slight smirk. Then enjoy yourself, Chaos said, all smiles again, like the violence earlier had never happened. Krollo didn't hesitate. He could easily identify the most valuable gems, but their actual worth wasn't the point. It was about securing something. Taking what he needed, Krollo left with Pakinota. Biscuit glanced at Versailles' corpse, then turned and left empty-handed. They weren't close, barely acquaintances. His personality wasn't great, but not outright offensive either. But this was the Hunter world. If anything, he should blame himself for picking the wrong fight. How ironic, a gem hunter brought down by poor judgment. Obsidian. Deep and dangerous. That was how Biscuit now thought of Chaos. The type she hated dealing with most. The two strongest simply took their leave. Chaos sneered and turned to the 6 remaining Nen users still lingering. Killing them had crossed his mind. He hadn't figured out how to let them live without feeling unresolved about it. But in the end, he didn't overthink it. If you'd attacked him, then you should have been prepared to die. Aya eventually intervened. As a result, 13 Nen users pledged loyalty to her. Chaos personally killed 2 who refused. 8 had attacked. 9 were neutral guests. 17 Nen users total. Thanks to this, the teen's family's power surged once again. Over the past year, they had grown into a major organization. All because of Aya's ability. Queen's Game. Ability 1, Knights. 10 soldiers automatically awaken abilities linked to one of the 4 major Nen categories. Every 10 soldiers create a knight, who possesses advanced skills. Every 10 knights result in a knight commander, a specialist capable of using their ability at 100% effectiveness. When the full formation is present, 100 soldiers, 10 knights, 1 knight commander, power is amplified. X2 for soldiers. X2 for knights. X2 for protecting the queen. Equals X8 total amplification. Ability 2, Control. Aya can actively issue Nen-based commands to her soldiers. The soldiers can reply. Their thoughts can be adjusted in real time. If Aya dies, the Nen vanishes, and all soldiers die. Ability 3, Queen's Glory. Allows Aya to receive a direct Nen blessing from all soldiers. In return, the soldiers' Nen consumption increases 5-fold. The effect, however, reaches its peak, empowering the entire system. Restrictions. The soldier must voluntarily share their most important secret. Control obsession. Soldiers must kneel and swear loyalty while fully conscious. Pride/arrogance. Only works on humans. Soldiers/knights cannot learn nen, they only improve through physical growth. This heavily restricted ability granted her a small army, perfect for expanding her influence. The incident at Versailles exhibit was nothing to Chaos. He later confirmed through prophetic verse that he and Krilo wouldn't cross paths again soon. The Hunter Association's reaction? Peristan's response? It was just another case of vengeance. No one would know the details. Versailles had no real friends, and whatever network he'd built disappeared with him. Ironically, the most unfortunate ones were the guest nen users. Versailles' death had been inevitable, but if Krilo had struck first, they wouldn't have ended up under Aya's control. December 1st. Aya returned to Stir City, and Chaos went to Pava City to pick up Eliza. It took half a month to secure Fantasy City, 14 days went toward assimilating new forces and assigning positions. Chaos didn't lift a finger. But the nen users he'd subdued did most of the work. That evening, Eliza and Aya met formally for the first time. Eliza was utterly defeated. In the room, in front of Chaos, Big Sister teased the little girl, who resisted, then shot a helpless look at Chaos. Face flushed, the girl fled to Lilith's room. It was hard for Lilith too. As a vigilant creature, she'd been sleeping beside Remy every night, and now she had to share space with Eliza. December 15th, glorious living room. Chaos lounged on the sofa, typing on his computer. When he opened the Hunter Association's official website, the first thing that popped up was a picture of Chairman Netero flashing a peace sign. He swiped it away, clicked on the exam registration banner, and began filling it out casually. Hundreds of thousands applied every year. The forms weren't very strict. Most were weeded out before reaching the venue, and licensed hunters didn't care much about identity. Even someone like Illumi Zoldyck had a license. With such a wide applicant pool, there were barely any real restrictions. Rather than following the official registration route, Chaos pulled out Kelly's hunter license and used it to search the 1998 exam location. Being allowed access to the venue by a pro hunter was considered legitimate. The association didn't prohibit it. In fact, it allowed information to be quietly spread through the hunter-exclusive Intel network. And the idea of someone tracking you down through your hunter license? That was a concern for the paranoid. This was the home of a powerful gang leader. Who would dare try? If someone wanted to steal a license, there were easier targets. Hessa. Lake Moby. After confirming the location, Chaos carefully searched the surrounding coordinates. Then, he pulled out the license again. "Thanks, Kelly," he said, tossing the license back. "No problem. It's what I'm here for." Kelly was lounging with a glass of wine, catching the license one-handed, and slipping it into her generously exposed cleavage. Chaos didn't even look back. The others were huddled around the TV, watching Sky Arena highlights. He shook his head, shut the laptop, and stood up. The registration deadline was the 28th. The exam was scheduled for January 2nd. Until then, there was nothing pressing. Back to meditation and training. The 1998 Hunter exam felt oddly familiar to Chaos. Not the one from the original series, he knew that one was a year later. Still, something told him this year's exam would be far from ordinary. Chapter 106. The next day, Chaos was training in the pavilion garden as usual. Though the wind howled with biting cold, it didn't so much as ruffle a corner of his clothing. Wrapped in a snow-white mink coat, Eliza, cheeks flushed pink from the warmth of the reception hall, floated gently toward Chaos's location. As she approached, Chaos, cross-legged in midair, opened his eyes. Watching her shrink into herself as she walked, he couldn't help but laugh internally. He stretched his limbs and dropped to the ground. Reaching out, he flicked Eliza's forehead and chuckled. Silly girl. December's chill was nothing to a Nen user. They didn't even need clothing for warmth, only to cover their bodies. Eliza winced and rubbed her forehead, glaring up at him pitifully. Then, with a spark of indignation, she huffed. She knew that, of course, but the living room had been too warm, and she'd forgotten. What brings you here? Chaos casually ruffled her hair. He knew how to handle Eliza. Despite herself, she abandoned her pout and tilted her head, brows drawn in a confused frown. Sister Kelly said you're taking the Hunter exam? Yeah, Chaos nodded. Then take me with you. Her eyes lit up. White Rose Manor was nice, sure, but she'd much rather be out adventuring with Chaos. Please. She added quickly, pressing her palms together in a pleading gesture and stepping closer. What man could resist that mix of sweetness and admiration? Unfortunately for her, Chaos was aware of the prophecy, and wasn't easily swayed. No, he said flatly. Just then, Aya, hands in her coat pockets, strolled over in a bright red jacket. Nope. Eliza, you can't just run off without telling your sister, she teased, grinning playfully. The day before, the final line in Chaos's prophetic poem had been ominous. Do not grant the request of the cherished one. The magician craves bloody props. Those words had made it clear what lay ahead in this year's Hunter exam. In 1998, Hisoka had attacked, and killed, an examiner. It had only been mentioned briefly in the original series. If not for the prophecy, Chaos might have overlooked it completely. The prophecy had done its job well. Without it, Chaos would never have refused Eliza. He didn't think much of the Hunter exam. Normally, he'd have brought her along without hesitation. It's my sister who sneaks out every night, Eliza mumbled under her breath. Clearly, she was unaware of the prophecy, and neither she nor Aya would go out of their way just to bother Chaos. But wasn't it you who ran out on your own last time? Aya said with a sly smile, bending slightly and nudging open the side of Eliza's coat with her chin to whisper teasingly into her ear. That woman. Chaos rubbed his temples as Eliza's face flushed deeper. Against someone more experienced, the girl had no hope. She lowered her head again. Aya gathered Eliza into her arms and turned to leave. Train well. I'll take care of Eliza for now. The prophecy only warned me to be cautious. I don't have to overreact. Chaos muttered, watching them go. With that little scene over, he returned to his training. Truthfully, if Hisoka were the only concern, and Chaos was alone, he'd have gone looking for him. Chaos didn't know exactly what the exam held, but he was certain Hisoka would be a part of it. After Greed Island, and after Hisoka's Sky Arena challenge earlier that year, their fates were bound to intersect. The Sansame continent, home of the ancient Ganyu kingdom, one of the V5 nations, and headquarters of the Hunter Association, had hosted countless Hunter exams over the years. Located in the north of the Yorubian continent, Sansame bordered it but was vastly different. While Yorubia had many populated regions, Sansame was mostly uninhabited. Dense woodlands and sprawling forests blanketed the land. The Black Forest was one such place. Viewed from above, it looked like a living wall of dark trees, thick and ominous, even under daylight. But these were simply tougher, darker trees. Their bark and leaves made them seem menacing, but they were ordinary. Still, this place was avoided by most people. It had little to offer in terms of resources and was filled with wild beasts, and a few magical creatures. Normally, you'd never find a soul here. But today, a crowd was beginning to form. January 2nd, Lake Moby. From the shadows of the forest, people emerged, one after another, stepping onto the lush grass surrounding the lake. At the shore stood a short, blue, bald man in a suit, handing out number tags. Beans, secretary to Netero, president of the Hunter Association. 10 people. Then dozens. Then hundreds. Only those arriving before 9 a.m. would receive numbers. Registration closed at noon. Around 10 a.m., a tall figure emerged from the woods. Spiked red hair. A handsome face with painted stars and tears. A wide smile curling at the edges of his mouth. This was someone impossible to forget. Hisoka Moro, the magician. Huh? Glancing around at the scattered candidates, Hisoka looked disinterested. He'd heard the hunter exam was fun. So far, nothing caught his eye. If I have to force it. His eyes fell on someone reclining casually on a rock, cowboy hat covering his face. Dressed like a rancher. That one felt promising. At least a little. Reading the situation, Hisoka guessed this guy was the examiner. There was a tied-up ox nearby. The lake lay beyond. So, water trial? Maybe a demonstration using the animal? How simple. Shrugging, Hisoka moved to an open spot, took out a deck of cards, and began stacking them into a tower. Might as well hope for a surprise. Late arrivals tended to be more confident, or more reckless. Either way, there was always a chance of spotting a green apple. And maybe a new toy. The thought lifted Hisoka's mood. His bored look melted into a smile. Above the white clouds, a figure flew through the air. The wind howled past Chaos's ears, but he made no effort to block it with aura. His eyes gleamed as he looked ahead. Black below. Green up ahead. He slowed. Lake Moby lay between the black and green forests. On a map, it looked more like a vast river than a lake. There it is. From this height, spotting landmarks was easy. Especially something like the dividing body of water. Chaos adjusted his trajectory and dove. As the group of candidates came into view, he altered his path slightly and flew straight toward them. He knew Hisoka was here, and he had no intention of hiding. Having the power to retreat and fearing a confrontation were two very different things. Like a falling meteor, Chaos closed the distance. As he neared the ground, Hisoka, in the middle of stacking cards, froze. He raised his head abruptly. A dark figure appeared above. His eyes widened. A Nen user. At that moment, Chaos sensed Hisoka's gaze and glanced in his direction. His black and white eyes were calm, but his lips curled slightly. Hisoka. I'm looking forward to this. Their eyes met briefly. Chaos descended, stopping 3 meters above Beans. He remembered this little guy, Netero's secretary. Very recognizable. Huh? Beans blinked up at the descending figure, momentarily stunned. A flying hunter exam applicant? Even the chairman couldn't fly. What kind of applicant was this? But he quickly collected himself. Candidate number 333, welcome, Beans called out, raising a number tag. Chaos landed lightly and accepted it. Good morning, Mr. Beans. He smiled, tucking the tag into his black coat. You know me? Beans asked, puzzled. Chaos was tall, slim, wearing a high-collar black coat. He was unfamiliar. Of course. If you get the chance, say hello to Chairman Netero for me. My name's Chaos. He offered his hand. There was no deeper reason, just an impulse. He wanted to get to know the stronger figures in this world. He liked the idea of building rapport with people like Beans and Netero. Beans shook his hand politely. I'm Beans from the Hunter Association. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chaos. Nen user or not, anyone who greeted him kindly got a friendly response in return. You know the chairman? That's rare. Even I. Before he could finish, Chaos smiled. Not exactly. Just like I know you, but you didn't know me. That's the relationship I have with Chairman Netero." Beans paused. "Ah. I see. Mr. Beans." Chaos trailed off as he sensed the intense gaze still locked onto him. He turned slightly, and there was Hisoka. Almond-shaped eyes narrowed. That unnerving focus. He was practically burning with anticipation. Sky Arena. Seeing Chaos's face, recognition flickered in Hisoka's mind. He remembered watching Chaos's matches. He never missed recordings of strong newcomers. That was why Chaos had been on his radar. Perfect. Hisoka stood slowly. It was like entering an orchard out of season, only to find one flawless, ripe apple among the leaves. He licked his lips unconsciously. A wild energy radiated from him. He walked toward Chaos. The tension was palpable. Candidates who'd been admiring Chaos's flashy entrance suddenly went stiff. Some shivered. Others looked away. "Mr. Beans. Please step back," Chaos said calmly, eyes never leaving Hisoka. This moment had been inevitable. Beans glanced at him, then turned and retreated quickly. He didn't have many combat-ready staff here, and he didn't need Chaos to say it twice. Will that boy be okay? He felt a faint sense of familiarity watching Chaos. But he didn't follow Sky Arena. He never had time. The examiner, cowboy hat, laid-back attitude, was a one-star bounty hunter. Strong, yes, but not arrogant. Still, he had overestimated himself. He considered himself Hisoka's equal. Watching most of the candidates go pale just from Hisoka's aura, the examiner frowned. He knew this was bad. Most of them would mentally collapse. Nen aura tests were 100 times more terrifying than the written exam to those who hadn't awakened. Yes, those with exceptional will might resist. But how many of those were there? 1 in a million? It'd be a shame to ruin decent prospects due to unnecessary pressure. As the proctor, he had to act. He stood and raised his voice. "Candidate number 244. Watch your behavior." Hisoka ignored him. But the reminder reached Chaos. If this continued, the exam would collapse. And while Chaos could try again next year, he'd rather not waste time. With that in mind, he said levelly, "Hisoka, how about saving the fight for after the Hunter exam?" Hisoka paused, lifting the card in his hand to his lips. His voice came out low, lazy, almost seductive. Well, I didn't expect the celebrity of the Sky Arena to know me." Chapter 107. Chaos had no intention of bantering with Hisoka. He simply kept his hands in the pockets of his black windbreaker, waiting quietly for Hisoka's response. If a fight was inevitable, he wouldn't back down. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. A card spun through his field of vision. A faint golden light flickered around Chaos's hand as he casually deflected it to the side. SHFF. The soft-edged playing card embedded itself halfway into the grass, barely audible as it struck. Hisoka rolled his eyes toward it, then trembled slightly. With sudden intensity, he slapped his own face. Through the gaps between his fingers, Chaos saw his eyes darting wildly, trembling at high speed. "Ah. I can't help it," Hisoka muttered under his breath. "You make me want a nice, satisfying fight." He laughed, soft, eerie, and too calm. But Hisoka lowered his hands, revealing a distorted smile. His grin widened grotesquely as he raised his chin, closed his eyes, and spread his arms dramatically, like he was savoring something. "The main course always tastes better after the appetizer," he whispered, voice giddy with anticipation. "Right, ha." Hisoka opened one eye and tilted his head, intending to shoot a teasing glance at Chaos. But all he saw was Chaos's back. So heartless. With a theatrical shrug, Hisoka turned and walked back. Since the ripe, delicious apple wasn't running, there was no need to chase it. Might as well grab a hunter license first. It'd come in handy anyway. That was Hisoka's logic. No flaws. Hands still buried in his coat pockets, Chaos walked in silence. Hisoka had appeared erratic, twitchy, unpredictable, but in truth, his balance and control never wavered. His center of gravity remained anchored, most of his aura flowing from his soles. A constant state of readiness. That alone proved one thing. He's wary of me. Even though I only revealed a sliver of my power. Impressive instincts. Without turning around, Chaos sat down in the open area again. He wasn't interested in Hisoka's twisted theatrics. That was why he turned his back just now, because the moment Hisoka reigned in his aura, Chaos knew he wouldn't attack. Seriously? Muttered Feld, the examiner, watching both figures in exasperation. These two didn't seem cautious at all for Nen users. How were they still alive? So flamboyant. Chaos's aura and appearance were too conspicuous. Hisoka's madness too blatant. Neither had an ounce of subtlety. From Feld's perspective, showing off your abilities only handed your enemies the tools to exploit your weaknesses. In a way, he wasn't wrong. But it was precisely that mindset that kept him from ever becoming more than a competent Nen user. Mr. Beans. Feld called softly to the small figure nearby. What is it? Beans, having run over after retreating earlier, now stood beside him. He wasn't a fighter, so his only option had been to seek out the most reliable combatant around. The second round examiner is the Ruins Hunter, right? Donnie? Is he combat capable? Feld asked, brows furrowed. In terms of combat? No, Beans said honestly. Compared to you, Mr. Feld, Donnie wouldn't stand a chance. That's not good. Feld scowled and scanned the area again. He could feel how dangerous Hisoka was. That guy wouldn't listen to orders. The fact that he hadn't even acknowledged Feld earlier made it clear, he didn't view Feld as a threat. Feld might have been annoyed, but at least he was perceptive. Even if they didn't fight now, Feld couldn't just leave it to chance. If things did escalate, he was prepared to intervene, no matter the risk. But since this was still the Hunter exam, his domain, he should make use of the tools available. And it wasn't just about Hisoka. Any large-scale confrontation could endanger the other examinees too. Beans followed his gaze and immediately understood. As Netaro's right hand and the man who oversaw each exam, he'd already contacted the chairman when things looked suspicious. Don't worry, Mr. Feld. President Netaro is already on his way. President Netaro? Feld blinked, surprised. He wasn't shocked that Beans had anticipated his thoughts, but summoning the chairman? That felt excessive. Netaro was a legend. Even among pro-hunters, his reputation was near godhood. Under his leadership, the Hunter Association had flourished. He was powerful, wise, and generous. Feld, like most, had placed Netaro on a pedestal. But in reality, Netaro was just an old prankster with way too much free time. Beans knew that. But he also knew the chairman had to appear noble in front of others. So he kept a straight face and spoke gravely. As the president's secretary, I can say with certainty, he sees all candidates as the future of the Hunter Association. He always takes the exam seriously. Even small irregularities can prompt him to act. Feld lowered his head, guilt rising. He had underestimated the situation. The more Beans talked, the more Feld felt ashamed. But in truth, Beans was just barely holding it together. He almost couldn't keep a straight face. Yeah, let's just go with that. Netaro would arrive in 2 hours. Hopefully things would stay calm until then. Beans glanced toward Chaos again. He'd already developed a favorable impression of him. Strong, but not arrogant. Huh? Sensing the gaze, Chaos turned his head and met Bean's eyes. He gave a warm, relaxed smile and nodded before turning away. Then he reached inside his coat and pulled out a gold chain pocket watch. Click. It opened with a crisp sound. Inside was a photo, Aya and Eliza clinging to Chaos from either side, all three smiling. The hands on the watch pointed to 11:37. 23 minutes to go. Chaos closed it and resumed waiting silently. The last number tag Beans handed out was 416. Under the midday sun, registration officially ended. 416 examinees. Feld stood from his stone seat and dragged the unconscious yellow ox beside him toward the water. The number didn't matter. Whether it was 400 or 4,000, only 99 would pass his test. As he began moving, the crowd stirred. After the earlier exchange between Hisoka and Chaos, most had realized Feld must be the examiner. Chaos also rose to his feet. He already knew what the test was, Feld had made it obvious. As expected, Feld reached the lakeside, raised his voice to get everyone's attention, and hoisted the ox high into the air. Boom! The splash echoed across the surface. Before the water even calmed, it erupted. A white fish shot upward like a javelin, straight through the ox's body. It leapt meters into the air, its jaw open unnaturally wide, revealing 2 rows of razor-like, triangular teeth. 1 fish. Then 2. 3. More followed. They skewered the ox over and over, tearing it to shreds before it could even sink. Within seconds, the lake went still. The ox was gone, without a trace. The clearing fell silent. Feld smiled, satisfied with their reactions. "Those are Mijnatsuki fish, see how deadly they are?" he said cheerfully. "If you want to quit, now's your chance. Bad luck for you, I'm the first stage proctor." He extended his arm and pointed across the lake. "Your first test, reach the other side. The lake is 1,698 meters across. The first 99 to arrive will pass." "You've got to be kidding. There's no way anyone can swim that." "Screw this, I'm out." Chaos rose into the air and floated above the heads of the crowd. "Wait, is that flying? Isn't that cheating? Shouldn't the examiner stop him?" "Then fly, idiot," thought a small man nearby. Wearing a cloth bag and slightly yellowed clothing, Tunpa, a 44-time exam participant and notorious rookie killer, just shook his head. 2 monsters had shown up this year, which meant he had to be cautious. Normally, he'd spike drinks with laxatives to sabotage rookies, but that wouldn't work on guys like these. Better to back off this year. He blended into the group of dropouts, not because he couldn't pass, but because he knew he didn't need to cross here. There has to be a safe route somewhere. He turned to watch some examinees sneaking into the trees, hoping to bypass the lake quietly. Amateurs. Smarter to run along the edges. There's gotta be a bridge or shallow section. Whatever. Time to go hand out some drinks. To the dropouts, of course. If they got sick, maybe they wouldn't show up next year. Tunpa's eyes gleamed as he trotted after a candidate who'd already left. Chaos, even if he had only just left Meteor City, wouldn't have needed to try hard to pass this. As he was now. He didn't even use his full speed. He reached the far bank in under 30 seconds, first place, easily. After landing, he tilted his head and looked back. Hisoka was charging toward him, eyes crazed, arms behind his back, mouth grinning wildly. His bungee gum stuck to the soles of his feet. Chaos turned and walked calmly into the trees. The Mijnatsuki fish leapt behind Hisoka in a beautiful cascade. Feld watched solemnly. "Guess I'll need to stay for the second round too. Just in case." He wasn't worried about Hisoka and Chaos fighting now. The next proctor, Donnie, might not be able to handle it if they did. Donnie wasn't much of a fighter, but at least he had Nen. He could evade them if needed. The real concern was the rest of the examinees. Feld spotted one fool wading straight into the lake and groaned. Seriously? Blood splashed. Moving instantly, Feld flung his rescue rope and yanked the one-armed man back to shore. You made it this far without even knowing how to assess danger? Pathetic. Luck might have carried you here, but it wouldn't take you any further. He watched the man sobbing on the bank and shook his head. You can't pass the hunter exam by relying on luck alone. With a final glance at the remaining crowd, Feld turned and climbed into an SUV. Mr. Feld. Beans sat in the passenger seat, tapping away on his mini laptop. He turned his head briefly, then went back to work. The chairman didn't care about the details. That meant he had to handle everything. Chapter 108. 99. Seeing the final candidate staggering toward them, gasping for breath, Feld, standing beside the car, turned to Beans, who was still managing logistics from inside. More than an hour had passed since the first phase of the exam had begun. Feld had long since driven his off-road vehicle across the bridge to the lake's far side. Mr. Beans, it's done. Please contact the second-round examiner. Hearing that, Beans stopped typing and looked up. Understood. He immediately began relaying instructions. The second phase examiner was already nearby, within the green forest itself. That was why the Hunter Association's usual airship support was absent. It would have made the location too easy to trace. This adjustment had been made deliberately, out of concern for security. With each exam tailored to the examiner's style, the association trusted their discretion. In previous years, venues changed per examiner preference. This time, the location was fixed in response to events. With Bean's help, the second phase examiner Donnie soon emerged from the green forest. He was a rugged man with a square jaw, wearing blue and purple garments styled after ethnic minority traditions. Meanwhile, Chaos lay casually on a leafy tree branch, hands folded behind his head, legs crossed. He sensed a sharp telepathic presence, previously distant, suddenly moving closer. He quickly deduced what that meant. Whoever was heading to the exam's endpoint with clear purpose had to be the next examiner. And that meant the first test was officially over. With that realization, Chaos stopped suppressing his aura. He leapt from the tree and walked calmly toward the others. Not out of necessity. He just didn't want to see Hisoka lose control in front of everyone. By the time Chaos stepped out of the forest, Donnie had already spoken with Feld and been informed about the confrontation between him and Hisoka. Chaos's arrival caused a brief commotion, prompting Feld to realize he'd accidentally counted one too many examinees. Clap, clap. To draw everyone's attention, Donnie clapped loudly. All eyes turned toward him. From his perspective, neither Chaos nor Hisoka were his concern. Feld had made it clear that going up against either would be a suicide mission for a martial artist like himself. The chairman was en route anyway. All Donnie had to do was fulfill his duty. The first thing I want to say is, congratulations to everyone who passed the first phase. I'm Donnie, examiner for the second part of the Hunter exam. Please follow me. Just as he turned to lead them deeper into the forest. Wait, Donnie. Feld interrupted. Donnie stopped and turned back, confused. Examiners were supposed to stay out of each other's tests. He couldn't imagine why Feld would interfere. Sorry, I miscounted, Feld explained immediately. Donnie nodded. No problem. Candidate 198, Feld called out. What's up? A stocky middle-aged man stepped forward. He was heavily muscled, but barely over 5 feet tall. You were the 100th to arrive. That means you're disqualified, Feld said evenly. Rules were rules. His own mistake couldn't change that. You've gotta be kidding me. Didn't you just say I passed? The man snapped. There was a miscount. That's all. Try again next year, Feld replied flatly, then looked at Donnie and nodded for him to continue. Let's go, everyone, Donnie called out softly. But this is bullshit. I don't accept this. Candidate 198's outburst stopped everyone in their tracks. Understandably. No one wanted to be cut after surviving such a brutal trial. Feld's brows furrowed, considering whether to knock the man out. Swish. A flash of light streaked across his vision. A massive head flew skyward. Feld's pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively turned toward the source. Playing cards. Pale fingers. Annoying bug, a voice drawled. Don't you think so, Examiner? Hisoka tossed the blood from his fingers and grinned at Feld. He really couldn't stand delays. What do you think you're doing, Candidate 244? Feld growled, eyes filled with fury. As a bounty hunter, this kind of behavior was exactly what he hated most. Just helping you deal with the past. Hisoka waved his fingers. Cards fluttered like flower petals around him. Come on now. No need to waste time on trash. Let's move on to the second test, right? He looked around at the other candidates, still smiling. They instinctively recoiled, unable to conceal their unease. That aura. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff. Still as reckless as ever. Chaos thought, watching calmly. He didn't mind killing when necessary, but this wasn't one of those cases. Hisoka clearly killed for pleasure, not to save time. And ironically, in doing so, he delayed things even further. Feld clenched his fists. His aura surged, filled with wrath and pressure, slamming down on the crowd like a hammer. Again. That same crushing sensation. The candidates' hearts quivered. Calm down, Feld. Donnie barked. With visible effort, Feld withdrew his aura. He knew he'd overstepped. If a fight broke out here, there was no way to protect everyone. He'd be no better than Hisoka. Don't worry, Donnie said, patting Feld on the shoulder. He won't make it through the next test anyway. Guys like him. No patience. Donnie shot a cold glare at Hisoka. Examiners had to follow the rules. They couldn't deny passage to someone who cleared the test, even if they hated the person. Pre-screening might allow for certain restrictions, but once a candidate had passed, nothing could be done. If Hisoka had killed someone who passed, things might be different. But the man he'd killed had already been eliminated. Feld, as a one-star bounty hunter, could theoretically arrest Hisoka, but this wasn't the time or place. So just like that, Hisoka got away with murder. And now, he was casually strolling forward like nothing had happened. Feld's hands itched to grab him by the throat. Hey, Feld. You sure the chairman's gonna be here within the next 30 minutes? Donnie asked. Mr. Beans said so. I trust him, Feld answered. Then that's plenty of time. Donnie muttered, watching Hisoka with sharp eyes. As a relic hunter, Donnie had a keen danger sense. Hisoka was like a landmine, he could blow at any moment. Feld knew he was dangerous too, but he had too much faith in his own strength. Donnie, on the other hand, focused on risk assessment. If this guy snaps, can we stop him, or do we run? Hopefully, he wouldn't last even 30 minutes. Pushing through the forest foliage, Donnie's eyes lit up. The clearing ahead was man-made. Dozens of massive, dome-shaped wooden structures filled the space. Each one was inverted, like an upside-down bowl, around 2 meters tall and just over a meter wide at the base. They looked like factory molds. Candidates emerged one by one from the forest, pausing to take in the sight. Most wore puzzled or wary expressions. As you can see, Donnie said, stepping forward, this is the second phase test site. The rules are simple. Each of you will enter one chamber. No food will be provided. You will remain inside until I call the names of those who've passed. If you exit early, you fail. A small dark room, for 3 days. That was Donnie's challenge, a trial of absolute willpower. He'd originally planned to mention the time limit. But now? No. If someone could endure this without knowing the time, that alone proved they had what it took. Besides, he was worried Hisoka might lose it if he knew how long he had to wait. Donnie was convinced this guy was already near his breaking point. Pick your spots. Once I call start, you have 3 seconds to get inside. Anyone who fails to do so will be disqualified, Donnie continued, voice calm. There's no need to fight over positions. Every chamber is the same. No traps. As Donnie finished speaking, Chaos calmly stepped forward and entered the nearest dome. A small dark room. A brutal trial, no doubt. For most people, total isolation and darkness was unbearable. But with no airflow, that would be impossible. Chaos noticed hollow ventilation pipes built into the ground near each structure. Ah. So this is a mental test, not a physical one. The oxygen problem was solved. Now it was just a matter of enduring the solitude. Hisoka, standing nearby, saw the same. He was silent for a moment, then looked at Chaos. He figured out the nature of the test. Donnie's idea was clever, but he overlooked something. Hisoka did plan to finish the exam before fighting Chaos, but now, forget it. Looking down at the card between his fingers, Hisoka murmured, I can't wait any longer. Suddenly, a wild aura burst from him, flooding the area. The remaining candidates trembled. Chaos turned slightly and met Hisoka's eyes. Sorry, Hisoka said, licking his lips, eyes gleaming. I just can't hold back anymore. For Chaos, this wasn't just a fight. This was a life or death battle, his chance to see how far he'd come. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the sky. You're not getting away, Hisoka shouted, hurling cards and leaping after him. Chaos dodged midair, flames igniting in his palm. With a burst of fire, he burned through bungee gum that Hisoka had secretly set as a trap, then turned and flew away. No reason to drag innocent people into this. Hisoka gave chase, laughing madly as he vanished into the trees. From the moment Hisoka's aura flared to his leap into the forest, Feld barely had time to react. Damn it! He growled, slamming his fist into a tree. He glared after the fleeing pair. Clap. Donnie drew attention back. Don't worry, he said to the shaken candidates. We examiners will handle the situation. Please proceed as planned. Enter your chambers within 3 seconds, or you'll be disqualified. Silently, Donnie adjusted the grading criteria. That aura pressure had worn everyone down. It wouldn't be fair to judge them by the original standard. Bang. 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 One by one, the chambers closed within the 3-second window. Even though Hisoka's presence was terrifying, it wasn't enough to scare them off, not yet. After all, the test wasn't combat-related. Meanwhile, Hisoka soared between the trees, eyes fixed on Chaos like a predator. Excited. Hungry. But his instincts were kicking in, forcing him to stay sharp. Chaos is heading out of the woods. Chapter 109. Stay out of the woods. The fact that he already knew my name means he's been watching me. I get it now. He's aware of my Nen ability, and he adjusted accordingly. Of course, his bungee gum excels in complex environments like dense forests. But Chaos had already displayed flight and fire-based abilities, both of which greatly restrict movement and precision in such terrain. As Hisoka pursued through the woods, thoughts raced through his mind. He flicked his wrist and summoned a playing card, which began to burn with a thick aura, not simply wrapped in Nen, but fully ignited, as if engulfed in a blazing, living flame. Without hesitation, he hurled it. If chaos continued flying at the same speed, he would surely be struck. But just as the ripple of air pressure began to spread from the card, chaos surged forward, suddenly accelerating, evading the attack with precision. That confirmed it for Hisoka. If chaos wanted to escape into the sky, there was nothing he could do to stop him. How delightful! Watching chaos deliberately slow down afterward, giving him the chance to catch up, Hisoka narrowed his eyes, amused. Hey! If chaos wanted to set the stage for their duel, so be it. This was Hisoka's reward, for a challenger who knew no fear. Hisoka, in that moment, fully assumed the role of predator. Confident. Absolute. After only 10 minutes through the forest, they reached the open plains surrounding Lake Mobi. Chaos floated midair, facing the trees, as Hisoka emerged onto the grass. Hisoka had misjudged his opponent. Chaos hadn't left the forest for tactical advantage, he simply didn't want to risk collateral damage. Though flight and fire were restricted in the forest, Chaos still had invisibility and thread control, which were unaffected. Even bungee gum had its full range of use. But Chaos wouldn't gamble with others' lives. Besides, Hisoka's mastery of Nen was deep. Chaos was still new to manipulating concepts like bungee gum. Mimicry could only go so far. At this level, there was no room for imitation. It was mastery or death. The clearing between forest and lake was roughly 100 meters wide, lush grasslands where no tree could grow, as if repelled by some unseen force. Hisoka noticed Chaos had chosen not to fly toward the lake but instead stopped 10 meters from the tree line. Curious, but he didn't dwell on it. Chaos himself was more important. He raised a card to his lips, preparing to speak. But Chaos moved first. In a flash, Chaos ignited the flames in his palms and rocketed toward him. A sudden aerial spin. Boom! A burst of flame surged from his foot, streaking straight for Hisoka's head. Flight and fire, working in perfect sync. Notably, Chaos had yet to use the fallen sun god. He was still testing, still sharpening himself against a perfect whetstone, Hisoka. Chaos believed that unless he was killed instantly, he could always react in time, flee, retaliate, survive. Hisoka was the perfect opponent, no gimmicks, just refined, deadly skill. That suited him perfectly. Hisoka responded smoothly, catching Chaos's flaming kick with his arm. She collided, extinguishing the flame on impact. He followed through immediately with a rising right fist. Chaos countered, hands pressing downward, a burst of fire detonating beneath him. The combined force of combustion and flight launched him skyward. But Hisoka's legs crossed slightly. He planted himself, grabbed Chaos's ankle midair with an elbow hook, and snap! A hidden pink strand revealed itself. Bungee gum. Chaos's flight abruptly stalled. At once, Hisoka twisted his body, dragging Chaos downward with brutal force. With momentum in his favor, he rotated his body, pulling Chaos directly toward him. His right fist was already glowing with concentrated aura. Hisoka's motion was seamless, like a master who had calculated everything in advance. If the hit landed, even with Nen defense, Chaos would be seriously wounded, or worse. But Chaos never panicked. He wasn't the type to flee or flail. He understood immediately, if dodging was impossible, then strike harder. Since his right foot was trapped, he charged aura into his left. He anticipated Hisoka's move. As his body was yanked, he transformed the stored Nen in his left foot into a searing, condensed flame and lashed out. Wham! Flames surged as he clashed head-on with Hisoka's right fist. The air sizzled between them. Firelight flickered in Hisoka's eyes. He realized instantly, this wouldn't go well. He recoiled his punch just in time. Boom! The fire kick scorched through the air, vaporizing the bungee gum thread. In an instant, Chaos's trajectory veered off by over 10 meters. In those few seconds, Chaos had turned an ambush into a stalemate. But Hisoka had the advantage. Chaos had burned a massive amount of aura on that missed kick, creating a charred crater in the grass. Hisoka, meanwhile, had barely used any aura. From across the field, Chaos landed lightly, already adjusting his stance. But Hisoka had recovered quicker. They faced each other again, less than 20 meters apart. Chaos saw him standing tall, card in hand, smile calm. No words. No movement. No. A breeze passed, and Hisoka's figure vanished, leaving behind only a joker card. An illusion? Even N couldn't pierce it. A purely visual misdirection, Nen manipulated into an afterimage. Chaos reacted instantly. Hunting field. Golden particles burst out in a 3-meter radius. Using his full N would drain him, so he adjusted the output, enough to locate Hisoka without burning energy needlessly. He scanned the ground. No footprints. No pressure marks. He'd hidden everything, brilliantly. But not from the hunting field. Chaos caught him. To Hisoka's surprise, the moment he crossed the detection boundary, golden eyes stared directly into his soul. He faltered, just for a split second. Right side. Chaos launched forward. His right elbow surged with aura, already primed. Hisoka, veteran that he was, reacted on instinct. No thought, just motion. He crossed both arms over his chest. Boom. The elbow strike slammed into him. Hisoka was thrown back, skidding along the grass. That power. Even he was stunned. This guy has mental shock techniques too. Chaos didn't let up. He burst forward with flames beneath his feet, closing the gap. Swish. Another bungee gum thread lashed toward him. Chaos caught it midair. No resistance. He didn't even charge it. He knew I'd burn it. So he saved energy instead. This guy's calculating every move. Chaos grabbed a second thread and pulled. His forward momentum slowed. Knowing the opportunity had passed, he clenched his fist. Whoosh. The threads burst into flame. On the other end, Hisoka's back struck the ground hard. But he wasn't fazed. He immediately rolled backward, popped to his feet, and stood facing Chaos. 1 second he was bouncing off the earth. The next, he was upright, composed. A strange sight. Surreal. Terrifying. Now, Hisoka looked at Chaos as an equal. The grin faded. His eyes grew sharp. He began to think not about playing, but winning. This guy. He's pressing me in momentum. He's baiting me into trades I don't want to make. If they were evenly matched, it wouldn't matter. But Hisoka hadn't figured out all of Chaos's cards yet. Too many variables. Not enough control. Flying, maybe manipulation? Fire, definitely a mission. Mental shock, maybe specialist? Tiger fist from the sky arena. This kid had too many skills. But Hisoka didn't worry about how Chaos had gained them. Whether they were stolen, learned, or innate, it didn't matter. Because no one could use them quite like him. Hisoka's smile returned. A wild, gleaming grin. A powerful young man. With endless potential. Now this is fun. Chapter 110. Hisoka stood up straight and asked with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, you still have a lot of abilities you haven't shown yet." "Who knows?" Chaos replied casually with an ambiguous smile. He was fairly certain Hisoka had already deduced much of the truth, but Chaos wasn't about to help confirm it. Spreading his stance slightly and curling his fingers into claws, Chaos turned sideways, adopting a ready position. Tiger Fist. Hisoka immediately understood what Chaos intended to do. He'd watched all of Chaos's matches from the Sky Arena and naturally recognized the finisher used in that fight. Even without the enhancements of fire, Hisoka knew the general characteristics of this style: ferocity, speed, and explosive power. In other words, Chaos was preparing for close-quarters combat. How troublesome, Hisoka thought, both amused and thrilled. This is my strength, and also my weakness. It was contradictory, yet also the most accurate reflection of how Hisoka viewed himself. He was highly skilled, but preferred a mix of cunning and power, using tricks to manipulate his opponents. Close combat left little room for strategy. At that range, everything came down to instinct, timing, and pure fighting spirit. Every strong opponent Hisoka admired shared this trait, the confidence to brawl head-on. And Chaos was now showing that same confidence. Avoiding this fight was no longer possible. With the forest behind and Hisoka ahead, both men charged forward. Chaos's intention was simple: use raw instinct to wear down Hisoka's potential. The earlier clash had taught him that tactics wouldn't gain him an edge. Hisoka's battle experience and intuition far outclassed the half-baked opponents Chaos had faced before. And so, he chose to go all in, no abilities beyond fire and flight. This wasn't just combat practice, this was mastery sharpening against mastery. At the last instant before impact, Chaos added another burst of speed. Flames exploded under his feet. Double step flash. Hisoka recognized the technique, but there wasn't enough time to react. So fast. Before he could brace, Chaos struck his cheek. Hisoka's head snapped to the side. Reacting purely on instinct, Hisoka twisted into a side kick aimed at Chaos's arm. Chaos raised his elbow to block and drove his knee upward, channeling his aura to the point of impact. But it wasn't perfect. High-speed combat made fully charged strikes rare. Hisoka intercepted the knee cleanly with a palm block. Blow after blow landed in rapid succession, the two exchanging attacks and counters at blistering speed. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of flesh colliding filled the air. Chaos remained calm, eyes sharp and focused, pouring everything into the fight. He slashed with a flaming claw. Hisoka blocked again. This is bad, Hisoka thought mid-clash. The flames were forcing him to burn through more aura than expected. A drawn-out exchange would deplete his reserves faster than Chaos's. He needed to break the rhythm. Chaos launched a straight attack toward Hisoka's chest. Hisoka twisted to evade and kicked upward in return. Chaos flipped back to retreat, but Hisoka didn't press. At this point, Hisoka's bungee gum had already latched onto Chaos during the first few exchanges. Retreating with minimal cost and no injuries, Hisoka considered it a worthwhile trade-off. But Chaos wasn't playing along. He knew the sticky aura had latched on. That was fine. As long as Hisoka had to keep it maintained, it served as a distraction. Chaos reversed midair using a flame burst, kicking straight toward Hisoka's face. Even though the blow landed, it lacked power. The force of the impact didn't faze Hisoka. Still, it opened a window. Hisoka grabbed Chaos's ankle and tried to crush it with Nen-infused strength, but Chaos immediately reinforced his leg. Switching tactics, Hisoka hurled Chaos into the ground. Boom! The impact echoed, dirt exploding skyward. Chaos had defended with a last-second aura barrier on his back, but pain still flickered across his face. From the crater, Chaos slammed his palms together, aura swirling between them. He was forming a fireball to blast at Hisoka's face. A devastating counterstrike. If it hit, Hisoka would be seriously injured, even with full defense. But Hisoka beat him to it. With a surge of aura, Hisoka flung Chaos skyward instead. Hisoka's bungee gum compressed at his feet, launching him toward the trees. A calculated move. Sure, he could have kept grappling, but wrestling would only burn resources. The forest would give him the upper hand. From midair, Chaos saw it clearly: Hisoka wasn't retreating. He was repositioning. Environmental advantage. Chaos understood instantly. Hisoka had been holding back, barely using bungee gum earlier. That meant the next round would be even deadlier. But Chaos had no intention of letting him live, win or lose. Flying into the forest, Chaos steeled himself. This time, he'd go all out. Below, Hisoka crouched among the branches, staring upward. "Come on down, Chaos." He licked his lips slowly, eyes glinting. Chaos responded by flinging a fireball downward. Hisoka dodged easily, slipping into the shadows. The heat scorched the earth, but neither of them paid it any mind. Moments later, within the trees, they met again. Face to face. Chapter 111. "You're so confident, Chaos," Hisoka said with a faint smile, his gaze sharp and aggressive. The forest was his domain, his terrain advantage, and he assumed Chaos understood that. "It's just that I happen to have the capital to be," Chaos replied coolly, glancing at several threads of pink aura strung between the trees behind Hisoka. Hisoka's home field wasn't necessarily an advantage over him. Just because flight and straight line bursts were harder to use here didn't mean Chaos was at a disadvantage. "Capital? Huh?" Hisoka stroked his chin, studying Chaos's youthful face. He unconsciously nodded. To have come this far at his age. Yes, he had the right to say that. Hisoka didn't rush to attack. He had already decided that a counteroffensive was best. Chaos must have seen through his plan and was preparing a counter or scouting for flaws. That had to be the reason this strange, abrupt stalemate had formed. "Hisoka," Chaos suddenly said, his expression turning serious. "What?" Hisoka replied, unconcerned. He didn't mind chatting in the middle of a tense standoff. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. "I just wanted to thank you. Before you lose consciousness." "Thank me?" Hisoka looked puzzled. Chaos's words came out of nowhere, and Hisoka couldn't understand what he meant. "That's all. This forest will be your grave." Without further explanation, Chaos flicked out 2 throwing knives from his wrists. The reason for the thank you was simple: Hisoka had made Chaos realize the true extent of his own strength. But Chaos had no intention of elaborating. He didn't care to explain. "Hey! Don't just talk to yourself," Hisoka said irritably, still in the dark. Buzz. A crystalline orange aura surged around Chaos as he activated the invisible divine sword. Hisoka was wrong about one thing: Chaos had indeed seen through his setup, but he wasn't trying to outplan him. The short lull had just been a whim. In Chaos's view, the invisible divine sword was already the perfect counter to Hisoka's ability. He didn't need strategy. If anyone should be worried, it was Hisoka. With that in mind, Chaos surged forward. The flying cards Hisoka hurled at him were cleaved cleanly in half. When he reached striking range, Chaos raised his arm without hesitation. Hisoka brought up a card to meet the glowing knife, and sure enough, it was sliced through like paper. So sharp. The card had been infused with a dense amount of nen, but it didn't slow Chaos's blade at all. Still, Hisoka's trap triggered. His body snapped backward, slingshotted away by the elastic aura linking him to the trees behind. The earlier card clash might have seemed like a pointless move, but it had confirmed one crucial detail: close combat against Chaos was far too risky. There was a vast difference between a cut that could be endured and one that couldn't be survived. This one was the latter. Even brushing against Chaos's blade was unacceptable. That was all Hisoka needed to know. Meanwhile, Chaos's follow-up slash cleaved through several trees with a golden arc of energy. Bang! 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 The trunks snapped, crashing to the forest floor. This was a good thing, Chaos thought. It should disrupt Hisoka's mobility. But he had underestimated him. Even the fallen trees could be used as tools. With a flick of his aura threads, Hisoka sent a massive trunk toppling toward Chaos. Cold glints of steel flashed. In seconds, Chaos shredded the trunk and burst from the debris unscathed. This'll never end. He looked around, but Hisoka was nowhere in sight. For now, he wasn't interested in fighting. Chaos had to admit it, he'd underestimated Hisoka. He thought the invisible divine sword would be enough to end it after some effort, but now he was burning through aura just chasing him. In the forest, Hisoka's bungee gum made him like a phantom, slipping away before Chaos could ever corner him. He had the illusion of pursuit, but it was meaningless. If he got tired, he could fly away. If Hisoka got tired, Chaos could track him down with N, but not finish the job. But that scenario wasn't realistic. Chaos knew better now. He dismissed the idea of activating his hunting field. Hisoka was clearly using Zetsu and hiding his aura. Elsewhere, Hisoka leaned against a tree, frowning slightly and holding his head. He wanted to fight, truly, but his instincts told him he had no chance. Less than a 10% chance of winning. That blade completely countered his abilities. Even in close combat, Hisoka would lose in a direct trade. He might land a hit, but Chaos would return it tenfold, and Chaos would draw blood with every strike. Hisoka slumped against the tree in disappointment, all his earlier excitement evaporated. What do I do the next time I meet him? He didn't want a repeat of this. Leaning his head back, Hisoka gazed through the branches at the blue sky. In the clouds, he imagined the silhouette of a playing card. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Weapons. That was it. The battle with Chaos had exposed his weaknesses, but also given him new inspiration. Back in the sky. Chaos flew low, heading toward the second examination site. It sounded absurd, but he still wanted to ask if he could continue the exam. Sure, the rule had been clear, anyone not in the pod within 3 seconds was disqualified. But he wasn't the one who'd caused the disruption. He'd actively removed a dangerous person and kept the other candidates safe. That had to earn some goodwill, right? The more Chaos thought about it, the more he believed he might still have a shot. The hum of engines reached his ears. He looked up and saw an airship, and his eyes narrowed. That shouldn't be here yet. Normally, Hunter Association airships didn't arrive until candidates were ready to move to the next test. They wouldn't waste resources hovering aimlessly. And the small dark room trial wasn't supposed to end for quite a while. Which meant something else had happened. Connecting this with what he remembered from the manga, Chaos had a good idea of what was going on. President Netero. Of course. He didn't know what the bean-faced man had told the association, but this matched Netero's personality perfectly. Chaos smiled to himself and accelerated toward the testing grounds. Back at the examination site, Netero had arrived. "I'm sorry, President," Feld said, guilt written on his face. "Because of my own incompetence, many of the candidates have had their mental states affected." In Feld's eyes, it was his failure as an examiner to let Hisoka run wild in the first place. Netero stroked his chin thoughtfully. He'd already heard from the bean-faced man that the person causing trouble was a Nen user on Feld's level. If that was true, he couldn't blame Feld. When facing a rogue Nen user of that caliber, it was impossible to guarantee the safety of 100 civilians. "You're too harsh on yourself," Netero mused silently. But what he said was, "In that case, as punishment, I'll have to revoke your examiner bonus this time." He held up a finger, tone light. "Keep working hard," he added, clapping Feld on the shoulder before he could protest. The slap nearly knocked the breath out of him. The bean-faced man watched silently. "I'll go verify the dangerous candidate myself. You handle things here, Netero said, waving casually as he walked off. Even without using N, someone like Netero could sense powerful auras from miles away. Provided the combatants were masters. If two mid-level users were fighting, their aura would disperse quickly and Netero might never feel it. Stopped? He paused, refocusing. The fight had ended. Which meant someone had won. And if someone had won, then someone else was likely dead. Netero frowned slightly. He didn't mind life or death duels, but he disliked the idea of one-sided slaughter. From the context given by the bean-faced man, he was leaning toward Chaos being the better of the two. It'd be a shame if he died. And then he sensed something. Looking skyward, Netero saw him. Long black coat. Young. Confident. Exactly how the bean-faced man had described him. Netero's frown softened into a grin. He didn't know what happened, but it was clear Chaos was alive. Chaos also noticed Netero. This was the man with the strongest nen in the world. And yet, the aura difference wasn't overwhelming. Maybe 3 times Chaos's own. If I trained for a year, I could probably reach this level, Chaos thought instinctively. But deep down, he knew better. Nen wasn't about quantity. Even if Chaos increased his aura tenfold, he wouldn't surpass Netero. Because Netero had high Kushiki Cannon. That was a level of mastery Chaos simply hadn't reached yet. I'm talking to you, Netero called out, scratching his cheek. You planning to finish the exam? Chaos wasn't surprised that Netero guessed his thoughts instantly. It was obvious. Without hiding his understanding of the old man's playful nature, Chaos replied. I'd like to say yes, but I know you won't let me rejoin so easily. What kind of game are you thinking of, President? Tell me, and I'll consider it. Hey Hunter's time for a legally required break. This message was brought to you by sleep deprivation and cup noodles, skull emoji. Okay, back to your scheduled simping. Chapter 112. Oh? Young man, you seem to know me quite well? Netero raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Chaos hadn't made any effort to hide his familiarity with the Hunter Association's president, and Netero immediately noticed something odd in his words. He was over 100 years old, not senile enough to forget whether he'd met someone or not. And he was absolutely sure, this was the first time he and Chaos had ever crossed paths. How should I put it, Chaos murmured. I basically understand what I should understand. As for the rest, I really don't know. Netero scratched his cheek. I see. It was unclear whether he truly understood or was simply being nonchalant. Well, it doesn't matter what happened. Young man, Chaos, right? He suddenly asked for his name, like it had just occurred to him. Chaos nodded wordlessly. Chaos. A good name. He didn't elaborate on why. Just a polite comment before diving straight to the point. About what you just said, that I wouldn't let you continue the exam, I'd like to clarify something. He raised a finger. Technically, you violated the rules of the Hunter exam and are thus considered to have forfeited. However, we took into account the extraordinary circumstances and your cooperation with the examiner, which prevented further disruption and kept the other candidates safe. Therefore, we're making an exception. In short, it's not that I'm stopping you, I'm giving you a chance, strong boy. It makes no difference to me, Chaos replied coolly. I thought so too. Netero nodded cheerfully. But it sounds better when I say it that way. The bean-faced man talks too much anyway. The bean-faced man, who had just walked up, stared blankly. That last comment really wasn't necessary. Grandpa, just tell me the rules about the Hunter exam. Chaos cut straight to the point, unimpressed by the old man's casual tone. He didn't mind chatting, but wasting time with pointless banter, regardless of who it was, wasn't his thing. Netero chuckled. Young people are so full of energy. He tilted his head back, staring at the sky thoughtfully. Volleyball, his favorite pastime with young people, had always been his go-to game. But facing a young man with Nen mastery that even impressed him, he wasn't sure that would be fun anymore. Keeping a ball from being obliterated wasn't nearly as thrilling when there was no chance of winning. Maybe something simple, just to warm up. Since you're so direct, I'll be direct too. How about a little game? Chaos shook his head immediately. I'll come again next year. He had no interest in playing the old man's games. While Netero's presence was awe-inspiring, Chaos knew full well he stood no chance. Even if they both fought seriously, Netero's Hyakushiki cannon was something he couldn't overcome in his current state. He wasn't naive. Not anymore. If it had just been volleyball like in the original story, he might have accepted. But a real match? No chance. Seeing the straightforward refusal, Netero scratched his head, clearly troubled. He'd hoped for a rare chance to unwind, but Chaos wasn't cooperating. He realized then, maybe he'd misspoken. Normally, if two people had opposing ideas, they fought it out. The winner decided the outcome. Chaos refusing so bluntly meant he clearly didn't believe he could win. Still, it was obvious Chaos wanted that Hunter license. So maybe a little incentive would change his mind. You've got the wrong idea, Netero said. This little match won't affect your participation. Even if you lose, you're still eligible to continue the exam. In fact, it's just a small test. But if you win... He smiled. Don't worry about the license. I'll throw in the title of association president while I'm at it. President. Before Chaos could respond, the bean-faced man sighed. Chaos wasn't surprised. He'd already expected the old man to raise the stakes. If he'd wanted, he could have asked for the license outright. But he didn't want to be manipulated into a fight. The president's offer is tempting, Chaos replied calmly, but my answer's still the same. I'll come again next year. May I ask why? Netero was genuinely curious. He didn't raise the stakes again, he could see that Chaos meant what he said. Let's postpone this battle to next year's Hunter exam, Chaos said seriously. He wanted a goal. Something to push him further. Fighting Netero wasn't just about strength, it was about motivation. He didn't know if he'd win in a year. But he knew he'd work like hell to try. Netero could tell Chaos was serious. The boy was shifting his goal from getting the license to challenging him in earnest. He stroked his beard and grinned. All right then. Next year it is. See you next year, old man. Chaos relaxed, finally allowing himself a smile. Mr. Bean-faced man. Goodbye. With a nod, he turned and flew into the sky. 1 year from now. I'm really looking forward to it, Netero said, stretching with a satisfied smile. Chaos and his companions didn't attend the auction on the 10th. Instead, they returned to Lena's base in the city of Stir. Gliss didn't return with them, his job was to escort his employer back from York New City. Chaos knew Gliss would report everything to Gepet, but he didn't mind. He had no reason to hide anything. His recent growth had given him confidence. During his quiet days in York New, he had time to consider how his new power would ripple through Meteor City. Gepet might be suspicious, but he wouldn't act against him. In fact, Chaos suspected Gepet would be pleased. As a street-raised kid with no hidden background, Chaos was practically one of his own. So Gepet had no reason to be hostile. Quite the opposite. On the night of September 10th, Lena reissued the assignment to Meteor City, giving Chaos 5 days before he had to leave. It wasn't because she was reluctant to let him go, it was a decision they made together. Before he left, Chaos wanted to help her find a long-term, reliable security consultant. That night, he guided her in posting a mission on the Thousand Year Society, a high-level mercenary platform. Applicants needed to pass an employer's test to qualify. The pay? $100 million a month, 6-month contract. It was an absurdly generous offer by bodyguard standards. Soon, applicants began pouring in. Chaos rejected several weak candidates before finally choosing someone promising on the afternoon of September 12. Her name was Kelly, a bounty hunter, likely a materialization-type NEN user, skilled in gunplay, and with solid combat awareness. In Chaos' words, she was worth about 1.5 gliss. With Lena's arrangements settled, Chaos left for Meteor City. Staying with her occasionally was fine, but sticking around a woman too long just wasn't his style. He had things to do, work in Meteor City, future plans, places to see. One thing at a time, regaining his freedom came first. Late at night on September 12, a car slowly pulled up to an entrance on the southern edge of Meteor City. "Take me to Jack's Tavern," Chaos said, looking out at the familiar trash heap. The driver said nothing. His only job was to escort returning personnel. 10 minutes later, the car stopped outside a rundown building. The flickering sign read Jack's Tavern, though the word tavern was half burnt out. Classic Meteor City. Chaos got out, feeling the ground subtle tremble beneath his feet. Ignoring the driver, he walked forward and pushed open the heavy door. Colorful lights flashed, hoarse screams and pounding music filled the air. Without looking at the dancing crowds, he walked to the bar and sat down. In a plush chair, a middle-aged man lounged, swaying slightly to the rhythm like he was listening to a slow jazz ballad. Jack, a NEN user with a broken leg and the bar's owner. His abilities were unclear, but his milk had a strange effect. Even before Chaos learned NEN, it had invigorated him. It was suspected to strengthen the body and accelerate NEN training, though its full properties were still unknown. Knowing Jack wouldn't move unless necessary, Chaos knocked hard on the bar. Jack, half opening his eyes, was ready to snap at whoever dared interrupt him, until he saw Chaos. "You. Little Chaos." Jack stood up slowly, balancing on one leg as he hopped toward him. Chapter 113. Encountering a young man with minor NEN potential was just a trivial episode on Chaos's journey. After disembarking from the airship, Chaos completely forgot about him. Human fate is unpredictable. If not for Lilith, that person might have glimpsed a world he'd never imagined. Danger walks hand in hand with opportunity, while stability often conceals mediocrity. Upon returning to Stir City, Chaos was back in his domain. One phone call, and everything would fall into place. A car was already waiting at the airport. At White Rose Manor, a maid immediately stepped forward to receive him. Reception room. Seated on the sofa, Chaos sipped his tea and asked the maid respectfully, holding a tray beside him, "Everyone's out?" He couldn't sense their presence. "Yes, Master. Miss Aya, Miss Lilith, and Lady Kelly departed for Ukexon City the day you left. Miss Eliza and Miss Remy also went out this morning to visit Miss Noser's estate," the maid replied, calm and thorough. She was one of Aya's trusted aides and part of her ability-based inner circle, so her familiarity with these details was no surprise. Chaos remained silent. Taking another sip of tea, he waited. "This was left for you by Miss Aya before her departure." The maid handed him a hunter license with both hands. Chaos glanced at it and accepted it casually. As expected, Aya had made arrangements, likely anticipating what he'd need, perhaps based on her prophetic ability. While Chaos believed life should be unpredictable to remain interesting, Aya lived by a different creed: order and preparation. She always ensured contingencies were in place. "Did she leave any other messages?" Chaos asked at last. The maid shook her head slightly. "Prepare lunch," he said simply. The maid bowed and departed. An hour later, after a lunch centered around BB turtle meat, Chaos's life expectancy had increased to 130 years, 7 months, and 8 days, an increase of over 10 years since his days at the Sky Arena. This was due largely to his improved nen, as well as months of steady meals with high-grade ingredients at White Rose. As the saying goes, the poor cultivate intellect, the rich cultivate strength. That applies even in the world of hunters. Though truly legendary ingredients remained elusive, with the teen's family's wealth and connections, nutritious supplies were delivered daily. Their effects, longevity, vitality, enhanced physique, were minor individually, but visibly effective when accumulated. And for Chaos, every second counted. Under the immense strain of the divine contract and the powers of the fallen sun god, time was his most precious currency. 1 second could cost 100 hours. 15 minutes, 10 years. And that was just the base cost for activating his simplest ability. If Ragnarok's full destructive force was ever unleashed, it would demand far more. Chaos knew deep down, if he were to face Netero in a true battle, holding back wouldn't be an option. At a bare minimum, he needed to accumulate at least 100 years of extra life to maintain full combat readiness over the next year. Logging into the Hunter exclusive intelligence network, Chaos confirmed his short-term goals. When it comes to long-lived creatures, turtles naturally come to mind. Chaos was no different. Spending 30 million ringies, he obtained intel about a strange beast living in a secluded habitat. The phantom turtle. A peculiar species. The age of each can be determined by the colored markings on their shells. Red equals 100 years. Orange equals 200 years. Purple equals 1,400 years. 7-color rainbow equals 1,500 years and imminent death. Not rare. Easy to care for. No value as food. With natural predators limiting their spread, they existed in balance, common, yet far from dominant. To Chaos, they were perfect. So, he set off. With his hunter license, he gained access to the underwater Allen secret realm that very night. Departing from Stir, traveling through Bian Port and into the secret realm, it all took just under 5 hours. Factoring in the time needed to arrange a guide, this rapid execution revealed just how serious Chaos was. Amid the endless sea, a shimmering light stood out against the dark. Chaos now sat in the back of a helicopter, the whir of rotors in his ears. Next to him was a fully equipped man in a dark wetsuit and oxygen tank. A realm hunter. That was his title. Chaos had never heard of it before, but now, he understood. Realm hunters specialized in exploring secret, magical, or illusory realms. Their work ranged from mapping to guiding. "Hey, are you really not taking any of the gear?" came a muffled, gruff voice over the radio. Chaos responded, "No need." This was the 5th time the man had asked. Despite Chaos's insistence that his Nen ability protected him from water hazards, the hunter remained skeptical and persistent. "You kids today. So headstrong. I get that you've got a license and Nen, but listen, when you're entering a secret realm, save your aura. Sudden dangers need sudden power." His concern was genuine. Chaos appreciated that. Still, he wouldn't wear unnecessary equipment. The man's name was Biss, and though stubborn, he meant well. And when Biss finally stopped arguing, it was clear that, while he could tell Chaos was stronger than him, he just wanted a clear conscience. He'd done his job. If something went wrong now, it was on the client, not him. Chaos shot him a faint smile. Shortly after, the pilot up front called out, "We're here." Biss turned toward Chaos. "Really?" "Let's go," Chaos answered, standing up. The helicopter hovered low above the sea. The door opened. Biss pointed toward a small whirlpool below. "That's the Allen secret realm entrance." Chaos peered over. The whirlpool spun lazily beneath the chopper lights. The current was gentle but unmistakable. He took out his phone, did something on it, then put it away. "Thanks, Biss. You can head back now, Chaos said politely. Before Bis could respond, golden flames flared around Chaos, and he drifted downward into the sea. Hey! Too late. Chaos had already vanished. Balance paid already? The pilot remarked, puzzled. Realizing they were dismissed, the pilot prepared to return. But Bis frowned. I'd better check on him, he muttered. Figures, the pilot said, grinning. Inside the secret realm, a vibrant azure light replaced the ocean's usual blackness. Chaos marveled briefly at the sight. The cone-shaped whirlpool above spun quietly, framing the surreal space. As Bis had said, approach from the side, and you'd see only a still pool. No gravity. No pull. Just water. But descend from above, and you're transported somewhere else entirely. Nen made anything possible, it seemed. As Chaos began activating his hunting field, a sudden plop caught his attention. Bis had followed him in, fully suited up. Chaos blinked. 2 seconds ago, Bis had been preparing to fly back. Typical. The man really was the overenthusiastic type. Bis waved vigorously. Chaos raised an eyebrow, then spotted his floating headset. With a shrug, he spread his hands in apology. Bis seemed to get it and began swimming ahead confidently. Soon, they reached a coral reef. A tiny blue-shelled turtle, barely palm-sized, rested lazily atop pink coral. Immediately, Chaos sensed something was off. The turtle's blue shell meant it was over 1,000 years old. Its aura was strong for such a tiny creature, more than most humans, but it didn't radiate the raw vitality he expected. He had made a miscalculation. Yes, these creatures had long lifespans, but that didn't mean they possessed abundant life energy. While his Nen converted lifespan conceptually, not biologically, Chaos sensed right away this turtle wasn't what he'd hoped. Still, worth a try. He grabbed the turtle, broke its consciousness with Nen, and activated all divine objects. Golden lights shimmered like fireflies. The result, Chaos lost 10 months of life and gained barely 2. Above him, Bis stared in disbelief. Had he just seen fire underwater? And Chaos wasn't swimming, he was flying. No oxygen tank. No visible effort. Just effortless movement and aura control. Bis reevaluated everything. Meanwhile, Chaos offered him a casual wave and flew off. It was a failed operation, and disappointing. But at least he had uncovered a hidden limitation imposed by the gods. And that was something. Chapter 114. Night had fallen. The stars were sparse and dim. Chaos sat quietly, gazing out the helicopter window, his eyes calm and still. Bis stole a glance at the young man beside him, a youth who had spent 50 million ringies just to enter a secret realm and incinerate a small blue turtle. He murmured silently in his heart. What a strange guy. But he asked nothing. The flames in the water, the way the environment didn't react, clearly the result of a telepathic, Nen, ability. Among hunters, especially strangers, asking about one's Nen is a major taboo. The helicopter flew steadily toward the port. It would take nearly an hour to cover the hundreds of nautical miles. It had been only about 15 minutes since Chaos had exited the secret realm. His eyes flickered. Leaning slightly closer to the window, Chaos narrowed his gaze. His years of aura cultivation had granted him extraordinary eyesight. Even in near-total darkness, illuminated only by faint starlight, he could see clearly. More than that, he felt something. A surge of vitality unlike anything he had sensed before. Compared to the subtle flame of a strong human's aura, this was a roaring furnace beneath the sea. Excuse me, stop here for a moment, Chaos said politely to the pilot, without taking his eyes off the window. His flying speed wasn't much faster than the helicopter's full throttle. If possible, he'd rather avoid flying back. Besides, Opening the door mid-flight was fine for him, but a sudden jolt might send the other two spiraling into chaos. "What's the matter, sir?" the pilot asked, slowing the craft. "Just need to check something. One moment." Chaos stood, opened the side door, and flew out. The air, 100 meters above the sea, rushed noisily past. But for a hunter, especially one like Chaos, it was nothing. His movements were fluid and smooth. Seeing him leap out, Biss instinctively rushed to the door and leaned out anxiously, just about to shout. Only to see Chaos calmly floating, hands in his pockets, golden aura glowing around him. "Right. He can fly," Biss muttered, sitting back down. He would never admit that he'd forgotten this fact entirely. "Man, flying is really something else," came the pilot's voice. "Cut the crap," Biss snapped, his irritation more at himself than anyone else. 100 meters below, a massive shadow moved beneath the water, growing clearer by the second. "Here it comes." Hovering just 10 meters above the sea, Chaos expanded his hunting field. There was no real reason for descending. He just wanted to witness it with his own eyes. As the thought passed through his mind, whoosh! A pillar of water erupted toward the sky. A colossal, ochre-colored beast burst from the sea, its form blocking out the stars. "What is that?" Chaos stared in awe. The beast didn't roar. Yet the shockwaves from its surfacing raised waves dozens of meters high. It had a single, enormous eye, larger than a house, and a gaping mouth lined with gleaming fangs. Then it plunged back into the water, its massive form captured perfectly within the bounds of Chaos's N. It was simple in shape, but gargantuan in scale. Hundreds of meters long, over 10 wide. 1 eye. 1 foot. Rows of teeth. A primal, brutal form. Water splashed toward Chaos, but he didn't move. Protected by his aura, he let the sea rush past harmlessly. It'll work. A creature with such vast life force, this would make an ideal sacrifice for his divine Nen ability. But Chaos pursed his lips and rose silently back to the hovering chopper. "I can't kill it." Had it been on land, he could have infiltrated its body and worn it down from within. But at sea, one misstep and he'd be dragged into the depths. And he wasn't sure his aura could withstand the pressure of the deep ocean. Besides, his overall aura reserves weren't limitless. One full day of power was already his ceiling. Engaging recklessly was not an option. The risk was too great. Still, this wasn't a loss. He now knew, within a year, he'd be strong enough to hunt it. No specific reason, just intuition. He believed, completely, that in 1 year's time, he would be at least 3 times stronger than now. Even if the blueprint for that growth wasn't fully drawn, he'd already committed. If he didn't believe he could at least approach Netero's minimum level, he never would have issued that challenge. That's gotta be a special Sea King. Haven't seen one in 7 or 8 years. The pilot exclaimed, staring down. They were over 100 meters away, yet the creature's size, leaping nearly 50 meters into the air, made it impossible to miss. "What a mess," Biss muttered, watching Chaos fly back. "Just want to check something, huh?" He knew immediately Chaos had gone down there with intent. Biss hated dealing with monsters like that. Though he craved exploration and the unknown, he avoided threats he knew were far beyond him. "Are we set, sir?" the pilot asked, more upbeat than before. "Yeah, let's go." Chaos returned to his seat, smiling. "You sounded like you recognized that monster earlier. Know what it was?" He was fishing for intel, discreetly. "I guess you could say that," the pilot replied evasively. "So you do know it?" Chaos misunderstood and nodded. "Got it. Just name your price. I'm happy to trade for the info." To him, this was a sign, The pilot was implying the info came with a price tag. That was fine, he'd never expected it for free. No, don't misunderstand. The pilot laughed. I meant I kind of know you. That's all. You pay quick and ask no questions. I like that. I'm not charging for the intel. Really? Thanks. Polite, Chaos waited. As expected, the info came anyway. That kind of creature is usually called a special sea king among hunters, said Biss, not the pilot. Chaos looked over. Biss had removed his diving gear, revealing thick spiked hair and a rugged, distinctive face. Special Sea King. The name triggered a strange familiarity in Chaos's mind, like a reference from another world. Damn says he knows it, but honestly, all he knows is the name, Biss added, glancing at the pilot, who chuckled. It's hard being honest, Biss. Ignoring him, Biss turned back to Chaos. They're enormous creatures that appear only once, never seen again. Most hunters who spot one say it vanishes completely after the encounter. Chaos nodded, absorbing the info. 1. They're all unique. No one's ever seen the same one twice. 2. Most believe they come from unexplored deep-sea realms, fantasy zones, or the dark sea beyond the V5's restricted coastlines. That's about all we know. The dark sea. That term made Chaos's eyes narrow slightly. The dark sea, unmapped, uncharted. Beyond the known world. The gateway to infinite danger and untold opportunities. He'd thought about it. One day, he'd go there. But not yet. Until he surpassed Netero, he wouldn't risk it. I see. That's very helpful. As thanks, how about dinner, on me? Chaos smiled casually. Biss and Dam accepted without hesitation. A free meal was a free meal, and they found Chaos surprisingly easy to be around. That night, at a seaside stall in Bien Port. They sat at a wooden table near the beach. Despite the winter chill and people bundled in thick coats, the place was busy. Let's get this, and this, and this. Dam pointed at dishes enthusiastically, then turned to Chaos. I don't have dietary restrictions, Chaos said. As the vendor left, Dam stared at him, frowning thoughtfully. Ah. I knew it, you're Chaos. That fighter from the Sky Arena. I thought your name sounded familiar. That's me, Chaos confirmed. He had hoped to befriend the two. A hunter of Biss's caliber likely had access to nen beasts and long-living creatures not listed in the public database. Man, that's awesome. I've watched all your matches. Dam grinned. I love that aesthetic, pure violence. So clean. You just raise a hand and your opponent drops. So satisfying. He mimed the move with exaggerated flair. Will you be in this year's Sky Arena Olympics, Chaos? No, Chaos said simply. He had no reason to hide it. He was still in the experimentation phase with his nen. He wasn't looking to acquire new abilities right now. Oh. That's a shame. Dam slumped. All the big-name fighters this year were either freakish-looking or too stiff. Dam, who was fairly average himself, had been hoping for someone cooler to root for. The host. Biss's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't follow the Sky Arena much, but he knew enough to recognize a big name when he saw one. You really can't judge people by their appearance. Chaos looked like a teenager but was clearly a professional hunter, and a strong nen user to boot. Biss had been curious about him. But from Chaos's distant demeanor earlier, Biss hadn't expected they'd get this far. He was content to let things unfold naturally. Friendship had to be mutual. Biss never forced anything, on others or himself. Dam, meanwhile, quickly forgot his disappointment as the seafood arrived. Compared to Chaos's indirect effort to build rapport, Biss's more casual style had actually gotten them further. Neither of them pried into why Chaos entered and exited the secret realm so quickly. If he didn't mention it, they wouldn't ask. "Is that how you use your Nen ability?" Biss asked, watching Chaos cut open crab legs with an invisible blade. The question wasn't intrusive. If Chaos didn't mind using Nen openly during dinner, he clearly didn't care. Of course. Whatever works best. Holding a roll of crab meat dipped in honey sauce, Chaos smiled. "Now that you say it, that makes sense." Biss nodded. He'd almost told Chaos to hide it, but in the end, as long as you weren't afraid of being exposed, it didn't matter. Chapter 115. OC, OC. Chaos sipped quietly from his Coke through a straw, listening to a few locals singing sea chants in the distance, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Biss and Dam, their faces flushed red, were clumsily trying to dance along. After their meal, the three only had brief contact. Even half drunk, Biss didn't overstep. He had invited Chaos to join them, but after being politely declined, he lost interest and let him be. The faint sound of a straw drawing air echoed as Chaos drained the bottle. Stretching with a satisfied sigh, he made his way toward the checkout counter. He considered telling Biss about his quest for longevity. If Biss had useful information, it might be worth it. But after some thought, Chaos realized he had little to offer in exchange. Money alone wasn't enough to deal with seasoned hunters. Better not to start a negotiation he couldn't finish. This meal had been surprisingly cheap, less than 100,000 ringies. If they dined in any of the cities Chaos usually frequented, the bill would have been at least 20 times higher. Without glancing back at Biss and Dam, Chaos paid and left quietly. Using his phone's map, he reached a nearby internet cafe in under 10 minutes. "Thank you. 1,000 ringies," the attendant said. After paying and entering a private room, Chaos inserted his Hunter license into the terminal and accessed the Hunter-exclusive intelligence network. He was a little disappointed that he hadn't gotten anything from Biss about the Realm Hunter profession, but it had only been a time-saver, not a necessity. It wasn't worth compromising his personality to force relationships. After spending nearly 10 billion ringies on the site's high-tier access, Chaos confirmed his first destination. The Getru Forest, located within the Burgros United Nations, a V5-member nation, on the Luluyu continent, east of the Ulubian continent. It was the closest target among several magic realms of interest. For reference, Reed Island lay across the sea between those two continents. Without wasting time, Chaos booked the next flight and headed straight to the airport. Sir, just so you know, we can't refund overnight rentals." The cafe attendant called awkwardly as Chaos exited less than 30 minutes after entering. Chaos nodded politely without responding and walked off. Crossing the sea by airship and traveling overland by car, Chaos didn't pay attention to the scenery. After roughly 13 hours, around noon the next day, he arrived at the Getru Forest. "Please sign here, sir." In a small wooden cabin, a well-groomed female officer politely handed Chaos a waiver form. Clause 1, extensive damage to the area may result in fines, criminal charges, or being pursued by the Hunter Association. Clause 2, only necessary items may be retrieved, 50% of all proceeds must be turned over. Clause 3, the state is not responsible for your safety. Clause 4, the Getru Magic Realm is the property of the Burgros United Nations. Final interpretation and authority rest with them. Chaos signed the form with the alias Kelly. He didn't care whether the waiver was binding or not. He was here to hunt. That was all. The Getru Forest spanned nearly 6,000 square kilometers. According to the officer, any entry point along the eastern edge would bring you into the magical realm. This kind of detail wasn't on the Hunter Association's site, indicating some private agreement with the Burgros United Nations. It merely stated that you must register through an official channel before entering. Escorted by a guide, Chaos made his way into the magical zone. He sensed plenty of human presence nearby, likely patrols. Some of the soldiers along the way helpfully explained the basics. The area had been deemed safe and was formally annexed as national territory. A perimeter had been established. "Please proceed with caution, Mr. Kelly," the lead soldier said as green lights shimmered across a barrier ahead. "Thank you for the escort," Chaos replied courteously, walking forward with his hands in his pockets. As he stepped in, nothing seemed to change. But when he glanced back, the guide was gone, and in his place, only thick trees with dense, leafy canopies. He knew it was an illusion. If he turned around and walked back, he'd likely exit the realm in a single step. Unlike normal forests, which have physical boundaries or air access, this magical realm was dozens of times larger in interior space. Standing still, Chaos scanned his surroundings as fragments of data from the Hunter database floated through his mind. Target identified. Flying giant rhinoceros. Race, herd-based, small-scale groups. Habitat, Crystal Lake region, west side of the Getru realm. Classification, B-rank threat, hunting forbidden, protected species of the Bergross United Nations. Lifespan, documented cases up to 800 years. Chaos ignored the hunting restriction. He wasn't interested in horns or parts for sale. Once the creature was used for his ability, not even bones would remain. The officials would never guess that someone would come here just to eliminate the creature itself without harvesting its materials. Though the realm covered 60,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of dozens of Ukexan cities, in a straight line, Chaos's speed was comparable to a helicopter. He could cross it in about 30 minutes. Even accounting for cautious flight and search time, he reached the Crystal Lake in just over an hour. The lake sparkled brilliantly, an unnatural sight in a sunless realm. Chaos didn't bother overthinking it. His attention was locked on a creature by the water's edge. Compared to the Sea King he'd seen earlier, it wasn't enormous, but the flying giant rhino was still a hulking beast. Over 3 meters long, nearly 2 wide, an intimidating figure. Floating midair, Chaos narrowed his eyes, using his end to feel the energy. Yes. This one will do. A powerful, steady flame-like aura burned within the beast, clear, potent life force. If it had lived over 100 years, it had lived enough. Before arriving, Chaos had planned ahead. He would spare any rhinos whose horns were under 10 centimeters, indicating less than 100 years old. Each rhino's horn grew roughly 1 centimeter every 10 years, per Hunter Association data. So, any with horns over 33 centimeters were valid targets. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of Arret appeared in his hand. Buzz. In 1 second, he poured enough aura into the throwing knife to guarantee a lethal blow. Vital points weren't listed, but the head was the universal weak spot for most living beings. Without hesitation, Chaos let the crimson blade fly. It didn't decapitate. The blade slipped into the rhino's eye with surgical precision, destroying the brain instantly. There was no blood spray. The knife was so sharp, so fast, that it left almost no trace, just a single stream of blood from the eye. But the rhino's vitality was immense. Even with its brain destroyed, it managed to rear back and unleash one final, defiant cry. Mo. Then its body crumpled. From a distance, its sharp red horn caught the light before sinking down. If someone like Hisoka, who lacked true destructive power, had tried this, it would have been a drawn-out death by exhaustion fight. Any second-rate hunter who wasn't a specialist would have risked their life even attempting it. Too bad you met me, Chaos thought, as his blade flew back, wiped clean by aura. Before he could activate his ability, Chaos sensed movement. A second rhino burst into the air, rage and grief radiating from its aura. It flew toward the fallen beast, a calf, no more than 2 meters tall, its horn barely a centimeter long. Tears the size of fists streamed from its face. Chaos remained unmoved. Another flick. Another blade. The second adult rhino fell just as quickly. He then used aura suppression to knock out the young calf. Now it was time to harvest. Chaos approached the first rhino's corpse and activated all divine objects. Like with the turtle before, golden fireflies danced across his palm. But this time, he felt it. A warm surge flooded through his body. What is this feeling? As if every cell in him celebrated. He looked down at his hand in awe, then clenched it slowly. His lifespan increased by nearly 4 years, as expected, but more surprisingly, his aura potential also rose. It was a small boost, but significant. Excited, he used the same ability on the second corpse. It worked again. So it's not just about longevity. This vitality boosts potential too. If potential energy was all that mattered, he could spend a year stockpiling lifespan and doubling his strength. But training still matters. A surge of golden nen exploded from his body, but stopped suddenly. As expected, I still need to exercise and grow normally. I'll handle that later. He glanced at the unconscious calf. Then turned back, expanding his hunting field, outward in a golden wave. He no longer needed to be near the portal to deploy it. Now, deep inside the rhinoceros territory, he could use it to full effect. Within a 3 kilometers radius, every movement was visible to him. Roughly 800 meters from Crystal Lake. A large man stood outside a wooden outpost, humming as he tied a skinned rabbit. A golden flash passed through him, too fast to see. What? Suddenly, a pair of emotionless golden eyes appeared in his mind. His body froze. His heart pounded. He snapped out of it a second later and looked left. Crow. A soldier stationed in the Getru realm. Nen user. Not a professional hunter. His job, monitor incoming hunters and, most importantly, protect the flying giant rhinos. He wasn't elite. But the realm was safe. The government wasn't going to leave it unguarded. Hunters were known to be lawless. You needed eyes on them. Was that aura? Wait. That direction is Crystal Lake. Damn it. Breaking into a cold sweat, Crow activated Zetsu and began creeping forward. He knew his position had likely been exposed by the aura pulse, but he had no choice. His superiors wouldn't care. If something happened and he didn't investigate, his job, and his family's future, were over. Most hunters know we're watching. As long as I don't provoke them, they won't kill us. Right? He kept repeating this as he approached. 10 minutes later, he reached the lake, and froze. A calf lay unconscious beside the water. Crow's eyes widened. He checked its pulse. It was alive. But where were its parents? He knew every rhino here. This calf never strayed far from its family. He scanned the area, shallow impact marks, odd viscous residue, 2 separate impressions from collapsed bodies. The signs were clear. Someone had hunted the parents, and vanished without a trace. Crow gritted his teeth and pulled out his radio. The signal tower at the portal would relay his call. Chaos, for his part, already expected interference. He had his countermeasures ready. Chapter 116. Calling it a strategy was perhaps giving it too much credit. Chaos was merely staying aware of his surroundings to avoid being caught while hunting. It was true that as one of the V5 nations, the Burgos United Nations could directly issue orders to the Hunter Association under special circumstances. But for minor issues that didn't touch on national interests, the association's unique standing often allowed it to ignore such demands. For example, being asked to issue a warrant for a professional hunter without concrete evidence or due process. The flying giant rhinoceros was, after all, just a rare magical creature. While certain subordinate departments of the Burgos Union may have regarded it as more valuable than a human life, on a national scale, its significance was minimal. In just half a day, Chaos hunted 31 flying giant rhinoceroses and gained over 48 years of lifespan, far exceeding his expectations. This is a little too easy. Even as he exited the forested magical realm, Chaos felt a lingering sense of unreality. It had been only 4 days since the Hunter exam concluded, 4 days since he decided to collect lifespan through his Nen ability, Divine Objects. In that time, he had gained nearly 50 years of life. Long-lived beasts with vigorous life force, hunted personally, those were the requirements for his ability. Creatures that met these standards should have been strong. Add to that the condition of needing to defeat them himself, and Chaos had assumed this would be a grueling ordeal. But rare creature data? Easily bought with money. Monster strength? Unexpectedly low, likely due to inflated growth rates. While he pondered this odd simplicity, reality snapped him back. Oh. I'm just that strong. Of course. After all, who else had gone from a third-rate novice to a top-tier Nen user in just over a year? Despite Crow's report, Chaos faced no real consequences. However, the departure process had grown stricter. Hunters were now subject to questioning and mandatory body searches, measures that hadn't existed before. Even so, Chaos exited the administrative cabin beside a visibly unsatisfied female officer, hands tucked into his coat pockets, expression composed. Professional hunters, even those of the Burgos United Nations, lacked the authority to detain someone without actual proof. During his journey, Chaos took a rest at a hotel, showered, changed clothes, then set out for the western coastline of the Luluahu continent. This was his second target. Compared to the Getlu magic realm, the sea-bound desert realm was closer to the Yorubian continent. However, it required a local hunter's guidance to even locate the entrance. Due to its uncertainty, Chaos had chosen Getlu first to immediately test his abilities. The howling sea breeze, the crashing waves, the endless ocean. Because of the unpredictable currents and frequent towering waves, this coast remained uninhabited for miles. The hunter Chaos had contracted would arrive the next morning. This was their designated meeting point. Planning to conserve energy and kill time, Chaos opted for traditional Nen training until then. As night fell, the ocean revealed its violent side. Towering 10-meter waves slammed ashore in succession, their roar echoing through the sky. Training. Golden light burst several meters high from Chaos's body. The wave surging toward him exploded on impact, shattered into water vapor by his raw aura. But that was it. Human power, even amplified by Nen, remained small before the vastness of nature. His attack had opened only a few meters of space. The sea continued crashing unabated. The sky was cloudless, the sunset blazing gold, yet the sea seethed restlessly. Using controlled bursts of aura to forcibly expand his aura nodes, Chaos engaged in the most fundamental and effective method to increase aura output. There were no shortcuts. Even Chaos had to rely on meditation for recovery, using the saved time to train more. Talent made a difference, of course, but consistent effort remained the key. Vows, limitations, aura control, emission, all contributed to growth. Buzz. With a flick of his hand, golden light gathered. Chaos turned his palm to the sea. He didn't know if wild expenditure of aura would speed up growth, but it felt right. So he did it. The energy projectile exploded 100 meters out, carving a brief trench into the sea before vanishing beneath the waves. Aura bursts. Light beams. Explosions. Over and over, waves exploded under his strikes and reformed again. Chaos smiled as he watched the destruction. Letting loose like this was deeply satisfying. From dusk until deep night, he cycled between training and meditation 4 times before finally allowing himself to rest. The saying goes, train relentlessly, and you'll grow. With Chaos's talent, Even a passive body in its prime would improve rapidly. But with his drive, his aura growth was terrifying. After one night of this stupid training, his aura output had already improved dramatically. If he kept it up without rest, he could easily grow fivefold in just weeks. The next morning, the sea was calm. Sunlight gleamed off its gently rolling surface like glittering silk. The contrast from last night was startling, furious chaos replaced by serenity, like a mercurial girl who'd calmed down after a tantrum. Dozens of meters above the sea, Chaos lay flat in midair, breathing steadily as he slept. Buzz. A slight vibration at his waist roused him. He pulled out his phone. Unknown caller. He answered. Hello, have you arrived at the designated location? A familiar voice. Biss. Yeah, I'm here, Chaos replied calmly. Chaos? The surprise in Bizz's voice was obvious. Yup. Chaos hadn't expected this. He'd assumed Biss had just taken a side job at BN Port. But for him to appear here, on another continent, it meant Biss was either hard up for money or had deeper reasons. The moment he hung up, a helicopter appeared in the distance, flying straight toward him. Clearly, Biss had called while already en route to meet his employer, professionalism in action. He couldn't have guessed Chaos had stayed out all night. Between flying and surging waves, this coast wasn't exactly inviting. The copter wasn't from Eurubian either. Probably an airship took them partway, saving fuel and effort. What'll you have to drink? More familiar now, Biss handed Chaos a chilled bottle of orange juice. Thanks. Chaos accepted with a smile. Hey, good morning, Chaos. The ever-jovial pilot, damn, turned around and waved. Pop. Morning, Chaos replied, cracking open the bottle. He was in a good mood. If Biss really was strapped for cash, there might be room to negotiate. The sea desert was an aerial realm, its entrance hovering in the sky. Even with accurate coordinates from the Hunter exclusive network, it remained extremely hard to find without local help. Sure, Chaos could find it alone using reference points and calculations. But time was money, and he preferred pain to solve problems. In retrospect, he was glad he did. Meeting Biss again was proving fruitful. Our target is the rare A-rank creature, the Rossholy elephant, Biss said seriously. Let me make this clear now, this mission gives us only 10 days. Of that, just 5 days are for exploration. Even if we don't find anything, we must return immediately. That's non-negotiable. He'd seen how reckless Chaos could be, entering the Allen secret realm solo, for instance. He had to lay out the rules. Is the time limit for logistics? Chaos asked. If it's about money, I can pay more. Biss blinked. It's not about that. Our clients aren't short on cash. It's survival, food and water. Most creatures there are poisonous. Water is practically non-existent. 5 days is the max we can carry rations for. That made sense. Chaos hadn't considered it before, food meant little to him now. But 5 days still felt too short. The Rossholy elephant might be his best shot at a massive leap in lifespan. He needed longer. Let's say. I don't need food or water, Chaos said. Then he raised a finger, forming a floating sphere of water from thin air. Bizz's eyes widened. He'd already known Chaos could conjure fire from air, now water too? And that sword ability. Just how many Nen abilities does this guy have? Biss? Snapping out of his daze, Biss answered, oh, well, if I only need food for myself. Maybe 20 days? Chaos nodded. Half a month, same rate. If it extends to a month, I'll triple the pay. And if your experience helps us find the target, I'll throw in a 500 million bonus. Bizz's eyes lit up. Whatever strange powers Chaos had, money was something Biss understood well. With utmost sincerity, he responded, "Understood. I'll do everything I can to help you find the Ross Holy Elephant, boss." Chapter 117. Are you short on money? Chaos asked casually, sipping orange juice and glancing at the visibly excited Biss. "We're a little tight at the moment." Biss gave Chaos a strange look. Was he misjudging Chaos's personality? Why did he suddenly seem so easy to talk to? Chaos wasn't surprised by the answer. A professional hunter being short on money usually only meant they were in a temporary bind. It wouldn't last. Which meant he'd gotten lucky. Without digging further, Chaos got to the point. "In that case, how about a deal? I pay you, and in return, you do everything you can to help me reach my goal. If the goal is helping you find specific creatures in secret realms, I'm in. But if it's something else, I need to know what it is first." Biss didn't hesitate. He had his own reasons for needing money, but he wasn't someone who would accept any job blindly. It was better to clarify expectations now than fall into a disagreement later. From what he'd seen, Chaos's goal was likely creature-related. Both times they'd met, he'd been entering secret realms with a specific purpose in mind. That much was clear. "Great, looking forward to working together." Chaos smiled, setting down his empty bottle and extending a hand. "Likewise." Biss grasped it firmly. "To be direct, I'm targeting long-lived creatures with strong vitality. If you can lead me to them or provide reliable information, I'll pay accordingly." Long-lived and vigorous creatures? Now Biss understood Chaos's behavior in the Allen secret realm. As far as he knew, the phantom turtle species did have long lifespans, but in terms of vitality, they were only slightly above average. He actually knew quite a few species that fit that criteria. If Chaos was flexible, there were better options than chasing the elusive Holy Elephant of Ross. Do you have to see the Holy Elephant of Ross? Or would any creature that meets your criteria work? Back in work mode, Biss was efficient. His question was practical: why spend up to 15 days looking for a legendary being when other viable options existed? "I'm open to anything that fits the criteria," Chaos replied. He wasn't stubborn about it. "Then I'd suggest heading back to the Getlu magic realm in the Burgros United Nations. You could see something suitable by evening." Chaos blinked in surprise. "The flying giant rhino? Already saw it." Biss paused. That meant Chaos had entered and exited the Getlu magic realm in less than a day, an area over 60,000 square kilometers in size. He must have done it in a straight shot, with no breaks. Why so rushed? Realizing he was overthinking it again, Biss shook off the distraction. Chaos's goals had nothing to do with him beyond what he was being paid for. In that case, how about Loland's other secret realm? It'll take 3 days to get there, but you'll see something worthwhile. "We're here." Dam's voice cut in, announcing their arrival. "Let's talk more after we're inside," Chaos said immediately. Since they were already here, there was no reason to change plans. The aircraft door opened to reveal a yellow-brown shimmer, the entrance just half a person's height by sight. Biss was fully geared up in black boots, a cream-colored field suit, and a matching backpack. Chaos, of course, wore his usual black windbreaker, hands in his pockets. They entered one after the other. A second later, boom. Dust exploded under Biss's feet as he landed from a height of over 10 meters. The air was dry and scorching. There was no wind. Endless dunes stretched out as far as the eye could see. Chaos hovered down and stood beside Biss. They entered together this time so they wouldn't get separated. This strange land wasn't like the Allen realm, its scale was unknown. Getting lost would be troublesome. Of course, with his abilities, Chaos would eventually find a way out. But that could take weeks, or longer. "Chaos, just to confirm. Your Nen ability really lets you go without food or water?" Biss asked, brushing sand off his gear. After 5 days without either, even a Nen user would feel something, Chaos replied, indirectly confirming it. Got it. I'll keep an eye on you. Just head straight ahead. Chaos knew Bis didn't actually know where to go either. Any direction was as good as another. He had once naively believed that this search would take half a month at most. Now, he realized the man who found the holy elephant of Ross 3 years ago must have done it in under 20 days, likely much less, since most of that time would have been spent carrying food and water. Rustle. The sand shifted beneath their boots as they moved forward. Here, take this. Bis fished something from his bag and tossed it to Chaos. Chaos caught it with his left hand, a round brown object, palm-sized, half a pointer, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. It resembled a compass. Just think about the exit. The needle will point to it. Treat it like a directional instrument, Bis explained. Chaos stared at the tool for a moment, then turned to Bis. You could have handed me this earlier and saved yourself the trouble. Question mark. No point now. Dam's already gone, Chaos said casually, tucking the compass into his pocket. What do you mean, wait? Bis caught on. You were planning to go in alone and risk getting lost? Chaos nodded honestly. Now that I have the compass, you're kind of a burden. They continued walking. After 3 hours, Bis finally called out, panting, let's rest a bit. Chaos turned his finger in the air, forming a floating ball of water as large as a basin. Thanks, Bis muttered gratefully, splashing water on his face and collecting the rest in a container to drink. Your ability is ridiculously convenient. Well, if I couldn't even do this, my Nen would be way too cheap, Chaos replied, releasing the rest of the water to soak harmlessly into the sand. Bis said nothing more and sat down on the sand, wiping sweat from his brow. He glanced at Chaos, completely unfazed, standing in a black coat in 40-degree heat like it was nothing. Just what kind of monster raised this guy? Hey Bis, Chaos said suddenly. What's up? Do you know where secret realms or these strange dimensions come from? Huh? Bis blinked in confusion. They're just naturally occurring, like the sea, right? So, they're seen as normal to you. It's not like they're everywhere, Bis replied, frowning. There are maybe a few dozen known secret realms. It's not rare for a new one to show up, but yeah, they just appear naturally. Chaos shook his head slightly. That's not what I meant. What he meant was, these dimensional anomalies were treated as part of nature. That view itself was strange to him. Maybe he was the anomaly. Bis looked at him with a puzzled expression, but Chaos brushed it off. Forget it. What the hell? Bis wanted to scream. This guy always left sentences hanging. Still, the moment passed, and they resumed their journey. With Chaos's hunting field active, they avoided danger entirely. In midair, Chaos lifted Bis with Nen and flew to avoid traversing a monster-infested area. Hey, Bis, Chaos said as they crossed. There's a creature below, about 10 meters long, 1 meter wide, with tight ridged segments. Looks like a giant death worm. Any idea how long it lives? Bis knew immediately. That's a sandworm. Useless monsters. No one studies them. In that case, let's test it. Chaos dropped down. What are you doing? Bis shouted. Chaos didn't answer. The second he landed, boom. Sand exploded, and a giant worm shot out. TCH. A golden slash flared from Chaos's hand. Poof. Purple, foul-smelling liquid splattered across the sand as the monster was cleaved midair. Chapter 118. The monster's body, split cleanly in two, crashed into the ground with a dull thud. Chaos didn't even glance at it. His hand lifted, calm and composed, as golden energy began to gather. In less than a second, Hundreds of shimmering light bullets shot out in a torrent. Bang, bang, bang. They landed precisely in the yellow sand above each hidden creature. Although the blasts weren't powerful, Chaos had deliberately restrained them to avoid killing. They still had the effect of fireworks exploding across the ground. Yet, even that level of force stirred up chaos. The sand across a 100-meter radius erupted into the air, a blinding storm of dust and debris. Hovering above, Biss stared at the scene with his mouth agape, his expression utterly dumbfounded. Chaos, however, paid him no attention. This wasn't about showing off, it was just efficiency. As the ground trembled underfoot, Chaos narrowed his eyes. A moment later, hundreds of sandworms burst up from beneath the surface. An invisible pulse of Nen erupted from Chaos, radiating outward in a wave. Instantly, the first monster froze mid-leap, and as if caught in a spell, all the others stilled in midair, suspended like puppets with their strings cut. The paralysis lasted only half a second. Then, one by one, the monsters began crashing back to the ground, twisting and flailing before slamming down hard into the sand. Dust exploded again. Biss remained frozen where he stood. What was that? Some kind of aura attack? But he hadn't felt a thing. Could a single person really paralyze hundreds of Class C monsters at once? Stunned by the spectacle, Biss felt his mind short-circuit. Only when he saw one of the monsters vanish into ethereal flames did he snap out of it. He activated N to remove the lingering influence of Chaos's aura, stepped onto one of the unconscious monsters, and jumped back to solid ground. He didn't interrupt. He just watched silently as Chaos approached another creature and incinerated it with a burst of fire. What incredible power! Still, Chaos eventually abandoned the idea of using his divine relic ability on the remaining monsters. The first sandworm had only granted him 3 days of lifespan. The second one cost more aura than it returned. Clearly, these creatures didn't live long, and their life force wasn't strong enough to be worthwhile. He'd been gambling. But Chaos didn't like losing bets. "Let's move," Chaos said flatly, turning and walking away. Biss quickly followed, glancing back once at the sandworms still lying scattered in the sand, completely unconscious. If I had to deal with that many at once, he thought grimly, I'd be a goner. He looked ahead at Chaos's steady figure. So strong. Really? His expression shifted slightly. Should I tell him? He wondered. With his pack slung over his shoulders, Biss followed quietly. Chaos couldn't understand it, no matter how he thought about it. What were sandworms even doing in a desert like this? Hundreds of monsters lying in wait for decades. Just to eat the occasional prey? It didn't make sense. How had they survived in the first place? Impulsively, he'd asked Biss. But Biss had only repeated the same answer. No one bothered to study creatures with no value like sandworms. Typical realm hunter. Useless. That night, the distance was pitch black, the air frigid. Dozens of golden light bullets floated around Chaos, illuminating the surrounding 10 meters like glowing lanterns. Unlike the surface world, the temperature drop in this desert secret realm was drastic. The heat of the day gave way to freezing winds at night. Biss, being a seasoned hunter, wasn't afraid of the cold. But movement at night was difficult. While Chaos could fully recover his mental strength after just a few minutes of meditation, Biss needed real rest. Even in safe conditions, he required 3 hours of uninterrupted sleep. 7 days had passed since entering the secret realm. Aside from Chaos and Biss growing more familiar with one another, nothing else had changed. No threats. No holy elephant of Ross. "Turn off the lights, will you? I'm trying to sleep," Biss mumbled as he pulled a caterpillar-style sleeping bag out of his pack. He'd long since figured out Chaos's temperament. If you were polite and not annoying, he'd usually go along with things, even if he didn't answer verbally. And once you got to know him, He was surprisingly easy to get along with, so long as you didn't try to take advantage of him. He was just a guy who didn't like losing, ever. Biss awoke drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable. Groggily, he sat up, folded his bag, grabbed his water cup, and caught the water ball floating beside him. He rinsed his mouth, took a sip, and sighed contentedly. Then he unzipped his pants and relieved himself against the sand. He wasn't like Chaos, who always looked pristine under a barrier of aura. The guy would even fly off just to take a private bath in the middle of nowhere. Biss wasn't that picky. If he had to go days without bathing in this wasteland, so be it. Without speaking, the two resumed their journey through the barren land. With half their time spent, they still hadn't seen any trace of the holy elephant of Ross. Maybe now was the time to bring it up. Watching Chaos's back, Biss made up his mind. He now understood that Chaos's goal had nothing to do with becoming a star hunter. He wasn't here for fame or academic contribution, he wanted long-lived, powerful creatures. Creatures he could incinerate into nothingness with that strange fire of his. Hey, Chaos. Biss picked up his pace and caught up to him. Shouldn't you go take a shower first? Chaos replied, glancing sideways. Oof. Biss froze. It was true. He did smell. But he wouldn't admit it. A real man shouldn't fuss over that kind of thing, Biss huffed, sticking his chest out proudly. I think you're just making excuses for being lazy, Chaos replied dryly. It wasn't mockery, just an honest opinion. To Biss, Chaos's behavior was baffling. But to Chaos, it made perfect sense. If he had the means to do something cleanly and comfortably, why not do it? Anyway, what was it you were about to say? Chaos changed the subject. I was going to, Biss began proudly, but then paused. He felt it. Wind. It was blowing from the side, an ominous sign. Although strange, the rule still held true. In a desert realm like this, the presence of wind meant a sandstorm was coming. Chaos sensed it too. He turned to the horizon and saw a yellow haze rising in the distance, growing clearer by the second. Biss frowned. The wind was picking up fast. And then, he saw it. A writhing column, connecting heaven and earth. A tornado. His eyes widened. A tornado? In a desert? That's impossible. He muttered. Chaos looked at him flatly. You do remember this is a secret realm, right? That snapped Biss out of it. Right. Let's get moving, he urged. The sky darkened. Dust swirled like angry ghosts. A howling wind screamed across the land, flinging sand and rock into the air. The tornado twisted like a living beast, riding toward them. Chaos smiled. Biss prepared to bolt. Let's go. But when he turned back, he froze. Chaos hadn't moved. What are you doing? Biss called out, panicked. I'm going to destroy it, Chaos said, his voice resolute. What? Biss was dumbstruck. But Chaos had already risen into the sky. It's just a sandstorm, he thought. And even if the tornado doesn't wipe us out, we still have time to avoid it. But I'm not in the mood to run. Golden aura flared around him. He gathered it to his hands, shaping the energy into a gleaming orb. 10 seconds. 30. A full minute. The desert trembled. The sand lifted into the air. Sparks crackled around Chaos as his aura surged to its peak. Then. Boom. A blinding golden beam shot from his hands, piercing the sky. The Flash of Annihilation. Chapter 119. A majestic golden beam of light burst forth. A second later, accompanied by a deafening roar, a blinding flash, and an even more violent gale, two figures darted away from their original position, racing into the distance. The flash of destruction sounded like a flashy special move, but in reality, it was more akin to the zero hand of Netero's Hyakushiki cannon, just with added charge time. With Chaos's current aura reserves, it was naturally impossible for him to neutralize a natural disaster of that scale. Chaos. While sprinting amidst the explosion of energy, Bis glanced at Chaos, who was floating beside him, flying slowly, and shouted, "What? If you couldn't pull it off, you shouldn't have acted so confident. Damn it, I actually believed you might blow up that tornado." Bis smacked his own forehead, clearly embarrassed by his own gullibility. Though he'd sensed how powerful Chaos had seemed just now, something still didn't sit right after witnessing the results. Chaos couldn't follow Bis's train of thought and could only look at him like he was an idiot. Hey, what's with that look?" Bis barked, catching Chaos's stare. Chaos didn't respond. He turned his head and looked away. As Bis shifted from running to maintaining his aura in Ken, slowing his pace, Chaos descended and began walking beside him. The sandstorm didn't bother the two Nen users much, and now they had made it beyond the range of the tornado. With yellow dust swirling across their vision, Chaos activated his N, expanding it to its maximum range. From several kilometers away, he could clearly detect the mangled remains of countless beasts caught in the whirlwind. Still nothing. Not spotting anything resembling an elephant, Chaos retracted his aura with a frown. Bis, familiar with Chaos's N, didn't know the exact mechanics but understood its purpose, detection. He'd grown numb to the multitude of Chaos's abilities and no longer found them surprising. Chaos's sudden actions had tipped Bis off. This guy wasn't someone who wasted energy. To fire an attack at the tornado and immediately follow it with N, Bis understood what he was up to. "You did all that just now to try and lure out the elephant, didn't you?" Bis asked, confirming his suspicion. "Exactly. If that spectacle didn't draw it out, then there's no point continuing the search." Just as Bis thought. Chaos had intentionally tried to bait the creature. But Bis still had his doubts. "What does a natural disaster have to do with finding the elephant?" "I thought for a second you were actually smart," Chaos replied with a grin. "Turns out you're still as slow as ever." A vein bulged on Bis's forehead at Chaos's smug tone. The intelligence on the Lost Holy Elephant contains a lot of hidden details. We know humans have to bring food and water into this strange zone. That means the second person to see the Lost Holy Elephant probably didn't wander around for long. In other words, no matter how vast this area is, it's likely the elephant finds them, not the other way around. There's another point. The intel says the Lost Holy Elephant can communicate with humans telepathically. Clearly, those who encountered it had some sort of interaction. So my theory is that drawing its attention gives us a much higher chance of success than just wandering around aimlessly. I used the disaster and the attack to create a scene dramatic enough to get noticed. "But that's all just speculation," Bis muttered, unimpressed. Sure. Like I'm supposed to follow your bizarre logic. I'm not a mind reader." "It is speculation," Chaos admitted. "Maybe the person who wrote the intel could survive without food or water like I can and spent years searching. But that's unlikely. Maybe he just got lucky and ran into it. Either way, I'm not staking everything on finding the Lost Holy Elephant. For me, this is just a shot in the dark. Nothing lost either way." Bis picked up on the underlying message. Right, so it's the most probable lead, nothing more. Since he'd already told Chaos what he needed to, he no longer worried about the outcome. Whether they found the elephant or not didn't matter to him anymore. Chaos pulled a compass from his pocket. The needle pointed down and to the right. He put it away and decided to wait an hour or two before checking again. To his right lay the tornado's path. Bis also noted the direction on Chaos's compass, and both stopped simultaneously. "Once the sandstorm clears, we'll move out," Bis said. Chaos gave a small nod and, without a word, crossed his legs midair and began meditating. During this time, He pondered how to emulate Netero's explosive attack, how to unleash all his aura in an instant. Even though Netero used Hyakushiki Cannon to assist him, that kind of power output had to involve some hidden constraint. Like Gon's rock paper scissors. He shouts the move's name and stays in place, those are his self-imposed rules. If followed, they amplify the effect. If not, there's no penalty, but the boost disappears. This kind of conditional enhancement was less potent than a true restriction and vow, but far easier to manage. Wait, Chaos. I've got something important to tell you. Before he could focus deeper, Biss's voice pulled him back. Chaos opened one eye and looked at him sideways, saying nothing, but clearly paying attention. It's a piece of intel. You'll have to judge the details for yourself. Biss's serious tone piqued Chaos's curiosity. This wasn't like him. All right, I'm listening. Chaos floated down, hands in his pockets. It's flimsier intel than even the lost holy elephant. In a fire-based illusion realm, someone captured an image of a flying flame with outstretched wings, shaped like a living creature. My guess is, it fits your criteria. As he spoke, Biss pulled a phone from his inner pocket, fiddled with it, and handed it to Chaos. On the screen was a photo, a crimson sky with a bird-like figure made of flame. Its head turned slightly, as though looking at the camera. Fire swept outward like a tidal wave. Just seeing it, I bet one name already popped into your mind, Biss said. The Phoenix, Chaos replied with interest as he played the short video. Exactly. The mythical Phoenix, symbol of life and longevity. That's your goal, right? And? Chaos handed the phone back. Clearly, Biss had more to say. Entering the illusion requires the ability of a professional hunter. That's the main reason I sought you out. 2 billion, genies. That's the price. Requires ability to enter? Chaos echoed. Yeah, Biss confirmed. You've been to the Getlu magic realm. You know its entrance is in the eastern part of the forest. Chaos nodded. This one, called the Allen Secret Realm, has a vortex only a few meters wide. The entry point? Just an aurora field about waist high. That's tiny, Chaos muttered, surprised. He had expected a specialized qualification. Exactly. Which means there's only one real way. Biss raised a fist. In other words, I have to pay 2 billion genies to enter an illusion world that might contain this Phoenix, and even then, I have no guarantee it fits my requirements. Chaos stroked his chin, summarizing the offer. That's the gist of it, Biss nodded. I'm curious, though. Chaos narrowed his eyes. You didn't even try to hide that you plan to enter too. Why? Because I can't fool you, and there's no point pretending. It doesn't matter to you if I go in or not, Biss said with a grin. As I said, this is your call. In my view, a shot at exactly what you want is worth 2 billion genies. So I passed it along. If I thought you wouldn't go for it, I wouldn't have said anything. Chaos didn't hesitate when it came to spending money to reach his goals. 2 billion was nothing for even the possibility of hunting a creature like the Phoenix. But he wasn't about to do it just because Biss said so. He needed more. What's your angle? He asked. If I can confirm the existence of an undocumented creature, I can earn a contribution and become a one-star hunter, Biss admitted without hesitation. After their time together, Biss knew Chaos couldn't care less about hunter rankings. So you're not even a one-star? Chaos raised a brow. He figured someone of Biss's moderate abilities would have cleared that bar long ago. Who cares? The thought passed through Chaos's mind without consequence. He wasn't interested in Biss's long-term goals, just why he'd gone to such trouble for this realm. Though he sensed Biss's desire to become a one-star hunter had deeper meaning, he didn't press. Been busy making money, Biss said, scratching his head sheepishly. It wouldn't be hard for someone like him to deal with the one-star requirements, but it would take time. And with so many current matters requiring association support, promotion was the only way to gain access to needed resources. Chaos, if you're up for it, let's go there directly after this. Of course, totally your call. We can stop at the nearest illusion realm first if you prefer. Bis made his pitch, sensing that Chaos was already hooked. Even if they stuck to their original deal, Bis wouldn't say another word until Chaos had provided the funds to pay the Nen users helping them get inside. Chaos's strength was his only guarantee of survival. Bis hadn't mentioned this sooner because he didn't know Chaos well and hadn't witnessed his power firsthand. All right, Chaos agreed. A legendary phoenix. If this doesn't work, he'll stop chasing myths altogether. Too unreliable. A waste of time. The smarter path is to track confirmed long-lived creatures, harvest lifespan, and then plan his training accordingly. It took Chaos and Bis 3 days to return to the real world. The entire trip took 10 days, and in the end, Chaos never saw the lost holy elephant. Luck, as it turned out, was not something to rely on. Still, he gave his luck one more try. A day later, Chaos and company traveled from the United Nations in Burgros to the Azen continent, the largest landmass in the world. There, V5 had no direct presence. It was divided among small countries. The largest, Kakin, was said to be undergoing a revolution at the time. Efficient and decisive, Chaos and Bis wasted no time. They traveled across 2 continents, contacted the necessary Nen users, and got everything in order. The entrance to the illusion realm lay on the slope of a forested hill. This information came from the Hunter-only intelligence network. Chaos hadn't known about it, his searches filtered only for verified intel. Rumors like the Phoenix didn't even show up on his radar. His goals were tied to certain results, not speculation. With vague search terms, even a year wouldn't be enough to sift through everything on the network. The Nen user Bis invited didn't explain his ability. He simply produced a key, inserted it into the hidden entrance, turned it, and a doorway the size of a standard doorframe appeared. After confirming their communication times, Chaos and Bis stepped through into the secret realm. Time rewinds to half a day earlier. A man with a turban covering his head, a few tufts of hair peeking out, a mustache on his face, and clear exhaustion in his posture arrived at the illusion's entrance. He examined the sight curiously, stroking his chin. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his entire body erupted into white flame, then shrank, drilling into the fist-sized entrance. Chapter 120. The bright red mountains in the distance pierced the sky. From afar, the cloudless heavens glowed with a blood-red hue. All around, peaks of varying heights rose and fell. Everything in sight was red. Chaos and Bis stood atop a hill. One of them was eyeing the most prominent peak, clearly with a target in mind, while the other was busy snapping pictures with an ultra-high-definition camera. "Hey, Chaos, look up." Just as Chaos was about to call Bis to move out, Bis's voice cut in first, tinged with surprise. "Above." Hearing his tone, Chaos raised his head. Thanks to his fully evolved body, refined through Nen, Chaos's eyesight was extraordinary. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could clearly see the silhouettes of ordinary people, let alone a phoenix with a wingspan of several meters. Sure enough, the moment he looked up, Chaos not only saw the phoenix he'd been seeking, but also a figure riding on its back. Due to the angle, he couldn't make out the person's face clearly. What? Chaos blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to find his target within mere seconds of entering the illusion realm. Things were going almost too smoothly, like fate was making up for the streak of bad luck in the desert anomaly. Without even greeting Bis, Chaos launched straight into the air. "Hey! Chaos!" A gust of wind kicked up beside him. By the time Bis reacted, Chaos was already dozens of meters above the ground. Bis called out, flustered. If Chaos ended up incinerating everything, there'd be no evidence left for his one-star Hunter application. Left behind, Biss hurried to take a few more photos and compile the footage. He'd missed the window to tag along with Chaos, so this was the only remedy. And when Biss referred to cremation, he meant it literally. He didn't know what kind of Nen ability Chaos used, but anything caught in those golden flames never left so much as a scrap behind. In less than 3 seconds, Chaos, wreathed in golden fire, halted midair in front of the phoenix and its rider. In an instant, the explosive aura surrounding him transitioned into a smooth, steady flow of energy. Excellent control of your aura. Young man, what can I do for you? The man riding the phoenix spoke generously, his tone calm. But the glint in his eyes betrayed him. At the very least, he was intrigued by Chaos. Jing freaks. I didn't expect to run into you here. Chaos exhaled. There were many casually dressed men in the world, but not many whose Nen output rivaled, or even surpassed, Netero's. With his unique style, Jing was impossible to mistake. Chaos's memory was built around strength. The stronger the person, the more vivid the impression, and he had no trouble recalling Jing's appearance. Who are you? Jing wasn't fazed. His identity was top secret, but any skilled Nen user could piece it together. In fact, from the moment Jing first saw Chaos, his intuition told him this man was a formidable opponent. Yes, this was the same man who'd entered the realm half a day ago. Chaos, he replied simply. Oh? Is something the matter? Jing nodded, still composed. As the words left his mouth, the air grew still. Chaos remained silent. Jing didn't rush him, simply holding his gaze calmly. A complete stranger had just flown up and stopped him midair, and Jing didn't react at all. The reclusive relic hunter, said to be a socially awkward man at heart, showed no sign of it now. According to Netero, he was among the top 5 Nen users in the world. Chaos figured he probably couldn't beat him. So Chaos weighed his options. He didn't know much about Jing personally. But regardless, trying to take the phoenix by force would be unwise. Even if Jing weren't here, Chaos wouldn't choose that path lightly. After a short pause, Chaos glanced at the phoenix's radiant golden feathers and spoke. Even if I didn't say it, you already know what I want. Brute force was sometimes the fastest way to avoid complications, but not always the smartest. Talking first and adjusting based on the response could be just as effective. Jing studied Chaos, then nodded. True. But there's a difference between suspecting and confirming. One is guesswork. The other is fact. He was serious, but Chaos ignored the remark and pressed on. What brings a relic hunter like you to an illusion realm? Jing rubbed his chin, pondering. Then he said, I don't owe you an answer. You're blocking my way. And if you won't answer my questions either, then move. Another pause. Chaos gave a small nod. Fine. Goodbye. He turned and left. Chaos's thinking was simple. Jing wouldn't stay here forever. He'd just come back when Jing was gone. He had no interest in Jing's relationship with the Phoenix, whatever it was. He only cared about achieving his goal. Originally, he'd hoped to gather information through conversation. But since Jing wasn't cooperating, he'd have to try another approach. There was no need to succeed immediately. He could always come back. What a hassle. As Chaos drifted away, Jing's eyes flickered. This was going to be troublesome. He hadn't been indifferent to the earlier exchange. Jing just didn't want to give anything up unless he could extract intel from Chaos first. But that had failed. Just as Chaos was leaving, Jing called out, Wait, Chaos. What? Let's trade information. You asked why I'm here. It's because ruins don't only appear in the real world. An offer to exchange intel? Jing's sudden change caught Chaos off guard. He turned, watching Jing closely. Did he figure out my plan? Anyone could tell Chaos's target was the Phoenix. The fact that he gave up so easily made it obvious he'd come back later. Jing must have realized that too. And that meant Jing wanted to protect the Phoenix. Just as Chaos suspected, Jing was guarding it. He stopped Chaos to prevent him from returning later. A powerful Nen user like Chaos wouldn't forget a target. And Jing couldn't stay here indefinitely. Taking the Phoenix out of this realm would be a major hassle. Fine. But the intel trade is done. Goodbye. Chaos gave a curt nod and took off before Jing could say another word. But even that brief conversation had been useful. Now Chaos was sure, Jing couldn't protect the Phoenix forever. If Chaos came back later, he'd likely get his chance. Ah. Watching Chaos vanish, Jing sighed. He knew he'd already said too much, but Chaos had instantly picked up on it. That was the real problem. There was nothing he could do now. Little flame, let go of my shoulders, Jing said calmly. The Phoenix obeyed immediately. Jing felt his shoulders lighten as he began to fall. Unfazed, he glanced down at Chaos, who was descending along a glowing golden arc, until Jing himself turned into a streak of white light, rocketing toward him like lightning. From stillness to motion in a split second, he intercepted Chaos midair. Had he tried to block a speeding aircraft, Jing would have been flung aside. But Chaos's reflexes were extraordinary, and his aura control let him stop on a dime. No collision occurred. The two faced off calmly in the air. That's speed. Chaos was impressed, but didn't show it. Something wrong? He asked evenly. This feels like a complete role reversal, Jing said, scratching his head. I'm not playing your game. You know what I want. And I know you're going to ask, so let's skip the small talk. What's your interest in the Phoenix? He smiled at first, but his tone sharpened on the last sentence. Chaos wasn't sure what Jing meant by water in his previous metaphor, but he used Jing's own logic against him. As you said, you're the one blocking the way. I don't owe you anything. So stingy. Jing muttered with a frown. I don't deny it, Chaos replied with a smile. Somehow, he was actually enjoying this. Ah. You're something else, Jing said. He rarely encountered someone as shameless as himself. And the worst part? This guy held the upper hand. Jing was stubborn, but also kind. He didn't like using force to solve negotiations. Sure, he would if necessary, but only as a last resort. He wasn't about to coerce someone just because they had designs on the Phoenix. Which made this situation incredibly annoying. Forget it. I'm leaving. Chaos tried to circle around Jing. If the Phoenix weren't here, he wouldn't mind chatting. But his priorities came first. You're not leaving, Jing said firmly, arms outstretched. Chaos didn't respond. He flared his aura and shot forward. Whoosh. A white beam of light appeared directly in his path. Jing had blocked him 3 times in a row. Chaos stared at him silently for a few seconds. Then his tone turned cold. Move. He wasn't the type to tolerate much. He'd already backed off once. But Jing's persistence was pushing his limits. He couldn't beat Jing, not yet, but he was absolutely confident in his ability to escape. Still, he didn't like being forced into a corner. Jing sensed the shift in his mood immediately. All right. I'll move, he said, backing off. But then he added. Before you do anything reckless, hear me out. If you try to take the Phoenix, it'll cause a lot of problems, for both of us. I can't risk someone like you targeting it without knowing why. So if I have to, I will move the Phoenix somewhere else. And I'll be honest, that would be a huge hassle for me. So if you've got a legitimate reason, say it now. Before I make that decision. Take it away? Chaos stared at Jing, trying to read his face. He wasn't lying. But that didn't change the fact that their goals clashed. Chaos glanced back at the phoenix, eyes flickering with thought. Leaving now meant losing his shot. He believed Jing could do it. Even if not personally, he had the connections to find a Nen user capable of expanding the realm's exit. But even if Chaos explained himself, Jing wouldn't let him hunt it. What could he say to change that? He turned back to Jing, still silent. For the moment, Chaos had no answer. But one thing was clear, he had no intention of giving up on the phoenix. In the next instant, a flying blade tore through the air like a streak of aurora. It shattered the incoming crescent-shaped strike, surging forward at blinding speed. Even Chaos, who had launched the attack, realized only after it had cut through the sky that it had gone further than intended. Yet Roll still dodged it cleanly, without any warning. The golden arc roared off into the distance, while Roll reappeared more than 10 meters to Chaos's left. A flash without warning. A sudden breath. Teleportation? That's going to be a pain. Chaos lowered his chin slightly, thoughts churning, while outwardly keeping a calm expression. Among emission-type Nen users, teleportation wasn't unheard of at high levels. Coupled with Roll's unique Nen traits and the intel Chaos had gathered, it wasn't hard for him to deduce Roll's ability on the spot. Brat. Roll hovered confidently in the air, having dodged Chaos's attack. Now he was fully in his element. The glory of battle swelled his spirit and sharpened his poise. He was certain Chaos wouldn't be able to unleash another attack of that magnitude. The urge to gloat overtook him. He flashed Chaos a cocky grin. "You're impressive, but the victory still belongs to me." Chapter 121. Have you ever wondered how secret realms and illusion realms came into being? Jing asked, seemingly out of nowhere. The question was strange, but Chaos instantly understood what he meant. He'd been curious about that himself once. When he asked Biss, an experienced realm hunter, he was told they were just natural phenomena, like unusual landscapes. But what Jing was suggesting now was different, that imagination could become reality. Even professional hunters might pause in disbelief at such a claim. I get it. It's bizarre, but I've seen weirder things. It's not that surprising, Chaos replied, nodding calmly like someone well acquainted with the absurd. Jing. He had planned a long, impressive explanation, only to be robbed of the opportunity by Chaos's immediate acceptance. It left him feeling a little deflated. So you just believe it now? No proof needed. Jing's confident smirk slipped into confusion. Hunting is my purpose, Chaos said, ignoring Jing's comment and getting straight to the point, as they'd agreed from the start. What's the reason? Jing frowned. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. If Chaos intended to hunt the phoenix, then everything they just talked about would be meaningless. Jing would have to take the phoenix away to keep it safe. There had to be a deeper motive. Jing had picked up on Chaos's intent as soon as he heard him say hunting. Though their time together had been short, he had already formed a rough idea of Chaos's character, direct, and not one to waste time. Hunting without purpose wasn't something Chaos would do. It's related to my Nen ability, Chaos said curtly. That was all he needed to say. It was common knowledge among hunters, you don't casually ask about someone's Nen ability. Jing fell silent. That's all. Seeing Jing go quiet, Chaos lost interest in lingering and turned to leave. Wait. Let me ask you just one last question. Are you afraid of others knowing your ability? Or, to put it another way, do you have any fatal weaknesses that an enemy could exploit by learning your ability? Jing's voice turned serious. If I didn't have weaknesses, I wouldn't need to keep it secret, Chaos said with a small smile. But since you're asking, no. I have no fatal points. I'm not afraid. And neither am I, Jing said with a confident smile. How about we exchange abilities? I'll tell you everything about mine if you give me the real reason you want the phoenix. You go first, Chaos replied immediately. He didn't mind. He wasn't afraid of people knowing his ability, and his curiosity made it a fair trade. Telepathy is my ability, Jing said, an answer that initially sounded vague. Technically, all Nen abilities are a kind of mental power, so it sounded generic. But Chaos didn't think Jing was playing with words. Taken literally, it could mean anything. The explanation that followed confirmed as much. I've seen it, and I've imagined it. Any flash of inspiration I have during battle, so long as I can pay the price, I can make it real, Jing explained. He extended his palm toward Chaos, and it transformed into a ball of gas. He grinned and added, right now, I can turn my body into gas. That's my current ability. But next time we meet, I might have picked up something like your golden flames. Jing's gaze flickered as he studied Chaos. He didn't mention the conditions or restrictions, and Chaos didn't ask. That wasn't part of their deal. Chaos could tell that Jing's ability was powerful. From the aura surrounding him, he could sense that Jing had placed two heavy restrictions on himself, one tied to abilities before his transformations, and another for the cost of using newly imagined or copied powers. Still, that adaptability, paired with Jing's brilliant mind, made him dangerous in any situation. His boundless potential, supported by intellect and experience, gave him overwhelming advantages in time, place, and strategy. As Chaos silently marveled at the depth of Jing's ability, he finally shared his own reason for hunting the phoenix: longevity. So, you're basically immortal, Jing muttered, eyes widening as the meaning hit him. He was genuinely shocked. The idea that hunting creatures could grant extended life had far-reaching implications. You're a dangerous one. Developing that kind of ability, Jing said after a pause, clearly unsettled. He wasn't just impressed, he was concerned. Normally, telepathy revealed a person's true character. And Chaos's approach, seizing life through sheer force, was pure survival of the fittest. Ruthless. This could become a problem. If I don't deal with him now, he might become trouble in the future, Jing thought grimly. Right now, he's young. But what if he stays young? I'll be doing the cha-cha in front of his deathbed while he's still kicking. His imagination went wild, but even his ridiculous internal monologue betrayed how seriously he took Chaos. He had full confidence that he would surpass Chaos before he ever got old. Whatever you say, Chaos shrugged. He had no idea what absurd thoughts were running through Jing's mind, so he brushed off the comment. I'm heading out, Chaos said. He didn't know why Jing had wanted to discuss telepathy, but his curiosity had been satisfied. His real objective, however, had not. Hold on, don't rush. Let's talk more about the phoenix, Jing said, grabbing his shoulder. Unless you're offering to kill your daughter, there's nothing more to talk about, Chaos replied bluntly. If you don't know how to talk like a normal person, maybe just say less, Jing groaned, rolling his eyes. The meaning was technically correct, but it sounded terrible. I do say very little, Chaos replied, nodding seriously. All right, forget that. Let's get down to business, Jing said, raising his hands in surrender. Chaos glanced at the hand still on his shoulder, then at Jing himself, saying nothing. I plan to give you the phoenix, Jing said as if it were the most casual thing in the world. Don't you want your son to live? I never asked you to kill her. I have other ways. And for the record, Little Flame is a girl, Jing added, unbothered by Chaos's sharp reply. What do we do? Chaos asked without hesitation. Jing's confidence came from understanding Chaos's ability. You'll become her guardian, Jing replied with a grin, still sounding far too relaxed. This idea had come to him after realizing Chaos was made of conceptual flame. What better place for a phoenix to live than inside living fire? What do you mean? Chaos frowned. He didn't think Jing was suggesting raising her like a pet. Simple. Let little flame become your Nen beast. Her consciousness will reside in your flames, while her physical power becomes yours. That surprised Chaos. Can something like that really be done? If I say it can, then it can, Jing said confidently. In my view, the phoenix is the embodiment of fire. Even if your fire is created through Nen, she can still live in it. And don't forget, technically, I created her. So if I say she can integrate into you, she will. You seem like someone who reads a lot of fantasy. You know how authors write these things. The phoenix and I are exactly like that. She's my daughter, but she's also a conceptual being. What do I need to do? Chaos asked. He understood Jing's point, and had no reason to refuse. He didn't know why Jing cared so much, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he benefited. You don't have to do anything. My daughter will handle it all. Just light the final flame when it's time, Jing replied casually. To him, this was the perfect solution. If Chaos weren't around, Jing would have struggled to find a way to take care of the phoenix. He couldn't just leave her trapped in a realm, checking in every 7 or 8 years, hoping she hadn't burned herself up. If he could help it, Jing wanted this unexpected creation of his to have a full, vibrant life, not be stuck alone in an empty illusion. And so, the contract was formed. From Chaos's perspective, the trip to this realm had been a massive win. Bis, on the other hand, looked like he'd given up completely. The three of them exited the illusion with Jing's help. From that moment on, a tiny golden bird with shimmering feathers perched on Chaos's neck. Her name was Little Flame, or rather, Phoenix now. Chaos didn't complain about Jing's naming skills, but that didn't mean he liked them either. So he renamed her based on what he remembered. Phoenix was less than a month old, as clueless as a newborn. She was shy, and often hid inside the collar of Chaos's coat, peeking out cautiously. The lifespan Chaos gained from the illusion had far exceeded expectations. He wasn't sure if the phoenix could live for 5,000 years or if she'd willingly given her body, but either way, he'd received a lifespan boost of 500 years, and his potential aura capacity had doubled. With the first phase of his lifespan collection complete, Chaos wasn't wasting time. He now had to focus on enhancing his strength. At the moment, though, he was having dinner with Bis and Jing. Since they were in unfamiliar territory, they picked a 5-star hotel at random. As a professional hunter, Jing needed no introduction. Bis, as a realm hunter, had eaten plenty of rare ingredients. And Chaos had access to exclusive suppliers and private chefs. The food was exquisite, but not particularly noteworthy. Using a ladle, Chaos scooped up a piece of fish smothered in thick sauce and placed it in his mouth. He chewed methodically, sampling each dish with precision. Jing sipped wine, placed the glass back on the table, and casually picked up a piece of beef. Chaos, want to hear my theory on how illusions born from dreams manifest in the real world? Jing asked. Chaos glanced at him and gave a slight nod, but his hands and mouth never stopped moving. Unfazed, Jing rubbed his chin and said something both shameless and intriguing. Honestly, I didn't understand the nature of secret realms until today. But now that I do, I'm thinking, since Little Flame came into existence from my dream, what if? What if we only exist because someone imagined us? Think about it. Little Flame is special, sure, but so am I. I've got protagonist vibes. Just look at my Nen ability. In a fantasy story, someone like me is always the main character. At the end, he looked at Chaos proudly. Chaos had seen enough drunk people spout nonsense before, but this time, Jing's rambling oddly matched what he remembered. Bis looked at the 2-star relic hunter, confused. He hadn't heard the conversation between Jing and Chaos earlier. Half a glass of wine and this guy's already tipsy. He shook his head slightly. And when he thought about the phoenix, it made him feel even worse. He'd gotten nothing from this trip. As for reporting the Phoenix to the association, now that it was Chaos's Nen beast, Bis couldn't submit it as a contribution anymore. Chaos didn't know this. Bis had decided on his own not to report it, fearing that exposing Chaos's new companion would attract trouble. He knew Chaos was strong enough to handle it, but still, he wouldn't bring risk to a friend for his own gain. At that moment, Chaos finished off a wild boar chop. "You're right," he said casually between bites. "Do you have to be so half-hearted?" Jing looked at him, exasperated. His comment had been half serious, half in jest, a chance to chat and theorize. He'd hoped Chaos, who'd instantly accepted that illusions could be real, would get into it with him. Wrong assumption. "Honestly, I think Chaos makes a better protagonist than you," Bis interrupted casually. "Old man protagonists aren't popular." "If that's true, the writer must be a woman. All the men in this world look like me," Jing protested. "Nah. Feels more like something a middle schooler would write. They chase perfection, but always leave a hole in the logic." Bis shook his head. The conversation drifted off into nonsense. Chaos didn't join in. He already knew the truth. This world wasn't about him, or Jing. The real protagonist was Jing's son, and the friends by his side. Chapter 122. The next day. On the half-open balcony, morning light spilled onto a large bed, gradually climbing up the neck of the boy sleeping quietly there. The golden flame-shaped emblem faintly glowed, and a tiny bird with shimmering golden feathers, no larger than a palm, appeared in the light. With its eyes still shut, it nuzzled against the boy's neck before curling up again. Sensing something, the boy slowly opened his eyes. A second later. "Knock knock." "The door's not locked," Chaos said flatly as he sat up. That simple movement dislodged Phoenix, who had been nestled against his pillow, sending her tumbling down. "Hey, good morning," a cheerful voice called out as the door swung open. Chaos turned his head to see Jing and Bis, the former raising a hand with a smile. "Morning. What's up?" Chaos asked politely but with little emotion. "Mr. Jing and I came to say goodbye," Bis said, a wide, irrepressible grin on his face. It was clear something had made him happy. Chaos noticed the change in Bis's demeanor but didn't ask. He wasn't interested in what had put him in a good mood. "Is that so? Well, until next time," Chaos replied calmly. Even if they hadn't said anything, he had planned to leave after waking up. "Aren't you curious what I'm so happy about?" Bis asked just as Chaos was about to see them out. Chaos looked at him, utterly expressionless. "Not interested." "Bis." The farewell was just an excuse. In truth, he was here to fundraise, not scam, but certainly ask for money. He'd expected Chaos, who had shown interest in the illusion realm before, to ask about it again. He was ready to casually bring up his own story. But Chaos clearly wasn't playing along. "I told you to just say it directly, Bis," Jing said, acting amused. "The second you smiled like that, I already knew what was coming." "I knew you wouldn't tell me." Bis shot him a look, speechless. "Don't give me that face." "You weren't exactly subtle," Jing added. "Fair," Bis mumbled. "Huh?" He blinked. "Wait, I didn't even say anything out loud." "Your thoughts are written all over your face," Jing replied, throwing up his hands. Meanwhile, on the bed, Chaos quietly petted Phoenix's head as she stirred awake. He didn't spare Bis or Jing a glance. He had no interest in their dynamic. If they wanted to bicker, let them. Chaos. Bis scratched the back of his head, suddenly self-conscious. "I guess I'm easy to read." MMH. Chaos raised Phoenix with one hand and gently ran his finger along her head with the other. He responded with a soft hum. Remember when I said I wanted to become a one-star hunter to gain access to association resources? And? Chaos asked, watching the sunlight catch on Phoenix's feathers as she perched on his finger. Well, after shamelessly asking Mr. Jing for help, I can now carry on with my work, even without that title. But I do need your help with something. Say it, but don't get your hopes up, Chaos replied, finally turning to look at him. He didn't mind helping a little. After all, this had played a significant role in the Phoenix matter. I'll be blunt, can you donate some money? Biss asked with a sheepish grin, stepping closer. How much? Chaos didn't bother asking what it was for. The more, the better. Biss grinned wider. It's mainly for an orphan welfare project, he added as Chaos remained silent, scratching his head. His goal was to build a global welfare network with the Hunter Association's backing. There wasn't a specific reason, he just felt compelled. He'd grown up in a place like that. It only felt right. He used to donate blindly. Now, he wanted to take real action. When had that change happened? He wasn't sure. Probably a while ago. All he knew was, it felt good to have a goal worth working for. Chaos didn't react much. He didn't care about orphanages or charities, but Biss had asked, and he wasn't going to be stingy. Truthfully, if Biss had just asked for money without explanation or a set amount, Chaos might have found it annoying. But this was easy. He walked over to the nightstand, opened a drawer, and handed Biss a blue card. There's about 10 billion Jenny on this. The pin's unchanged. It was the private fortune Chaos had amassed during his time at the Sky Arena, along with everything else he'd earned. I love you, Chaos, Biss shouted, eyes gleaming. He snatched the card and tucked it away with a grin. You could have just said you needed money earlier. Chaos shook his head slightly and yawned. He wasn't tired per se, he'd only slept for half an hour, but he still clung to the habits of eating, sleeping, and relaxing. He didn't need them anymore, but he wasn't in a hurry to let them go. They were enjoyable. The farewell ended peacefully. Jing closed the door behind him at a leisurely pace. After a quiet nap, Chaos once again set out, this time to board an airship. He wasn't thinking about training yet. There was still one more thing to take care of. Bartra, the world's richest man, and his botanist lover. It was a promise Chaos had made earlier. Originally, he planned to have Remy divine the location of Greed Island so Bartra's lover could be flown there, and then log into the game himself to use the Archangel's breath to heal her. But that would have been a clear violation of the game's rules. The GMs would never allow it. Chaos had planned to wait until he was strong enough to easily defeat Razor before making his move. Now, though, there was no need. With his surplus lifespan, Chaos had decided to fulfill his promise using his own ability. The conditions for using Fallen Sun God's life flame were similar to Deathfire, both burned pure life energy for maximum effect. One destroyed. The other healed. January 18th, Ukexin City. Inside Bartra's private medical suite, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. The room was filled with high-end medical equipment, its many wires and tubes previously connected to the frail figure lying on the bed. Now, those tubes lay discarded on the floor. Bartra sat silently in a chair, hands clenched, too tense even to stand. His eyes shifted from the pale woman on the bed to Chaos, who stood like a god, hands hovering above her, releasing flame-like spirit energy that pulsed like ultrasonic waves. Golden red light glowed in Chaos's eyes, the light of the flame of life, and the hope Bartra had clung to for years. The shimmering particles washed over the woman's body in waves. First, her pale face regained color. Then, the body that had withered after more than a decade in bed began to fill out. Bartra's eyes widened, his pupils gleaming with the golden red reflection of that sacred light. Isabella. He covered his mouth, whispering her name as if in prayer. Excitement and awe weren't enough to express what he felt. He wanted to cry out, to reach for her, but he held himself back. He wouldn't dare risk interrupting chaos. The flame continued flowing. Her skin turned warm and pink. Her legs, once more shriveled than the rest of her, filled out as well. 18 minutes, that's how long it took chaos to completely heal her. When he felt Isabella's life aura stabilize, and her eyelids trembled. Healing complete. Chaos didn't stop immediately. Only when her fingers twitched and her eyes opened, fluttering wildly, did he withdraw his power. Isabella. He tucked his hand back into his coat pocket just as Bartra whispered her name, trembling with emotion. Without saying a word, Chaos turned and left, giving them the space they deserved. My love. You've grown so frail. Isabella. I'm so glad. Her voice was soft. Bartra's voice was shaking. From where he leaned against the wall outside, Chaos could hear everything. Bartra emerged a few minutes later, eyes brimming with gratitude. The composure he always maintained as a world mogul was gone. Thank you, Mr. Chaos. I mean it, thank you. If Isabella's life cost me my own, it would have been worth it. I don't even know how to repay you. We had a deal, Mr. Bartra, Chaos said with a small smile. Just hold up your end. He'd stayed behind intentionally, to remind Bartra of the promised Greed Island card reward. Of course. Don't worry, Bartra said, quickly regaining his composure. He understood exactly what Chaos meant. He had promised many times that he'd give anything if someone could bring Isabella back. And now that it had happened, the original deal felt inadequate. He stepped forward. Mr. Chaos, I believe you have ties to the teen's family, correct? Chaos didn't deny it. He'd never hidden it, and Bartra had surely learned it through his investigations. In that case, the Bartra group will fully support the teen's family's growth. What do you think? Bartra knew Chaos didn't care for wealth. Even if he asked for everything, Bartra would have handed it over, because Chaos could create miracles. But Bartra was satisfied with this arrangement. With life extension now possible, he had time. If he gave away everything, he wouldn't be able to access Greed Island again. Chaos saw the logic. The team's family's development would ultimately benefit him, so he accepted. Bartra didn't know about the life extension potions on Greed Island, nor did he collapse into aimless euphoria now that Isabella had recovered. For this miracle, Chaos had given up nearly 20 years of his life. But he'd saved the effort of tracking down and completing the original Greed Island plan. Was it an unfair trade? Maybe. With enough power, he could have completed the mission in 7 days, or 2 months. Compared to 20 years of lifespan, it sounded unwise. But to Chaos, there was no comparison. Thank you, Chaos. For such a precious gift, on the very first day we became friends. Eliza smiled at him. Then, scratching her head with a troubled look, she added, So, what should I give you in return? Her first instinct had been to thank him, and to give something back. Chaos looked at her with mild surprise. Eliza, aren't you going to ask? Her reaction intrigued him. Ask what? Eliza tilted her head, clearly confused. Aren't you curious about who will inherit the power of holy light? Chaos asked. But, you don't know that, do you? You guessed that from my tone, Chaos said, recalling how unsure he'd sounded earlier. The girl nodded. What about magical power? Don't you want to learn it? With it, you could heal yourself. Isn't that what you meant when you asked about the holy light? Chaos smiled as he spoke. Eh? Eliza looked surprised. Would it even work for a beginner like me? Chaos has clearly had exposure to magical power for a long time. But even you don't know anyone with the power of holy light. She realized from just a few of my words that I didn't know either, and assumed she wouldn't be able to heal herself quickly. So she didn't ask further. No. Chaos quickly dismissed that thought. Most people, if a power that could heal them was right in front of them, even if it might take time, they would ask about it. So this must be her nature. The kind of person whose behavior others don't understand, but who lives by her own rules. Chapter 123. January 7, 1999, Zaban City. On the bustling streets, Chaos strolled slowly, hands in his pockets. He wore a long black windbreaker with a gold-embroidered rose on the left chest. His right hand buzzed slightly, his phone was vibrating. He casually pulled it out. Jing? He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button with his thumb as he raised the phone to his ear. So rare for you to actually call me, Chaos said with a smirk, continuing to walk. Of course I called. I've got something to discuss. Otherwise, who would want to randomly chat with a grown man? Jing replied calmly on the other end. Fair point. So, what is it? Chaos asked casually. Let me know the exact date of your match with the chairman, Jing said, as if that trivial detail was the whole reason for calling, something he could easily find out on his own. Chaos saw right through him but didn't say anything. He decided to go along with it. You can come now if you want. The first phase of the Hunter exam hasn't started yet. If you get to Zaban City in the next half hour, you might still catch the second half. No chance, Jing replied flatly. Once he sees you, the chairman will definitely meditate beforehand to be in peak condition. In the past year, he and Chaos hadn't met often, but whenever they did, Chaos's growth had been nothing short of terrifying. Jing could no longer assess his strength without actually fighting him. Really? I doubt the chairman would take me that seriously, Chaos replied, feigning doubt. Jing's assessment was accurate, and Chaos knew it. He simply chose not to admit it. Jing, of course, had other reasons for calling. And as his friend, Chaos felt obligated to play along. Cut it out. I'm hanging up, Jing said bluntly and ended the call. 1. 2. Chaos smiled and began counting aloud. He didn't stop walking, nor did he put away his phone. 3. Right on cue, the phone vibrated again. Chaos casually answered it. Oh, and one more thing, Chaos. No matter what happens to Gon, don't interfere, even if his life is in danger. I know your personality. If I don't say anything, you'll make sure he breezes through the Hunter exam. Jing's voice was as casual as if he were mentioning the weather. You'll help if his life's actually in danger, right? I figured, Chaos said lightly. By the way, Jing, you sure you're okay pretending not to care about your son? You remember what I said last year? Jing asked. Every little detail about you and the old man. Sorry, no, Chaos replied. Forget it. I liked you better when we first met, you were quiet. Now you're just like the chairman. Annoying, Jing said bluntly. Hurtful, Chaos replied dryly. Anyway, what reward do I get for taking care of Phoenix? You're really going to guilt-trip me? Jing said, black lines forming on his forehead. I don't know what you're talking about. Aren't I just doing you a favor, taking care of your daughter? Chaos grinned. Bastard. From your perspective, you're the real winner here, Jing shot back. Exactly, Chaos replied smugly. This guy's changed a lot. Jing clenched his teeth as he thought to himself. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Gon, Chaos added, his voice suddenly steady and sincere. We'll meet again in about a month, on the day you fight the chairman, Jing said, smiling faintly. Goodbye, Chaos. He understood better than anyone how much Chaos had changed in the past year, and he knew the reason all too well. A certain bright-eyed girl. Book in hand. Goodbye, Chaos said softly, smiling as he ended the call and slipped the phone into his pocket. It was obvious why Jing was being awkward. He didn't want Chaos to help Gon too much, but he was too shy to say it outright. When it came to people he cared about, he always did weird things to cover up his feelings. Still, it was clear, when that happened, Jing's usual cleverness took a back seat. "Hunter exam," Chaos murmured. He turned and looked up at the sign above the small storefront, then pushed the wooden door open and stepped inside. "Welcome." A chef in uniform glanced up from a pot of soup. Upon seeing Chaos, he began to greet him, but stopped halfway when he spotted the card between Chaos's fingers. "A hunter license." "Please, follow me to the room inside," Chaos said casually. The chef blinked, then stepped forward to confirm the license's authenticity. Once he was satisfied, he called over a waiter to escort Chaos. He would report this to the exam staff, of course, but that was their problem. The waiter, likely unaware that the room he was leading Chaos to was actually a massive elevator, guided him without a word. The elevator, disguised like a private suite, began descending. Chaos rested his chin in one hand, eyes flashing with anticipation. The hunter exam was secondary. The real reason he was here was to fight Chairman Netero. But he sighed and slowly closed his eyes. He have to wait over a month. Hey, hunter's mandatory cult break. Stretch your legs, hydrate, touch grass if possible, and whisper all hail Supreme Killua into the void. Now back to the fanfic grind. Blue heart emoji, high voltage sign emoji. Chapter 124. Phoenix shrank instinctively, tucking herself into Chaos' neck as she looked at the three approaching people. "Hey! Are you kidding me?" Leorio exclaimed, pointing at Phoenix, who had only half her head sticking out. He jabbed the air with a helpless expression on his face. The atmosphere turned oddly silent. Even Kurapika relaxed a little. "He's as strong as Hisoka. But maybe not dangerous." That was Kurapika's current conclusion. He had experienced firsthand how dangerous Hisoka was, but the person in front of him didn't emit any hostile intent. "Wow, so pretty." Gon's eyes lit up as he looked at Phoenix. Then he turned to Chaos. "Can I touch her?" He had naturally assumed Chaos' earlier claim about being Phoenix's half-brother was just a joke. "I won't interfere with Phoenix's decisions." "Why don't you ask her yourself?" Chaos replied with a calm smile. Seriously, Leorio sighed and shoved his hands in his pockets, looking at Chaos with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. So boring, this guy keeps joking around. "Can I?" Gon didn't question anything. Instead, he beamed at Phoenix and asked directly, laughing brightly. He spoke aloud out of habit. Gon understood animals usually communicate through behavior and expressions. He could usually grasp their intent and respond in kind. "Sure. Brother Gon." A crisp, childlike voice answered unexpectedly. Gon paused for only a second, then reached his hand out toward Phoenix without hesitation. She spoke?" Leorio gaped. "Wait, was that real earlier?" "No. It's probably just a magical beast," Kurapika responded coolly. "Like the fox bear that guided us to the hunter exam site. She's clearly a rare species." "Haha, it tickles." Gon giggled while Phoenix curiously rubbed against his cheek. He didn't bother explaining anything to Leorio or Kurapika. Chaos closed his eyes and waited patiently for the exam to begin. A minute later, Phoenix returned to perch on Chaos' shoulder. "Thank you." "Oh, what's your name?" "I'm Gon." "Chaos," he replied, gently patting Gon's spiky head. "The child of a good friend, the protagonist." "Not bad," Chaos thought vaguely. Hee, I feel safer just being around you," Gon said, smiling up at Chaos like a well-behaved kid. Watching from a short distance, both Leorio and Kurapika relaxed their vigilance. If Gon trusts this guy enough to say that, then he's probably alright. After you pass the hunter exam, want me to take you straight to see your runaway father? Chaos asked with a grin. He meant it. He didn't care about preserving the story's plot, Gon's development would sort itself out afterward. Chaos never believed in fate or sticking to a predetermined path. He always did whatever he wanted, as long as he had the strength to back it up. He had no other motive for helping Gon meet Jing. He just wanted to see Jing's embarrassed expression. Wait, Chaos, you know Jing? Gon asked in surprise. Didn't I say Phoenix is your half-sister? Chaos replied as he pulled his hand away. Oh, I thought you were joking. Gon scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Reasonable assumption. Why believe me now? Chaos asked curiously, catching Gon's change in tone. Because I can tell you weren't lying. What an absurd intuition. Chaos wasn't surprised. That was the kind of answer he expected. Sorry, Chaos. I want to wait until after I get my hunter license before asking about Jing, Gon added quickly. No need to apologize. Come find me whenever you want, Chaos said, smiling faintly. After all, I have my own reasons. He remembered Gon's motivation, to understand why being a hunter was so important to his father, someone who'd abandoned everything to pursue it. So be it. Still a pity, though. It would have been fun to see Jing flustered. Ding ling ling. A shrill bell rang, followed by a faint tremor that caught the attention of all the candidates. The sound came from behind the stone gate. Everyone turned to see the semicircular stone gate slowly rise into the ceiling. The shaking stopped, and in its place stood a tall, lanky man with disproportionately long limbs, a curled mustache, and a face like a speechless ape. He pressed a finger to the top of a green doll in his left hand, silencing its alarm. Satots, his name. A one-star ruins hunter and the proctor of the first phase of the hunter exam. Apologies for the wait. Candidate check-in has just concluded. The hunter exam will now begin, Satots announced, revealing himself as the head examiner. Not that he needed to say it, his dramatic entrance had already made that clear. The mood in the room shifted. The candidates grew serious, sharpening their expressions in anticipation. Satots surveyed them calmly, unfazed by the tension. Let me be clear. The hunter exam is an incredibly harsh test. The weak or unlucky may be severely injured, or even die. If you still wish to continue, follow me. He gestured ahead toward a dark tunnel. If you wish to give up, take the elevator behind you and leave immediately. With that, he placed his hands behind his back and waited. No one moved. They had all come too far to back down now. After only 2 seconds of silence, Satots nodded slightly and continued, there are 412 candidates participating in this year's exam. All have now confirmed attendance. Very well, the exam begins. He turned and walked forward. His long-legged stride looked bizarre at first, almost inhuman. Clack, clack, clack. The examinees instinctively followed. Most ran. Chaos, hands in his pockets, simply floated forward. Eyes closed, he hovered just above the floor, bringing up the rear of the group. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio ran near the middle. Leorio glanced back and froze, eyes bulging. He rubbed them in disbelief. Kurapika. Gon. Is that guy flying? Kurapika turned to check. His eyes narrowed, watching closely for dust under Chaos' feet. So cool, Gon said in awe. I'm not hallucinating, right? Leorio muttered. I mean, Hisoka had some tricks, sure, but this guy's floating. Eyes closed, even. He stared upward at Chaos, flabbergasted. I'm gonna ask him, Gon said suddenly, beaming. At this point, Satots hadn't picked up speed yet, so even Leorio could keep pace comfortably. Leorio and Kurapika paused after taking a few steps, watching Gon. "Hey. Isn't that kind of personal?" Leorio said. "Might be rude to ask someone outright." "It's fine. I'll stop if it's a secret," Gon said cheerfully, running back. Kurapika stood silently, eyes fixed on Chaos' feet, deep in thought. "Chaos!" Gon called out as he approached. The two met quickly, heading in opposite directions. "Hey, Chaos, are you really flying?" Gon asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "I am," Chaos replied, opening his eyes and looking at him. He had sensed Gon approaching and saw no need to lie. They soon caught up with Kurapika and Leorio again. "You could learn to do it too. It's a power very few people can master. Even Leorio could, technically." As he said it, Chaos glanced at Kurapika. Kurapika's ears twitched slightly at the implication. "What do you mean, even Leorio?" Leorio snapped. Sounded like Chaos was just saying that in passing. "Then, could you teach me?" Gon asked, eyes sparkling. Flying was so cool. Kurapika and Leorio both felt their hearts skip. One was after power. The other, well, he was technically only 19. "No, Gon," Chaos said with a smile. He didn't mention the others by name, but if they asked, he would consider it. As for Gon, he probably lacked the mental discipline. Chaos' teaching method involved explaining things only once, which made partial understanding dangerous. "Oh." Gon looked a little disappointed but quickly brightened again. "If it's a secret, then that's okay. I'll go on ahead." Suddenly seeing something ahead, he gave a quick wave and sprinted forward. With a child's heart, completely open. Chaos caught a flicker of silver up ahead. "Killua." "Sorry, I've gotta move up too," Leorio said and dashed forward. "You seem awfully familiar with us," Kurapika said after a pause. "I heard you mention knowing Gon's father. So I get why you're familiar with him. But how do you know me or Leorio?" Kurapika stared straight ahead, voice calm, more an observation than an accusation. "So? Is that a problem?" Chaos replied, curious. He didn't dislike Kurapika. In fact, he intended to help him later. "No. It's nothing." Kurapika was silent for a moment, then picked up speed. He wanted to ask about that power Chaos had hinted at, but unlike Gon, he didn't feel close enough to ask directly. Kids had their way of doing things. He had his own. Even if he asked, he had nothing to offer in return. If Gon got rejected, what chance did he have? He understood how people categorized him, and where he stood. Chaos smiled, watching Kurapika's back disappear into the crowd. He would definitely teach Kurapika one day. There would be plenty of opportunities. Even if he showed his abilities openly, Kurapika wouldn't take it for granted. But if he was too kind too soon, Kurapika might become wary. "Take your time." "Hey, Chaos. You seem really nice to Gon's friends," Phoenix said, poking her head from Chaos' collar. She hadn't seen him treat strangers so warmly before. "Yeah. A big reason is, thanks to Gon, I was able to meet you," Chaos replied, eyes still closed. Hours passed. Footsteps echoed unevenly through the tunnel. The pace quickened gradually, and some candidates began to fall behind. 3 hours in, the seemingly endless tunnel was crushing the candidates' morale. Some collapsed. Others gave up and cried. A few pushed forward between moments of despair and stubbornness. But not everyone could push past their limits. Chaos calmly passed a chubby boy holding a laptop and a gasping Leorio. "Damn it. No way I'm giving up here." A minute later, Leorio, having thrown off his blazer, raced past them again, teeth gritted. Of the 100+ candidates who fell behind, Leorio was the only exception to bounce back. The first phase of the Hunter exam, a run of over 100 kilometers. It ended with hundreds of stairs leading to the upper levels. And this was only the first half of the first phase. Of 412 candidates, only 361 remained. Chapter 125. There wasn't much to say about the second half of the exam in the Shimela wetlands, except for one thing. No one surrounded Hisoka this time. Last year's overwhelming aura suppression had made it abundantly clear to everyone, Hisoka was a monster. Because of this, Gon and the others never even entered Hisoka's field of vision. The wetlands were far more dangerous than a mere 100-kilometer run. The dense fog and lurking predators eliminated hundreds more candidates before the second phase even began. And unlike the first phase, this time the eliminated candidates didn't just faint, they died. Some were even hallucinating from poisonous mushrooms when they collapsed. If not for emergency rescue, those few who passed out would have perished as well. That's the cruel reality of the Hunter exam. Most are eliminated during the first round, and nearly half of them die outright. Chaos, who had no way to improve his nen by saving others, turned a blind eye. Everyone must pay the price for their own actions. Biscayne Forest Park, this was the site of the second phase. Satots stood in front of a massive, 7 to 8 meter iron gate adorned with ornamental reliefs. From afar it looked chaotic, but up close, one could see the symmetrical pattern. He turned to face the remaining candidates. First, congratulations to all of you for passing the first phase of the Hunter exam. Now. He gestured behind him. Behind me is the venue for the second phase. I wish you all luck. That's all from me. With his signature devilish stride, Satots walked straight toward the group. All 167 candidates instinctively stepped aside, creating a wide path, and watched silently as Satots disappeared into the forest behind them. A loud clank echoed behind them. Turning around, they saw the iron gate, previously sealed, slowly open. Without hesitation, everyone stepped inside. They entered a wide path lined with symmetrical barbecue grills. At the head of the room sat a luxurious sofa, and on that sofa lounged a woman in a sheer gray dress, her black undergarments clearly visible through the gauze. Her long legs were crossed, bare, revealed by ultra-short shorts. This was Menki, a one-star gourmet hunter and one of the examiners. Behind her, seated directly on the ground, was an enormous man. Even sitting, he was taller than Menki by more than half a body length. He had to be at least 2.5 meters tall. His name was Boara, the second examiner. Chaos sized them up immediately, as he always did, based on strength. As expected from Hunter exam proctors, both of them were strong. Each was likely around the level of a master at Heaven's Arena. After a quick self-introduction, the examiners explained the rules. Since they were gourmet hunters, the test involved cooking. Candidates had to prepare a specific dish using a specific animal. The moment this was announced, porcupine meat, the crowd exploded into motion. Candidates had to procure the ingredient themselves, which added to the difficulty. Porcupines were carnivorous, dangerous, and native only to Biscayne Forest. Many candidates couldn't even subdue a single pig. Chaos didn't move. He couldn't cook, nor did he care to. He knew from memory that this test would result in everyone failing. And then, the chairman would descend from the airship to correct things. He smiled to himself. Looking off to the right, Chaos chuckled and closed his eyes, deciding to rest. He's been noticed. In a tree within Biscayne Forest, Satots peered through a telescope. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Number 405. He wrote the number down silently. Satots already knew Chaos wasn't ordinary. Nen users appearing in the Hunter exam wasn't unprecedented, but it was rare. Still, it warranted reporting to the chairman. Menki was known for being emotional. Satots suspected she might fail a lot of good candidates for personal reasons, which would be a waste. He pulled out his phone and hesitated. Better to wait and let her act first. If everything proceeded smoothly, it'd be rude to bother the chairman. He leapt to a higher vantage point and continued observing. Back in the test grounds, Chaos was the only one who hadn't left. Sitting with his eyes closed, he was impossible to miss. "Menki, what's that guy doing?" Boara asked, clearly intrigued. "Who knows? Maybe he figured out that the only pigs here are those carnivorous porcupines, and decided to give up early," Menki said dismissively, not even sparing Chaos a glance. "Too handsome. Definitely a troublemaker. I know him. Chaos, the so-called god of heaven's arena. He's incredibly strong," Boara said with a shrug. It had been 2 years since their last broadcasted match, but Chaos' legendary status still persisted. The arena even used his name to draw crowds. In fact, the host Tulu had set a rule: anyone wanting to challenge Chaos must defeat him first. The arena had fully embraced that policy for 2 years running. Even though Chaos was long gone from Heaven's arena, his legend lived on. "He's the real deal." Menki frowned slightly. "If he's strong, why isn't he participating?" She uncrossed her legs, leaned to one side, and asked, "Hey, kid. Why aren't you participating?" It wasn't uncommon for examiners to offer guidance to talented applicants. Helping a worthy candidate succeed was encouraged. "I can't cook," Chaos replied simply, opening his eyes. "Oh, really? Then I guess you'll have to try again next year," Menki replied, bored, and turned away. She didn't want to waste time on some idiot who had strength but no brains. But the test wasn't really about cooking. It was about observation. Anyone who could figure out the porcupine's weak points, bring one back, and roast it properly, so long as it was edible, would pass. "That won't be necessary. I'm passing this year," Chaos muttered, looking up at the sky. Subtle changes in the air told him something enormous was approaching, disrupting airflow from high above. Menki heard it but ignored him. "You won't pass. No one will." About 10 minutes later, the candidates came rushing back, this time dragging large pink pigs behind them. Fires blazed. Everyone got to work, excited and eager. But among the hundreds, not a single one knew how to cook properly. Most were roasting entire pigs on skewers. They hadn't even cleaned the organs, just hosed the carcasses down and called it done. "Gon, come help me with this," Killua called. He could lift the skewer with one hand, but he was too short to set it on the grill properly. He worried that jumping might break the setup. Yes, the two of them had met already, thanks to Leorio. "Gon," Killua called again. No response. Confused, he turned around. But Gon wasn't there. Instead, he found himself near a man in a long black windbreaker. "What's up, Gon?" Chaos asked as Gon approached. "Didn't you go catch a pig?" Gon asked curiously. "Nope," Chaos answered with a small smile. "How about this, I'll give you half of mine," Gon said, raising a finger and grinning brightly. "That's cheating, Gon," Killua interjected, hands in his pockets, as he walked over calmly. "It's not. The examiner never said we couldn't share. He only said the pigs had to be from the forest," Gon said innocently. "That's true." Killua blinked. He'd underestimated the cunning of someone so simple-minded. Well, he was Gon's friend after all. He turned to study Chaos. At first glance, something about Chaos' smiling face felt familiar. Flashes of colorful streets filled Killua's mind. A smile. Black eyes. Killua's pupil shrank. Instinct flared. 3 years ago. In Yorknu. In an instant, a memory exploded in his head. He reacted like a cornered cat. He stomped the ground, bang, to launch himself backward. But his body didn't move. It was as if he'd been encased in glue. He couldn't even breathe. What is this? Panic flooded him. This sensation, this dread, was exactly like that night 3 years ago. He stared at Chaos with wide, trembling eyes. Killua, what's wrong? Gon had been watching him and immediately sensed something. He hadn't felt anything unusual himself. Hey, Killua. Gon ran over and grabbed Killua's shoulder, looking into his fearful eyes. At Gon's touch, Killua collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Killua slumped on the ground, head lowered, his expression was hidden. Gon crouched beside him, worried. That night really traumatized him. Chaos sighed. He had only used a thread of Nen to hold Killua in place, deliberately suppressing his aura to avoid frightening him. Apparently, that wasn't enough. He hadn't meant to scare him. But now, there was only one way to resolve this. He walked over and knelt beside them. Killua, don't dwell on what happened 3 years ago. You're Gon's friend now. I won't do anything to you, he said gently. Huh? Chaos, you know Killua? Gon turned to him, startled. Kind of. Don't worry, Gon, he'll be fine once I leave, Chaos said, rising to his feet. Also, thanks for offering the pork, but I won't need it. Take care. He walked away. No one had noticed what happened. Not even Boara, Menki, or Hisoka, each of whom had Nen themselves. Which only proved how precise Chaos control had become. Tick. Illumi, still in his disguised needle-faced form, twitched slightly. He didn't sense the aura either. He just glanced at Killua. After Chaos left, Killua gradually calmed down. He stared at Chaos' distant figure with lingering dread. But his rationality returned. Gon. Who is he? Killua's voice was low, but steady. Ah, he's a friend of my dad's, Gon replied, still holding Killua's shoulder gently. That deadbeat dad you know nothing about? Great, Killua sighed. Gon scratched his head, tongue sticking out sheepishly. Killua flexed his fingers and stood. The mental fatigue had passed. Hey, Killua, Gon said, hooking his thumbs behind his backpack straps. Chaos is a really good guy. I don't know what happened before, but you don't need to be scared. TCH. Who says I'm scared? Killua muttered, turning away. He wasn't anymore. Gon's casual friendliness with Chaos had thrown him off at first, that's all. Really? That's good. Gon smiled brightly, then turned and ran ahead. Cooking time, he shouted joyfully. Wait. Gon, help me lift that pig first. Killua ran after him. 12-year-olds are still kids, even if they're assassins. They bounce back fast once the fear passes. For a while, some candidates roasted pigs. Others played with birds. The exam continued. Even Kurapika relaxed a little. He's as strong as Hisoka. But maybe not dangerous. That was Kurapika's current conclusion. He had experienced firsthand how dangerous Hisoka was, but the person in front of him didn't emit any hostile intent. Wow, so pretty. Gon's eyes lit up as he looked at Phoenix. Then he turned to Chaos. Can I touch her? He had naturally assumed Chaos' earlier claim about being Phoenix's half-brother was just a joke. I won't interfere with Phoenix's decisions. Why don't you ask her yourself? Chaos replied with a calm smile. Seriously, Leorio sighed and shoved his hands in his pockets, looking at Chaos with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. So boring, this guy keeps joking around. Can I? Gon didn't question anything. Instead, he beamed at Phoenix and asked directly, laughing brightly. He spoke aloud out of habit. Gon understood animals usually communicate through behavior and expressions. He could usually grasp their intent and respond in kind. Sure. Brother Gon. A crisp, childlike voice answered unexpectedly. Gon paused for only a second, then reached his hand out toward Phoenix without hesitation. She spoke? Leorio gaped. Wait, was that real earlier? No. It's probably just a magical beast, Kurapika responded coolly. Like the fox bear that guided us to the Hunter exam site. She's clearly a rare species. Ha, it tickles. Gon giggled while Phoenix curiously rubbed against his cheek. He didn't bother explaining anything to Leorio or Kurapika. Chaos closed his eyes and waited patiently for the exam to begin. A minute later, Phoenix returned to perch on Chaos' shoulder. Thank you. Oh, what's your name? I'm Gon. Chaos, he replied, gently patting Gon's spiky head. The child of a good friend, the protagonist. Not bad, Chaos thought vaguely. I feel safer just being around you, Gon said, smiling up at Chaos like a well-behaved kid. Watching from a short distance, both Leorio and Kurapika relaxed their vigilance. If Gon trusts this guy enough to say that, then he's probably alright. After you pass the Hunter exam, want me to take you straight to see your runaway father? Chaos asked with a grin. He meant it. He didn't care about preserving the story's plot, Gon's development would sort itself out afterward. Chaos never believed in fate or sticking to a predetermined path. He always did whatever he wanted, as long as he had the strength to back it up. He had no other motive for helping Gon meet Jing. He just wanted to see Jing's embarrassed expression. Wait, Chaos, you know Jing? Gon asked in surprise. Didn't I say Phoenix is your half-sister? Chaos replied as he pulled his hand away. Oh, I thought you were joking. Gon scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Reasonable assumption. Why believe me now? Chaos asked curiously, catching Gon's change in tone. Because I can tell you weren't lying. What an absurd intuition. Chaos wasn't surprised. That was the kind of answer he expected. Sorry, Chaos. I want to wait until after I get my hunter license before asking about Jing, Gon added quickly. No need to apologize. Come find me whenever you want, Chaos said, smiling faintly. After all, I have my own reasons. He remembered Gon's motivation, to understand why being a hunter was so important to his father, someone who'd abandoned everything to pursue it. So be it. Still a pity, though. It would have been fun to see Jing flustered. Ding-ling-ling. A shrill bell rang, followed by a faint tremor that caught the attention of all the candidates. The sound came from behind the stone gate. Everyone turned to see the semicircular stone gate slowly rise into the ceiling. The shaking stopped, and in its place stood a tall, lanky man with disproportionately long limbs, a curled mustache, and a face like a speechless ape. He pressed a finger to the top of a green doll in his left hand, silencing its alarm. Satots, his name. A one-star ruins hunter and the proctor of the first phase of the Hunter exam. Apologies for the wait. Candidate check-in has just concluded. The Hunter exam will now begin, Satots announced, revealing himself as the head examiner. Not that he needed to say it, his dramatic entrance had already made that clear. The mood in the room shifted. The candidates grew serious, sharpening their expressions in anticipation. Satots surveyed them calmly, unfazed by the tension. Let me be clear. The Hunter exam is an incredibly harsh test. The weak or unlucky may be severely injured, or even die. If you still wish to continue, follow me. He gestured ahead toward a dark tunnel. If you wish to give up, take the elevator behind you and leave immediately. With that, he placed his hands behind his back and waited. No one moved. They had all come too far to back down now. After only 2 seconds of silence, Satots nodded slightly and continued, there are 412 candidates participating in this year's exam. All have now confirmed attendance. Very well, the exam begins. He turned and walked forward. His long-legged stride looked bizarre at first, almost inhuman. Clack, clack, clack. The examinees instinctively followed. Most ran. Chaos, hands in his pockets, simply floated forward. Eyes closed, he hovered just above the floor, bringing up the rear of the group. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio ran near the middle. Leorio glanced back and froze, eyes bulging. He rubbed them in disbelief. Kurapika. Gon. Is that guy flying? Kurapika turned to check. His eyes narrowed, watching closely for dust under Chaos' feet. So cool, Gon said in awe. I'm not hallucinating, right? Leorio muttered. I mean, Hisoka had some tricks, sure, but this guy's floating. Eyes closed, even. He stared upward at Chaos, flabbergasted. I'm gonna ask him, Gon said suddenly, beaming. At this point, Satots hadn't picked up speed yet, so even Leorio could keep pace comfortably. Leorio and Kurapika paused after taking a few steps, watching Gon. Hey! Isn't that kind of personal? Leorio said. Might be rude to ask someone outright. It's fine. I'll stop if it's a secret, Gon said cheerfully, running back. Kurapika stood silently, eyes fixed on Chaos' feet, deep in thought. Chaos! Gon called out as he approached. The two met quickly, heading in opposite directions. Hey, Chaos, are you really flying? Gon asked, eyes wide with curiosity. I am, Chaos replied, opening his eyes and looking at him. He had sensed Gon approaching and saw no need to lie. They soon caught up with Kurapika and Leorio again. You could learn to do it too. It's a power very few people can master. Even Leorio could, technically. As he said it, Chaos glanced at Kurapika. Kurapika's ears twitched slightly at the implication. What do you mean, even Leorio? Leorio snapped. Sounded like Chaos was just saying that in passing. Then. Could you teach me? Gon asked, eyes sparkling. Flying was so cool. Kurapika and Leorio both felt their hearts skip. One was after power. The other. Well, he was technically only 19. No, Gon, Chaos said with a smile. He didn't mention the others by name, but if they asked, he would consider it. As for Gon, he probably lacked the mental discipline. Chaos' teaching method involved explaining things only once, which made partial understanding dangerous. Oh. Gon looked a little disappointed but quickly brightened again. If it's a secret, then that's okay. I'll go on ahead. Suddenly seeing something ahead, he gave a quick wave and sprinted forward. With a child's heart, completely open. Chaos caught a flicker of silver up ahead. Killua. Sorry, I've gotta move up too, Leorio said and dashed forward. You seem awfully familiar with us, Kurapika said after a pause. I heard you mention knowing Gon's father. So I get why you're familiar with him. But how do you know me or Leorio? Kurapika stared straight ahead, voice calm, more an observation than an accusation. So? Is that a problem? Chaos replied, curious. He didn't dislike Kurapika. In fact, he intended to help him later. No. It's nothing. Kurapika was silent for a moment, then picked up speed. He wanted to ask about that power Chaos had hinted at, but unlike Gon, he didn't feel close enough to ask directly. Kids had their way of doing things. He had his own. Even if he asked, he had nothing to offer in return. If Gon got rejected, what chance did he have? He understood how people categorized him, and where he stood. Chaos smiled, watching Kurapika's back disappear into the crowd. He would definitely teach Kurapika one day. There would be plenty of opportunities. Even if he showed his abilities openly, Kurapika wouldn't take it for granted. But if he was too kind too soon, Kurapika might become wary. Take your time. Hey, Chaos. You seem really nice to Gon's friends, Phoenix said, poking her head from Chaos' collar. She hadn't seen him treat strangers so warmly before. Yeah. A big reason is, thanks to Gon, I was able to meet you, Chaos replied, eyes still closed. Hours passed. Footsteps echoed unevenly through the tunnel. The pace quickened gradually, and some candidates began to fall behind. 3 hours in, the seemingly endless tunnel was crushing the candidates' morale. Some collapsed. Others gave up and cried. A few pushed forward between moments of despair and stubbornness. But not everyone could push past their limits. Chaos calmly passed a chubby boy holding a laptop and a gasping Leorio. Damn it. No way I'm giving up here. A minute later, Leorio, having thrown off his blazer, raced past them again, teeth gritted. Of the 100+ candidates who fell behind, Leorio was the only exception to bounce back. The first phase of the Hunter exam, a run of over 100 kilometers. It ended with hundreds of stairs leading to the upper levels. And this was only the first half of the first phase. Of 412 candidates, only 361 remained. Chapter 126. One can imagine how food would taste when cooked by a group of candidates who didn't even know how to remove internal organs. Naturally, in the judgment of Menki, a gourmet hunter, all of them failed. What a joke! A furious roar rang out, followed by the sound of something shattering. It came from a candidate who was unhappy with the evaluation. Chaos didn't even glance in that direction, continuing to idly scratch under Phoenix's chin. Huh? Suddenly, he looked up. A massive figure shot through the air. It was the same candidate who had voiced his displeasure earlier and had now been knocked away by Buara, but that wasn't the main point. Hovering above was a low-flying airship. The roar of its engines immediately caught everyone's attention. The two large X symbols emblazoned on the side were unmistakable. That's the logo of the Hunter Association's review committee. A candidate who recognized it exclaimed in surprise. Before anyone could react, a small black dot appeared beneath the airship, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. In less than a second, everyone realized it was a person. Boom! The figure hit the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed on wooden clogs as a figure strode out of the dust. He wore a white martial arts uniform dotted with blue patterns, a long braid trailing behind his gray beard. Netero, president of the Hunter Association. But clearly, none of the candidates present recognized him. Who is this old man with such a cool entrance? His body's insane. Even though the fall had been from a relatively low altitude, it was still several dozen meters. Some less worldly candidates couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Netero's gaze, whether by intention or coincidence, drifted to Menki's chest as she approached him with a serious expression. It must be said, the sheer allure of her see-through gray mesh top over a black bra was hard for dirty old men to ignore. That said, Netero only gave a quick glance. If he stared too long, it would ruin his reputation. He had to maintain some decency, especially in front of the younger generation who looked up to him. In truth, even without Satatsu's report, Netero would have rushed to the examination site as soon as he finished dealing with some minor affairs. He had never forgotten the fight he had with Chaos a year ago. A Nen user on par with the 12 Zodiacs was someone he could play with, and Chaos was still young. Youth meant energy and daring. In other words, even if they knew his strength, they wouldn't back down easily, and might even exceed their own limits. In Netero's eyes, this upcoming fight had the potential to be far more thrilling than any of the others before. He was excited, but even then, he understood his priorities. He would finish overseeing the Hunter exam first. The battle could wait. According to Satatsu's report, Menki's test had veered off track. So, this time, despite usually not caring whether everyone failed the first phase, Netero had decided to intervene. After a brief conversation, he easily convinced Menki to draft a new test, one that focused on essential hunter attributes like observation, courage, and basic physical fitness. Cooking was not required, a skill that, frankly, few hunters possessed. The test would now be held at Clam Tiger Rock. All the candidates were currently aboard an airship en route to the new exam site. It wasn't far, just about a 30-minute flight. Inside a large room aboard the ship, Netero and Chaos sat face to face. "Please enjoy some tea, Mr. Chaos." Beans offered a cup politely with both hands. "Thank you, Mr. Bean-Faced Man." Chaos accepted it with a smile and sat cross-legged on the floor. "You've changed quite a bit," Netero observed from across the table, eyeing Chaos thoughtfully. If his memory served him correctly, Chaos's demeanor last year had been far less gentle. Now, he radiated a light-hearted, peaceful aura. Like a cold wind turned warm spring breeze. Same smile, completely different feeling. But more importantly, his instincts were warning him, this man is dangerous. Netero was taken aback. It's not easy to gauge a Nen user's strength without fighting. Unless the gap is enormous, judgments are based on intuition. Not everyone is like Chaos, who possesses the rare sensory ability to precisely measure the gap between himself and others. While veterans could estimate differences in strength based on experience, those same veterans were also experts at hiding their true power. That made it nearly impossible to judge someone before they acted. "People always change," Chaos said casually, sipping his tea and glancing at Netero through narrowed eyes. "Indeed, change is a good thing." Netero nodded, stroking his beard. "President Netero, why not just give me a hunter license now? This kind of test is a waste of my time," Chaos said dismissively, setting down his cup. The license was his goal. If he could get it directly from Netero, there was no point playing games. "No." Netero, still sipping his tea, cast a sidelong glance at Chaos and refused without hesitation. "Not afraid I'll refuse to fight you? I'm an old man. If there's one thing I've mastered in life, it's provoking a good fight." Netero reclined with his hands behind his head, looking utterly relaxed. He could tell Chaos was even more eager to fight than he was. Netero didn't want to hand over the license. He wanted to fight too. More than anything, he wanted to deny Chaos's request, just for the fun of it. There was no deeper reason. Netero simply wanted to play. Though he had initially considered giving Chaos the license directly, times had changed, and so had the nature of their expectations. Chaos could understand that. After putting himself in Netero's shoes, he gave up on trying to shortcut the process. There was no point forcing it. Taking the exam and earning the license the regular way wouldn't take too much time. "Forget the license. Let's talk about our battle," Chaos said. When problem 1 couldn't be solved, he moved to problem 2. "Sure. After the hunter exam. I've already arranged the venue," Netero said, having completely forgotten Satotz's earlier report. Long before the exam, he had prepared everything, knowing Chaos would come. "How about changing the time, old man?" Chaos suggested. "What's the matter? Got something urgent?" Netero asked with a raised brow. "No, the opposite. I want to give you time to get ready," Chaos said meaningfully. He understood Netero's confidence. As the strongest Nen user alive, he didn't need to be at his peak to handle a young challenger. But understanding that didn't mean Chaos would play along. He wanted to face Netero at his absolute best. Chaos believed his current strength deserved nothing less. "What do you mean? I don't think I have anything to do." Netero scratched his head in confusion. He didn't believe Chaos had misspoken. The young man was sharp, not one to make rookie mistakes. But he couldn't fathom why Chaos would offer him time unless the intention was to allow Netero to meditate and prepare for battle. Yet Chaos hadn't displayed anything that would warrant such consideration. Netero's sense of danger only hinted at Chaos's growth, not the magnitude of it. Words don't quite do it justice. Chaos stood. Netero looked up, hand frozen mid-scratch. The young man stood tall, radiating confidence. An invisible pressure instantly filled the room, making Netero's expression turn serious. A feeling of danger surged. Golden red nen flared in Chaos's eyes, roaring like an avalanche. An overwhelming aura blasted out, directed only at Netero. Time froze. A crushing gravity weighed on Netero's body. He couldn't move. Such power. Netero instantly activated 10, forming a barrier of flowing air. Though he was momentarily immobilized, he countered just as quickly. Beans, however, sensed nothing. Chaos had channeled the immense pressure solely toward Netero, demonstrating absolute mastery of his aura. Netero glanced at Beans, who had jumped up in confusion. Then he looked back at Chaos, who was now engulfed in radiant golden red light. Interesting. Very interesting. Chaos's current aura had surpassed even Netero's peak. He revealed everything openly, and Netero could clearly feel the contrast between their temperaments. But combat wasn't about temperament alone. Chaos, your words may have fallen short, but your meaning came through loud and clear, Netero said with a smile. He had never imagined that the power he had pursued his entire life would suddenly burst into the calm of his everyday routine. At that moment, his eyes lit up in a way they hadn't in years. Though he was eager to fight immediately, he didn't lose composure. As Chaos said, he needed time, to prepare. To meditate. Well then, let's reconsider the timing, President, Chaos said as he sat back down. The golden red aura vanished instantly, as though it had never existed. To control such power with precision. Between two fighters of equal strength, the one who can stabilize their aura has a decisive advantage. Calm energy reflects stable combat ability, uncontrolled surges reflect instability. Netero had seen everything. Afterward, the two sat in silence, sipping tea. Half an hour passed. Chaos stood. Oh right, old man, how about we wager the title of strongest nen user on this battle? He smiled casually, as if the title were already his. If their fight turned into a duel, Netero would be pushed to his absolute limit. There was no logic to it, it was pure intuition. Hey! Now you're just saying things, Netero said, raising his eyes slightly. Well, it's all about presence, Netero chuckled, stroking his beard. I don't care for such a boring title, Chaos said, hands in his pockets as he walked away. Beans, you heard everything. Start the arrangements, Netero said, watching Chaos leave. President. Are you trying to take the easy way out and put on a show for Mr. Chaos? Beans asked suspiciously. After all, Chaos was going to fight the president. The idea that Netero needed to prepare was hard to believe. Chaos, born in Meteor City, behind-the-scenes ruler of the 10 Dons, master of the 231st floor of Heaven's Arena, just 17 years old. Even Jing hadn't warranted this level of prep until he was nearly middle-aged. Relax, Beans. I'm not lying this time. Netero grinned. They all say that. Beans muttered, but went off to make the preparations. Netero hadn't set a specific date. As president of the Hunter Association, it was fine to slack off occasionally, but this time, he would dedicate nearly a month to meditation. Mount Gaho. Location of the second phase of the Hunter exam. The challenge was to obtain the eggs of a certain type of spider from the bottom of a bottomless gorge. Every candidate, except Chaos, leapt down into the webs to collect the eggs, then rode strong natural updrafts back to the top. With a flick of his will, Chaos retrieved the egg with ease. He passed the second test effortlessly. As he had said before, the so-called Hunter exam was nothing more than a game to him. Chapter 127. The Trick Tower is a column-like structure used to imprison extremely dangerous criminals, and it also serves as the venue for the third phase of the Hunter exam. In this test, candidates must find the secret entrance at the top of the tower and make it to the bottom within 72 hours. The tower is full of deadly traps. In addition, prisoners are offered reduced sentences in exchange for hindering the candidates, leading to a variety of formidable opponents blocking the way. Located in the remote reaches of the Sankake continent, atop Wilson Peak, the tower is about a night's journey by airship from Mount Gaho. That night, beneath a canopy of stars twinkling in the sky, aboard the airship, Chaos was meditating midair in the cabin, cross-legged, enveloped in a faint, magnificent golden red aura. Then, he opened his eyes. He descended lightly to the floor and opened the door. Standing outside was Netero, hands clasped behind his back. He hadn't knocked, almost as if he'd known Chaos would open the door at that exact moment. "What's up, old man?" Chaos greeted with a smile. Neither made an effort to conceal their aura, so naturally, they could sense each other's movements effortlessly. "Haha, you're really hard-working. I can understand now why your strength has skyrocketed so quickly," Netero chuckled, then cut to the chase with obvious enthusiasm. "Fancy some fun?" He pulled a volleyball from behind and tossed it into the air. "Pass," Chaos said, glancing at the ball spinning in Netero's palm before shaking his head. On board the airship, Netero's fun typically involved suppressing his own power and playing games with odd rules to determine a winner. Chaos wasn't interested in that kind of amusement. Even if they fought seriously, the airship wouldn't survive the damage. Oh? Young people pursuing strength is a good thing, but taking time to rest is just as important. "Well then. Since you're not up for it, I won't force you," Netero said, twirling the ball on one finger before flicking it into the air, turning around, and catching it with a raised hand. "Just don't forget to rest your body and mind once in a while. Sometimes, leisure and ease can actually help you grow stronger." As he took a few steps, he paused, turned back, and flashed Chaos a knowing grin. "Don't make it sound so cryptic, old man." Chaos watched Netero's back as he casually tossed the ball away, then turned and shut the door behind him. "Rest, huh?" Although a year of intense, non-stop training hadn't left him fatigued, thanks to his meditative techniques, what Netero said wasn't without merit. There's a saying. Those involved are often blinded, those uninvolved see more clearly. Maybe that applied to him now. Even a simple, soft bed and a private room had been a privilege, one he'd had to request personally from Beans. "Good night, Phoenix," he murmured, stroking the emblem on the side of his neck as he lay back and closed his eyes. In the darkness, a faint golden red light flashed in response. The next day, sunlight blazed overhead. The airship arrived 2 hours later than scheduled, but that didn't bother Chaos at all. Upon waking, perhaps due to a shift in his mindset, he found himself feeling sharper, more refreshed than the day before. Upon arrival at Trick Tower, the candidates disembarked. Once they learned of the objective, reach the bottom within 72 hours, they began to strategize. From their position atop the tower, which stood several miles above the ground, they had a panoramic view. But there was no obvious stairway leading downward. Climbing the outer walls seemed like the only option. That illusion was shattered when a self-proclaimed rock-climbing expert attempted the descent, only to be snatched up and devoured by a skyborn monster. After that, the others gave up on such foolish ideas. Everyone knew the Hunter exam was tough, but not impossible. Among these elite examinees, some soon speculated there must be a secret passage hidden below. When one person vanished without a trace, realization struck others like lightning. Standing atop the tower, Chaos stroked his chin. If he just flew down, he could clear this phase in 3 seconds flat. But that would mean spending the next 3 days waiting at the bottom. A peaceful, boring wait. Recalling what Netero said the night before, Chaos made up his mind. He looked around, trying to spot Gon and the others, but they were nowhere to be seen. Just then, Donga's pudgy form stumbled forward and fell, triggering a hidden mechanism. A stone slab flipped, and Donga vanished from view. So that's the way down, huh? Stretching lazily, Chaos headed toward the spot where Donga had fallen. Beneath the hidden trapdoor, the 4 protagonists were reunited after a 1-second separation. They exchanged awkward glances and began searching the small room for clues. Before long, they found the key mechanism. There were 5 wristwatches, each with an X and O button. This was the majority rule phase of the exam. As the name implied, when presented with multiple choices, the minority must go along with the majority. This level required 5 people to proceed. Gon and his friends only had 4, and if no one joined them, they'd be stuck. But just seconds later, they heard knocking from above. To their surprise, Donga dropped in. Mr. Donga. Except for Gon, who looked confused, the others grimaced in disgust. Before anyone could complain, a loud rumble echoed from above. What? All 5 looked up in shock as spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ceiling and dust trickled down. Ugh, my eyes! Donga cried as a ray of sunlight hit him directly. He clutched his face, shrieking in pain. Just as Gon and the others raised their heads in a daze. Boom! An even louder crash erupted, and a chunk of stone landed right on Donga's head. Only when Chaos floated down casually, hands in his pockets, and landed in front of them did they snap out of their stupor. He strolled over, picked up the last unused watch, and strapped it on. Chaos. Gon blinked, wide-eyed in disbelief. Killua flinched, a flash of alarm in his expression, and instinctively shifted behind Gon. Kurapika stared at the pile of rubble half-burying Donga, then looked up at the shattered ceiling nearly a meter thick, then back at Chaos, eyes deadly serious. Such overwhelming strength. Am I dreaming? Leorio rubbed his eyes, glancing between Chaos and the unconscious Donga. In the monitoring room, Lipo, the examiner with a mohawk and a mouthful of potato chips, froze. A reinforcement-type Nen user. How unusual. He crunched down on the soggy chip, finally snapping back to reality. Hey, good morning, everyone. Chaos smiled brightly at the stunned group. Those 2 earlier stomps had been restrained, he didn't want to accidentally crush someone. Good morning, Chaos. Gon, oblivious as ever, returned the smile warmly. So, aren't we heading to the bottom of the tower? Chaos asked, raising his wrist to display the watch. He ignored the strange expressions of the others. Examiner, we've got 5 people now, time to open the door and let us make our choices. He called out. He didn't remember the exact sequence of events, that knowledge belonged to another existence, but it was obvious enough. A hidden passage had to exist. Otherwise, there'd be no way to proceed. Lipo didn't reply. He simply flipped a switch. He had been stunned moments earlier, and saying anything now would make it seem like he was slacking. As the stone wall shifted upward, everyone was reminded of Chaos's forceful entrance. But the key clues were all present. The red bricks, the secret door, and the markings that said O equals open and X equals don't open made the setup clear. With the buttons on their watches, the rule was simple: if 3 or more pressed O, the door would open. Without Donga's meddling, things proceeded smoothly. What are you waiting for, Gon? Let's go, Leorio said as he stepped through the door. Chaos didn't look back. From the sound of falling stones, he could tell Gon was helping lift the debris off Donga. Right. What about you guys? Chaos asked, facing another fork in the road. He chose a direction at random. Most people subconsciously go left at a fork. It's a psychological tendency, maybe because the heart is on the left and it affects balance. If that's true, the examiner might place the tougher challenge on the left. Then again, he could use that same logic to fool us. It's an infinite loop, Kurapika explained calmly. In short, there's no way to know. So I'll choose right. His words weren't meaningless, they helped Leorio, who had been flustered, regain his focus. I've got no objection, Leorio said, pressing the O button. Fine by me, Killua added. After moving the rubble, Gon pressed the button too. He hadn't heard the earlier conversation. The right side door opened, and the group proceeded into a dark corridor. Chaos walked in front. Kurapika silently observed his back, lost in thought. Killua lingered at the rear, occasionally sneaking glances at Chaos. Gon furrowed his brows, troubled. The mood grew strange and tense. Leorio wanted to speak, but seeing the quiet around him, he simply adjusted his glasses and followed along. Chaos's presence had shifted the dynamic completely. Killua couldn't relax, and no longer felt like goofing around with Gon. Kurapika was clearly preoccupied. Hey, Chaos. Can you really fly? Gon finally broke the silence. He'd been wondering about it, why not just ask? That's a good question, Gon. His innocent voice rang out, and the thought passed through Kurapika's mind. This is the power of the few. Kurapika had been intrigued by Chaos since the very first exam. If someone could descend from a height of several miles, it proved that this kind of power was essential. The Phantom Troop, A-rank fugitives, must belong to the minority Chaos mentioned. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to act so boldly and still survive. Fly? Killua was confused. During the first test, he had been running ahead and hadn't paid attention to Chaos's situation. No way, Gon. If he could fly, he would have done it already, Leorio said, waving off the idea. Yeah, I guess. Gon scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Leorio was right. He'd let the idea go to his head. Kurapika, too, realized he hadn't even considered such a basic analysis. Leorio's comment jolted him into self-reflection. Still, even if Chaos couldn't fly, the power he mentioned was undeniably real, and crucial. As Kurapika pondered this, Chaos said lazily, "Of course I can. It's really easy." Stop lying. If you could fly, why didn't you just go down? Leorio scoffed. Too boring, Chaos said, flashing a dazzling smile. Waiting down there alone? No thanks. Huh? That's your reason? Leorio said, flabbergasted. Yup. Problem? Chaos smirked. I get it, you take this exam seriously, don't you? No wonder. Physically speaking, Leorio, you're the weakest of the four. Arg. That unarguable truth made Leorio go nuts. TCH. He turned away with a tsundere pout, refusing to meet Chaos's gaze. Messing with people really is fun. In a good mood, Chaos walked ahead, practically glowing with mischief. I may not take the Hunter exam seriously, but this guy doesn't even acknowledge it as a challenge. Killua looked at the wall beside him, but his thoughts stayed on Chaos. A power that must be obtained. Kurapika wrestled with his thoughts. Fate seemed unchanged, but a major shift had taken place. This scene in the original story should have been light-hearted and joyful. Now, everyone was wrapped up in their own thoughts. Chaos strolled along, and the others unconsciously matched his pace. They walked slowly, forgetting this was a time-limited test. Half an hour passed. They finally reached the first stage of the majority rule test, a best-of-5 battle against the tower's prisoners, Chapter 128. Stone pillars rose from the bottomless abyss, expanding into a flat platform. Chaos and his group stood at the entrance of a corridor, about 7 or 8 meters from the arena. The 5 of them halted at the dead end, gazing across at a matching corridor entrance on the other side. Standing there were 5 figures clad in cloak-like prison uniforms. "The candidates are here. Remove the shackles." The man in front spoke, his calm and steady voice echoing across the gap. In an instant, the heavy shackles binding their hands unlocked automatically and clattered to the ground, testament to their weight. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the locks disengaged. Clearly, someone was watching. Lieber, the examiner, was monitoring them. He then provided a quick explanation for the candidate's sake. "As you can see, the platform is populated. Your next exam is a series of one-on-one matches with those individuals. Each candidate will fight once. There's no restriction on how the match is conducted, and draws are not allowed. Victory is achieved when the opponent admits defeat. By the way, all of them are death row inmates with heinous crimes on record. There's no need to hold back. However, your safety is not guaranteed." Lieber's final line was, in his own way, a kind warning. At least it eased the tension for Leorio and Kurapika. Really? While saying that might discourage the candidates, and potentially result in a win without a fight, "It'd be nice if I could stretch my legs a bit." The calm male voice rang out again as the man stepped from the shadows, tearing off the hood of his prison garb. Bald, muscular, and fierce-looking, his features were nothing if not intimidating. His name was Badoro, and he'd been sentenced to 199 years in this tower of criminals, a de facto life sentence. The rules are simple. Best of 5, obviously. I'm going first. You'd better decide quickly. I really hope none of you plan to just forfeit. Badoro grinned, his tone taunting. "Any thoughts?" Chaos asked, not even sparing Badoro a glance as he looked back at the group of 4. "That guy looks tough," Leorio muttered, biting his thumbnail and frowning. "It's fine. Judging by his build, he's probably a mercenary or a soldier. But the rules say there's no restriction on how we compete. Even if we're on an arena, it doesn't have to be a straight-up fight," Killua said nonchalantly. "That said, he does seem confident in his strength," Kurapika added, eyes flicking up to the loudspeaker embedded in the opposite stone wall. "Excuse me, who decides the format of the competition?" "In principle, it's decided through negotiation. To account for differences in power, the first round is decided by the prisoner, and the second by the candidate. The 2 sides alternate from there." Lieber's voice answered promptly. In other words, out of 5 matches, the opponents would determine the format of 3 of them. Though it seemed disadvantageous at first glance, winning the opening match could shift the momentum, and candidates could play to their strengths when deciding the second and fourth formats. Kurapika glanced at Badoro, calmly analyzing the situation. If it came down to raw power, he could probably handle it. And if the match was based on something else, he was confident in his improvisation. He was ready to take the first round. Just as he was about to step forward. "If you're all undecided, I'll go first," Chaos said casually, stroking his chin. He had no clue what Kurapika had been thinking, he just noticed the guy zoning out for several seconds. "I'm good with that." Gon raised his hand enthusiastically. "Fine by me." Killua shrugged. "You're going? Great." Leorio blinked in surprise, then nodded. After all, Chaos's strength had been more than proven, especially when he'd shattered the ceiling of the tricked tower earlier. Kurapika said nothing. There was no need to debate Chaos's power. His calm demeanor alone proved his reliability. Kurapika had originally planned to use Chaos in a later, potentially more uncertain match, believing Badoro would be easier to beat. But since Chaos had already volunteered, there was no stopping him. And starting with a win would be a huge morale boost anyway. Kurapika consoled himself with that thought. Alright then, you heard them, Chaos said to the group, turning to look at the speaker above. Lieber, still watching the monitors, pressed a button. Candidate number 405. He hoped Badoro didn't choose a direct fight, because it would only end badly. Still, knowing Badoro's temperament, there was almost no chance he'd pick anything else. Now aware that Chaos possessed Nen, Lieber already had a pretty good guess how this match would end. A narrow bridge, about 10 centimeters wide, extended from the corridor wall to the arena. Chaos strolled onto it. Go get him, Chaos. Gon called out from behind. On the other side, a matching bridge extended for Badoro. The two soon met in the center of the arena. Fight to the death, huh? Chaos smiled as he looked at the man standing across from him. You figured it out? Surprising. You really thought I'd discuss the method with you. Too bad, I don't negotiate, Badoro sneered, lifting his chin. Of course not. A simple-minded guy like you can't think of anything else, Chaos said, tapping his temple with a smirk. I hope you scream nice and loud when I make you beg later, Badoro growled, locking eyes with Chaos. He had no intention of letting him speak, he planned to torture him to death. At that moment, Lieber's voice rang out again. One more thing, candidates, be aware that the prisoners may try to stall you in order to reduce their sentence. Be on guard. Can we start already? Chaos asked, yawning as he stretched. He was starting to regret not just flying down earlier. Forget it, I'll let Gon and the others use the fast-track option later. Lieber had made the rules very clear. If you're so eager to die, fine. Let's begin, Badoro spat. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Badoro blinked, and Chaos vanished from sight. What? He looked around in a panic, and a sudden chill ran down his neck. The unmistakable cold edge of metal made his entire body freeze. There's a blade at my neck. Fear exploded in Badoro's eyes. Chaos stood to his left, sideways, a shimmering crimson blade resting lightly against his throat. Death or surrender, Chaos said blandly. I surrender, Badoro gasped, snapping out of his daze and shouting immediately. Wise choice. Chaos flicked the blood from his blade, spun it with a snap of his wrist, and slid it back into his sleeve. The victory had come so fast that Kurapika hadn't even had time to ask Killua or Gon what kind of matches suited them best. Gon, you're up. Go play rock paper scissors with the next guy, Chaos said casually as he strolled back. Gon was the only one not frozen in shock, just full of admiration. Amazing. Chaos, you moved so fast I didn't see anything. Gon waved his arms excitedly. If you saw it, it wouldn't be cool anymore. Chaos grinned, raising a finger. By the time he finished the sentence, he was already in front of Gon. True, Gon said, sticking out his tongue. After that match, everyone had a clearer sense of just how strong Chaos was, even if it was just a subjective impression. Taking advantage of the second round, which they could choose the format for, Chaos had Gon play rock paper scissors. Sure enough, Gon, who had a particular knack for it, won easily. Using his keen eyesight, he could observe subtle changes in his opponent's gestures. If he spotted a change mid-throw, he'd counter with scissors and win. For the third match, Chaos shoved Killua forward. Killua's opponent was a disfigured convict who had failed cosmetic surgery and tried to scare Killua into forfeiting. But he only ended up provoking Killua into telling him exactly what he thought. The 3 rounds took less than 10 minutes. They cleared the best of 5 trial with ease. Afterward, they passed a series of traps, falling rocks, barrages of arrows, and reached the final door after 1 hour and 40 minutes. There were 2 paths, one that all 5 could take, which would require dozens of hours, and another that only 3 could take, but would reach the exit in minutes. With nearly 68 hours left, the 4 chose the longer path without hesitation. Only Chaos stood before the steel gate that led to the quick route. As the others pressed their buttons, Chaos lightly sliced through the gate with a horizontal slash. Boom! A thick steel door, cut with surgical precision, fell into the passageway with a loud thud and a tremor. "Let's go." Chaos smiled at the stunned group, jerking his thumb toward the open shortcut. Leorio ran up to the door and knocked on it. "It's so solid," he murmured in disbelief. "It's real steel," he muttered to Kurapika and the others. They were so shocked that they had to confirm it themselves. The cut was flawless. Kurapika examined the edge. The weight checked out. Killua casually lifted the heavy door off the floor. Gon nearly stuck his face into the cut. Everyone turned to look at Chaos, who was now yawning against the wall. Their impression of him deepened once again. 3 minutes later, at the bottom of the tower. It had taken less than 3 hours. Under Chaos's leadership, all 5 passed the exam. Huh? No one else is here? Gon looked around, confused by the empty hall. "If nothing went wrong, we're the first group," Chaos said as he scratched Phoenix's chin. Yes, Phoenix had woken up. In this situation, it was only natural they'd be first. Kurapika scanned the area and thought back to the moment Chaos had sliced through the steel door. The time difference between 3 minutes and dozens of hours. It was incomparable. Kurapika didn't believe the 72-hour window was a generous grace period from the examiner. The only reason they'd arrived so fast was because of him. He looked at Chaos thoughtfully. "We still have more than 2 days left. We don't have to just sit here, do we?" Leorio asked, tilting his head. "Examiner, can you hear me? Can we go outside?" he called out. Back at the control station, Lieber glanced at Chaos playing with the bird, hesitated for a moment, then replied. "You may leave, but you must return before the deadline. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified." As he spoke, Lieber opened a door at the base of the tower leading outside. He didn't care whether they came back, so long as the tower didn't get destroyed. That was his biggest concern. Sunlight poured in through the rising gate. Compared to the gloomy tower, the forest outside was far more inviting. Outside, the tower sat atop a forested mountain. The summit was flat, and far in the distance, they could see a wide ocean. A green island was clearly visible on the horizon. "Killua, let's go hunting," Gon said, his eyes lighting up at the forest below. "Sure," Killua replied lazily, stretching in the mountain breeze. "Then we'll head out first," Gon turned to call back to Chaos and the others. "We'll bring food for dinner." "Go ahead," Leorio waved. He'd rather take a nap than go forest exploring with the kids. "If you can, bring back a rabbit," Chaos chimed in immediately, already placing his food order. "No problem. Kurapika?" "Grab some fruit," Kurapika said with a smile. He had been watching Chaos, lost in thought, but snapped back quickly. "Nice mix of meat and veggies," Killua muttered, hands behind his head and a slight pout. "All right, Killua, let's go." Gon slung an arm around Killua's shoulders, raised a hand triumphantly, and dashed off. Wait. Let me go at my own pace." As they descended the mountain, the two of them watched Killua scramble to adjust his posture. Chapter 129. Warm, soft colors. Joyous laughter. The tribesmen danced gracefully, and a blond boy danced among them, smiling from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, he looked up, as if he'd noticed something. A gray shadow spread across the sky, engulfing the entire world in darkness. The vibrant scene dimmed. All around him, the once familiar faces had lost their color. The eyes that used to shine with warmth were now blank, blood trickling from their corners. Fear flickered in the boy's eyes. Relatives, close friends, fellow clan members. Their bloodied corpses lay silently in this gray world. The sound of wailing echoed as the world spun faster and faster. 1 second. 2. Or perhaps an eternity. Time lost all meaning. The boy watched, frozen in fear. The shrill sounds became unbearable. The spinning intensified. He clutched his ears, dropped to a crouch, burying his head in his hands, as though trapped at the heart of a collapsing, lightless world. Revenge. Spiders. These two voices drilled into the depths of his soul. Kurapika's eyes flew open, his blood-red irises blazing brighter than the midday sun. Spiders. He pressed his 5 fingers against the ground, clenched his fist, and gouged 5 deep grooves into the earth. Kahu! Kahu! The sound of heavy breathing nearby brought him back to the present. He turned his head and saw Leorio, snoring loudly with his mouth open, sleeping in a heap against the tower wall. Kurapika sighed softly, the red fading from his eyes. The power of revenge. Chaos. Kurapika closed his eyes and leaned back against the sunlit side of the tower, calming himself. That thought came to him naturally. The power Chaos had mentioned before, the one that only a select few possessed, and the overwhelming strength he displayed, had left a deep impression. How can I obtain that power from him? Kurapika pursed his lips and glanced to the left, not far away. There, Chaos was sitting cross-legged in the air, calmly meditating. The aura enveloping him made him impossible to miss. Even though Kurapika had yet to awaken Nen, his innate talent let him sense something off about Chaos. Something indescribable. As he stared at him, Kurapika thought he could faintly see a transparent glow surrounding him. Why didn't I see that before? No, that wasn't the point. What mattered now was how to approach Chaos for information about this power. What do I have to offer him? Nothing. Kurapika's brows furrowed. That realization turned into a flash of frustration in his eyes. Damn it. A rush of helplessness, anger at his own weakness, and other negative emotions surged through him. The nightmare had felt real, more like a reminder, or perhaps a gift from his lost clan urging him not to waste this chance. That was how Kurapika interpreted the dream. No turning back now. He slowly closed his eyes. Kurapika knew Chaos wouldn't simply hand over this power just because he asked. After all, even his best friend's son had refused to teach him about it. Still, no matter the cost, I have to try. With newfound resolve, Kurapika opened his eyes. Kahu! Kahu! Leorio continued snoring beside him, oblivious. Kurapika stood up and began walking toward Chaos. His perspective was still limited. Misled by Chaos's reference to a power only the elite could wield, he believed this might be his only chance to meet someone with that strength. But more importantly, Kurapika wanted power, immediately. The sooner, the better. As he took a step forward, something flashed through the air. He hadn't even seen it. A blur crossed his vision, and suddenly, Chaos was holding a playing card between 2 fingers, turned slightly in his direction. Oops, my hand slipped. Hisoka stepped out from behind the circular tower, grinning. He'd just arrived, having taken about 6 hours to complete the exam. He strolled through the test casually at a walking pace, but even so, he was surprised to learn he was only the 6th to arrive. Naturally, that made him excited. Lieber, having already opened the gate, didn't play favorites. So when asked nicely, Hisoka came out to have a little fun. Let's just go with that, Chaos said, descending from midair while twirling the card casually before his eyes. Hisoka and Chaos. They're going to fight. Kurapika's expression turned serious as he glanced around. Judging by the other candidates' reactions to both of them, the gap between their strengths wasn't huge. In other words, There was no need to worry too much about Chaos's safety. Actually, I probably couldn't help even if I wanted to. It would be best if they fought, it would give him a chance to observe. As much as he hated to admit it, that's what Kurapika truly thought deep down. All he could do now was stay put and watch. He had no ability to interfere. On the field. Is that your idea of courage, bringing weapons to fight me? Don't run away midway like last time. That would be incredibly boring. Chaos twirled the poker cards in his hand and smirked at Hisoka, whose aura was starting to fluctuate. If Hisoka hadn't been radiating Nen, Chaos might have believed that whole slipped hand excuse. Don't say that. I'm fully prepared this time. Weapons are just one element. Hisoka raised a finger. He was admitting it, he'd run away before. That meant Chaos had been stronger. Kurapika watched the two closely, making a silent judgment. Go on, then. Chaos tilted his head and tossed the metal hard card back to Hisoka. Entertain me. If this had been a year ago, that would have sounded arrogant. Now, it was the literal truth. Entertainment. You'll have to experience it for yourself, Hisoka replied, pressing the card to his lips. His eyes narrowed like a fox's, voice low and teasing. Then let me give you one last warning, Chaos said, gaze sharp. Hisoka. If you don't stop now, you'll die. He didn't use any nen or emit any pressure. He just stated a fact. It was clear, Chaos wasn't opposed to fighting Hisoka. But this was his way of giving him one last chance. Now that he was strong enough to utterly dominate Hisoka, Chaos no longer had the desire to kill him. Hisoka was just a battle junkie who pursued interesting fights. Interesting. Hisoka licked the corner of his mouth, and his nen flared, filling the area with an oppressive intensity. He didn't think Chaos was bluffing. The fact that Chaos had been able to chase him down a year ago meant one thing. Chaos could have easily killed him back then. Growth. But growth wasn't something unique to him. Hisoka's malicious aura spread like a flood. Leorio, still half asleep, shivered violently and looked toward him in shock. What is that feeling? He trembled as if caught in a snowstorm, arms wrapped tightly around himself. Staring at Hisoka, his eyes widened with terror. So this is the true power. The one only a few can wield. Kurapika grit his teeth, shielding his chest with one arm and squinting at Hisoka through one half-closed eye. The pressure was suffocating, like being stripped bare and left exposed in a blizzard. Even someone like Kurapika, fueled by vengeance, couldn't withstand the raw power of Nen. To someone without Nen, the difference was like a dimensional chasm. Chaos glanced at the two of them, then calmly addressed Hisoka. Don't waste your time, Hisoka. Attack me. Nen aura is a passive pressure emitted by a user when they don't consciously suppress it, or deliberately use it to intimidate. Against weaker opponents, it's crushing. But to those on the same level, it's usually meaningless bluffing. In battle, maintaining an aggressive aura wastes energy for no benefit. Chaos spoke not to provoke, but to protect Kurapika and Leorio. They were both exceptionally gifted and mentally strong. Aura suppression wouldn't break them, but too much of it could do more harm than good. His words worked. Hisoka, who, even now, understood combat better than Chaos, instantly retracted his aura. His focus sharpened. He stared at Chaos, hands still in his pockets. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I'm going to cut off one of your arms. A blade of air rippled across Hisoka's card, not invisible, but a precise edge formed through shape manipulation. It was a little trick he developed after half an hour of focused training. He'd known it before the fight, but didn't think it necessary. Until now. Bang. Hisoka lunged at Chaos, slashing down toward his shoulder. Strong weaponry. Precise form manipulation. Hisoka's strategy was simple. The thing he feared most last year was Chaos's absurdly powerful, unblockable offense. So if he could block or deflect attacks and bring the fight to a neutral, close combat situation, he could rely on experience and instinct. But he'd miscalculated. Hisoka's strength had nearly doubled over the past year. With his talent, that would normally take several years. It was the second great leap of his career. But Chaos's growth, fueled by relentless supergravity training, was beyond logic. The difference between them was now unfathomable. Chaos watched Hisoka's every move, eyes calm. He sidestepped cleanly. Hisoka didn't flinch. He shifted immediately, slashing diagonally. Missed again. Still undeterred, Hisoka unleashed a flurry. Swish, swish, swish. Both hands danced with playing cards as he kept cutting toward Chaos. He had abandoned his plan to sever Chaos's arm. Something was off. Is he reading all my moves? Chaos dodged horizontally, then ducked beneath another slash. Hisoka's brows knit tightly. This same opponent, whom he had once traded blows with evenly, now dodged everything, hands in his pockets. What is this? After one failed high kick, Chaos leapt back effortlessly. Hisoka stopped, staring. What's wrong, Hisoka? That all? Chaos floated midair, less than a meter above ground, looking down on him with a relaxed smile. It's too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. From the moment Hisoka's aura vanished to the brief clash, only 2 seconds had passed. Kurapika's eyes were wide. But he hadn't seen Hisoka's movement, or the attack's trajectory. Only a flurry of afterimages. Hey, Kurapika, did you feel that just now? Leorio whispered. After that dose of Hisoka's aura, sleep was no longer an option. Yeah. Kurapika nodded seriously. Hisoka, who gave off that overwhelming pressure, couldn't even touch Chaos. I can't see the moves, but the contrast is clear. One side is composed, the other struggling. Chaos is really strong. Among those who possess the power of Nen, he's undoubtedly elite. This guy isn't even that much older than you. What a monster! Leorio muttered. Holding his cards low, Hisoka stared up at Chaos, eyes narrowing. This is bad. He didn't know how Chaos had gotten so strong, but he knew one thing: this was dangerous. He scanned the surroundings. All he could see was the mountain top. No. Escape isn't possible. Hisoka had no fear of death, he craved the thrill of it, but he wasn't foolish. He wouldn't throw his life away meaninglessly. He didn't care why Chaos had become stronger, he just wanted out. Actually, Chaos. I was just joking earlier. Do you believe me? He didn't put away his aura. He even kept his fighting stance. He didn't expect a real response, but it was worth trying. In this open terrain, flight was hopeless. I believe you, Chaos replied with a kind smile. So I'll joke with you, too. Since it's a joke, let me give you a hint: your stomach. He raised his chin slightly, pointing at Hisoka. Stomach? Should I believe him? Hisoka narrowed his eyes, pondering the words. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Chaos vanished. Stomach. On instinct, he directed all his aura to his abdomen. In the same instant, pain. Agonizing, blinding pain exploded through him. His body arched like a bow, and he was hurled backward, uncontrollably. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he flew into the sky, spiraling toward the forest below. What an absurdly powerful strike. Am I going to die? Hisoka's eyes widened as the trees below rushed closer. No. I refuse. A last, desperate thought filled his mind. Huh? A hedgehog-headed boy with black hair suddenly leapt up, arms outstretched. Hisoka's vision dimmed. He closed his eyes. Chapter 130. On the mountain. Chaos calmly withdrew his foot. Instant. Instant kill. Leorio's eyes widened in disbelief. He was so stunned he could barely form the words. The sense of oppression Hisoka had exuded just moments ago had been overwhelming, making the outcome all the more shocking. Snapping out of it, Leorio immediately ran out from the tower's base, scanning the direction Hisoka had flown. From atop a cliff dozens of meters high, he stared out over the silent forest below, frowning slightly. Did Hisoka die? Despite his dislike for Hisoka's creepy habit of naming people at will, Leorio didn't actually want to see him die, especially not right in front of him. If Hisoka had been dying before his eyes, Leorio would have tried to save him. That was just the kind of person Leorio was, toward everyone. While Leorio's first instinct was concern, Kurapika didn't even look in Hisoka's direction. He walked straight toward Chaos. Chaos. Kurapika's voice was low but steady. Chaos turned his head, seeing Kurapika staring seriously at him, hands clenched, as if he'd made up his mind. "I would like," Kurapika began, but Chaos interrupted with a small smile, "Sure." Kurapika froze. He hadn't even finished speaking. But looking at Chaos's calm expression, he understood, even if he didn't know how, that Chaos had already seen through his thoughts. "Why?" Kurapika asked reflexively. It astonished him that Chaos would offer to teach such powerful techniques so easily, especially since he hadn't even taught Gon. Even if Chaos had been willing to teach Gon, he and Kurapika barely shared any connection. "There are lots of reasons. Maybe you're a genius or something. Anyway, I'm in the mood." Chaos casually raised an index finger as he spoke. In truth, even if Kurapika's potential contract and oath ability hadn't awakened Nen in him, Chaos would still have chosen to teach him. It was time to start preparing for things beyond this world. His original rough plans had long since shifted. He'd said he was looking for teammates, but ended up spending all his time increasing his own power. In the end, only Eliza had joined him. "I understand. Thank you," Kurapika said seriously, not probing further into Chaos's vague reasoning. Then, with a half-step back, he bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Please accept me as your disciple, Master." "Master? Huh? That's a new one." Chaos stretched lazily. "You don't like it? I can call you something else." Kurapika kept his head bowed. "No, it's fine. Anyway, stand up already. Just act like we always do." "Yes, Master," Kurapika replied quickly, clearly settling into the role. The shift in his demeanor was sudden and stark. Leorio, who had just walked over, blinked in confusion at the sight of Chaos and Kurapika. "Wait, Master? What's going on?" Leorio asked, baffled. Their previous conversation hadn't included any mention of strength, and he had no idea what had just happened. Kurapika glanced at him, thinking to himself. "Sorry, Leorio. I can't say anything about this unless I understand how Master wants it handled." Kurapika didn't yet understand Chaos's thoughts or temperament. He didn't know if bringing it up would cross a line. Right now, Kurapika's philosophy was simple: caution in word and deed. Power meant everything. You seriously can't connect what just happened with the idea of a master. Chaos yawned as he spoke. "Forget it. I was going to make you the second disciple, but I don't take idiots." "Hey, you." Leorio's face darkened with frustration. The others didn't react, but Leorio immediately got what Chaos was implying when he said idiot. Grinding his teeth, he resisted the urge to punch him. Attacking someone that powerful would be suicidal. "Wait. Power?" Leorio suddenly caught on. "Hold up. When Kurapika called you master, does that mean you're gonna teach him that terrifying power from earlier?" "Correct. No prize, though." Chaos spread his hands. "Master, me too." Leorio instantly straightened up, eyes sparkling with hope. His reaction time and attitude shift were so fast that Kurapika looked like a snail in comparison. "Didn't I just say? No idiots allowed," Chaos said, turning away and waving dismissively. "Don't say that, Master." Leorio appeared behind Chaos in a flash, massaging his shoulders with a grin. "I'm not asking for much, just teach me how to fly. I swear, I'll never bug you again." "You just admitted you're an idiot. That makes me even less likely to accept you." Chaos twirled his finger lazily in the air, expression unreadable, but clearly amused. He didn't truly intend to reject Leorio. In fact, since Leorio didn't value Nen highly to begin with, it wouldn't matter if Chaos taught him a little or a lot. He was just having fun. "Stingy." Leorio sulked, walking away with his arms folded. "Leorio," Kurapika called out seriously, grabbing him. "What?" Leorio replied grumpily. His reaction was normal, he just felt momentarily left out. It would take maybe 5 seconds to recover. Kurapika wasn't going to give him even one. Kurapika understood Leorio's simple personality. Without much concern for tone, he reminded him, "Master said he wouldn't accept you. He didn't say he wouldn't teach you." Kurapika had pieced it together from Chaos's earlier comment, "I was going to make you the second disciple," and inferred that Chaos wasn't opposed to teaching Leorio Nen. "Really?" Leorio's face lit up as he turned to Chaos. "Sure. Come on over," Chaos said casually, heading toward the back of the tower. There wasn't any particular reason, he just preferred the nearby shade to standing around in the blazing sun. "Awesome." Leorio cheered as he followed after him. "Guess it's true, Master just doesn't want to take in idiots." Kurapika glanced at the grinning Leorio, then sighed and followed Chaos as well. "So Master's a pretty casual guy after all." That was the impression Kurapika was slowly forming. In the shade behind the tower, Chaos leaned against the wall, while Kurapika and Leorio sat cross-legged in front of him, forming a loose triangle. "Nen is the general term for the power you're about to learn," Chaos began without preamble. Kurapika listened intently. Leorio nodded rapidly, as if he just had an epiphany. "Simply put, Nen is the technique of controlling the life energy within the human body. So the first step is learning to sense that energy." As he spoke, Chaos opened his hands. A golden red ball of aura floated gently between his palms. Both Leorio and Kurapika's eyes were drawn to the glowing orb. "You feel it, right?" "Yeah," Kurapika answered quietly. Leorio nodded. The air shifted as things got serious. "What about now?" Chaos asked. The aura vanished, reduced to a barely detectable trace that lingered only at the tip of his index finger. 3 seconds of silence passed. Both shook their heads. When life energy gathers in large quantities, it's easy to sense. You just need to sharpen your awareness. On the other hand, Chaos paused. He realized this explanation wasn't necessary. For beginners, learning Ten and Zetsu was enough. Once they mastered Ren and Hatsu, the rest would follow naturally. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Let's get into the actual practice methods. This part is the foundation of everything, and also the hardest. But for you, well, for Kurapika, it shouldn't be too difficult. He cast a meaningful glance at Leorio. Leorio, now hunched forward with his hands on his knees, instantly deflated. Even when Chaos was being subtle, he still felt roasted alive. A minute later, Chaos had already left. He'd explained the self-awakening meditation method in the simplest terms and hadn't even mentioned forced awakening, which he personally disapproved of. There was no pressing emergency, no need to risk it. The two now sat quietly at the base of the tower, Kurapika peaceful and composed, Leorio nervous and muttering. Feel your heart's life energy. Life energy. Leorio chanted. Kurapika, after a few minutes, sighed softly and repositioned himself somewhere quieter. Half an hour later. Click. Click. A strange man with round-headed needles stuck in his face walked up behind Chaos, trembling slightly. Something wrong, Illumi? Chaos asked calmly. He was seated near the cliff, propped up on one hand. He didn't even turn around. Click. Click. Still trembling, Illumi didn't respond. Then, as if remembering something, he reached up and removed the needles from his face. His expression twisted and shifted like dough being reshaped. The face that emerged was cold, handsome, and eerily lifeless, cat-like eyes brimming with quiet malice, black hair billowing in the wind. The difference between Illumi's real face and his disguise was night and day. "Do you know me?" he asked, voice flat, though laced with vague curiosity. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Where's Killua?" Illumi asked, turning to business as usual. 7 people had passed so far. 3 of them had some connection to Killua. So Illumi's suspicion wasn't baseless, even if it was only a hunch. "Mind your manners when you're asking questions," Chaos replied evenly. "Understood. Excuse me. Where is Killua?" Illumi looked him over, tone calm. "There," Chaos said, pointing into the forest below. Illumi didn't hesitate, he leapt off the cliff. Chaos hadn't lied. Killua was indeed in the forest. Just not in that direction. Watching clouds drift lazily across the sky, Chaos stretched out on the ground, legs dangling off the cliff's edge. "Should I interfere in Killua's affairs?" Jing said to stay out of it unless there was danger. "Whatever. I'll just do what I feel like. It's no big deal anyway." Yawning lazily, Chaos closed his eyes. That night. Stars twinkled overhead. The mountain wind howled softly. A few scattered bonfires burned in the darkness. By the end of the day, 9 candidates had passed the 3rd phase of the exam. In addition to Chaos and his companions, 2 others had cleared it, Hanzo and Dongba. Hisoka lay unconscious near one of the fires. Chaos's impromptu idea of punting him toward Gon had paid off. The fruit farmer and his little apple had intersected, just as intended. If they hadn't, Hisoka would have died. It wasn't a deeply thought-out plan, just Chaos's instinct. If Gon hadn't carried Hisoka to Leorio for treatment, he wouldn't have survived. Most of the day had passed. Though Hisoka's condition remained dire, he had regained consciousness. Still alive. Apparently, a certain hedgehog-haired kid had saved him. Whatever. I'm alive. That's what matters. A faint smile crossed Hisoka's lips as his awareness returned. He opened his eyes, and saw Chaos chewing on a roasted rabbit leg, his aura glowing faintly. The smile disappeared instantly. "Congrats, Hisoka. You made it," Chaos said with a grin. Hisoka's eye twitched. Then he shut them again. 1. Pain. 2. Can't eat. Most importantly, he didn't want to see Chaos's face. He couldn't die yet. So he'd just pretend to sleep. The fact that Chaos hadn't finished him off, had even been casual, was why he dared relax at all. Within moments, Hisoka was breathing evenly again. Leorio glanced at him, then looked at Chaos in confusion. Click. Click. Illumi, face now restored to its needle-pierced disguise, sat alone at another fire. He hadn't found Killua. When he returned, he'd seen Hisoka lying there. Just a few words had told him what had happened. He chose to ignore the deception. Not worth it. No one paid me. He dropped the idea of killing anyone. Dongba rubbed the bump on his head and glared at Chaos, gritting his teeth. He knew who had kicked him. But forget it. He was a rookie killer, after all. He had standards. He didn't target veterans. Dongba stared at Chaos. Chaos glanced back, only to see Dongba flash him a smug smile. Ugh. Chaos shoved the rest of the rabbit leg into his mouth and stripped it clean. Master. Kurapika knelt beside him, offering another rabbit leg with both hands, eyes full of respect. Master? Gon asked, confused. Killua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hee, you didn't expect that, huh? While you two were off exploring, we learned how to fly. Leorio puffed out his chest proudly. It's called Nen, Leorio, Kurapika corrected him gently. He glanced at Chaos, still eating, and saw no objection to them sharing this. As for Gon and Killua, it was fine for them to know. That was Kurapika's judgment. Chapter 131. In the end, all 4 members of the group received training methods. Time passed quietly, and soon the 72-hour limit for the 3rd phase of the exam arrived. A total of 27 people qualified. During that time, Chaos casually scanned the number tags on everyone's chest. At the base of the tower, following the test, the candidates finally met the examiner for this phase, Liber. He was unusually considerate, giving everyone a morning to recover and opening access to the living quarters. Showers, meals, rest. These were benefits granted to those who had passed, allowing them to restore their mental state before the next phase. During this time, Chaos reminded the 4 of them to pay close attention to the number tags on other candidates. It would be relevant to the next exam. When they asked why, he simply offered a one-word answer. Intuition. At noon, everyone gathered at the tower's base once again. The candidates eyed the lottery box on a cart, and Liber, standing beside it, began his explanation. Time's up. We'll now draw number cards for the 4th phase. This is a required step to begin the next test. Liber was direct and to the point. The candidates listened in silence. There are 27 cards inside, each corresponding to the number tag of a candidate here. Everyone will draw one. The number you draw will be the target you are assigned to hunt. In short, this is a test of both hunting and being hunted. Gasps spread through the group. The rules are simple, Liber continued. You'll earn 3 points by obtaining your target's number tag, and another 3 points for keeping your own. That's a total of 6 points. After 1 week, if you hear the final broadcast and arrive at the designated location, you pass. Even as he spoke, candidates began glancing around warily, some already concealing their number tags. Those who had made it this far weren't fools. They immediately understood the nature of this round. You are both hunter and prey. While seeking your target, someone else would be seeking you. But one more thing, Liber added. Even if the number tag you steal isn't your target's, it still earns 1 point. So if you fail to find your target, you can still pass by collecting 3 random tags. Most candidates frowned as Liber held up 3 fingers beside the lottery box. This rule made it clear, everyone was a potential enemy. Simply hiding your number tag wasn't enough anymore. Only the confident and truly strong remained calm. Even Hisoka, still injured and sitting lazily on the ground, merely yawned. Well then, please step up and collect your target number in the order you passed the previous phase, Liber said, motioning to Chaos. Chaos stepped forward and drew a card. Then came Gon's group and the remaining candidates, one after another. When the final draw was complete, Liber clapped his hands and pointed toward a distant island visible across the sea. Take a boat to Beloit Island. That's where your next test begins. It was a sunny afternoon. On the boat deck, Chaos tossed his number card into the sea. His target was number 16. An hour later, the ship arrived at Beloit Island. Chaos, being first in the original order, disembarked alone and calmly walked into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. The candidates disembarked in 2-minute intervals. 2 minutes after Chaos, Gon stepped into the woods. Instinctively, he pressed his number tag against his chest and scowled. Chaos. You're not targeting me, are you? Nope. I'm waiting for Dongba, Chaos replied casually, leaning against a tree. Oh, good. Gon breathed a sigh of relief. I'll get going, then. 2 minutes later, Killua emerged. He wasn't as naive as Gon, he'd already guessed Chaos's intentions. I'll head out first, Killua said, giving a casual wave. Their interaction was brief, but friendly. Killua had gotten over the initial fear he'd once had of Chaos. Come find me after you get your tag. I grabbed a deck of cards from Hisoka. We'll play, Chaos said, tossing the cards into the air with a grin. Yeah. Killua walked off with a smirk. Master. Kurapika called respectfully as he passed. Leorio, however, clutched his number tag tightly. No way. Hisoka and Illumi each took detours, making no attempt to interact. Hanzo approached cautiously but retreated after catching sight of Chaos. Then came the 9th candidate, Dongba. Dongba scratched his head in frustration. This was such a headache. He still remembered Gon's group clearly. They were an unusually competent bunch. He didn't know the full content of this phase's test, nor had he memorized the number tags like Chaos, but he had recognized one thing. Leorio was his target. Just Leorio alone would be a headache. But the possibility that the entire group would team up. Terrifying. And they were the first ones off the boat. They might already be lying in ambush, planning to sweep the entire test in one day. Well, if it's like that. What choice do I have? Dongba muttered, still ruffling his hair. He took a step inland. Only to see Chaos walking calmly out of the woods. No way. Is Chaos targeting me? Dongba froze, eyes darting around. He wanted to believe Chaos wasn't walking toward him, that he was after something else nearby. But then. Don't bother guessing. You're my target, Chaos said flatly. What now? You wanna fight, or? Chaos didn't finish his sentence. He simply held out a hand. Dongba's heart sank. Who in their right mind would fight this monster? Even without Chaos emitting any aura, Dongba could feel cold sweat rolling down his back. I'll give it to you, so just let me go. Dongba quickly pulled out his number tag and offered it. His logic was simple, it didn't matter if he failed, so long as others failed too. Except for this guy in front of him. Chaos needed to pass. No need to talk. I'm not interested in a fight or you, Chaos replied, beckoning with his finger. Phew. Dongba forced a relieved smile and tossed the tag to him. Chaos caught it, leapt into a tree, wedged the tag between two branches, and stretched out on the limb with his hands behind his head. So boring. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Chaos sighed and closed his eyes. Dongba slipped away quietly. Thank goodness I wasn't his target, muttered another candidate watching from the boat. They all knew who had hospitalized Hisoka. And thus, the remaining 26 candidates began their battle of wits and survival. That night, Killua returned, face covered in leaves and tree sap. What had happened over the past 7 days, no one knew. He said nothing. But the most notable result? All 4 of them had awakened Nen. In total, 8 people passed the Hunter exam this year. Interestingly, Netero's final test, used in the original exam arc, was skipped. Perhaps, because of Chaos's presence, Netero had deemed it unnecessary. Not that it meant he was being irresponsible. Even Hanzo, despite not being a Nen user yet, was a rare level combatant among regular people. This year's candidates were absurdly elite. If the Hunter Association insisted on eliminating one more person, it would have been excessive. On the airship to Shiva, the Hunter Association's HQ, Chaos sat at a table with Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika. In front of each of them was a comically large bowl of deluxe ice cream. "I figured it's about time you asked me about Nen," Chaos said as he popped a strawberry into his mouth. His entire demeanor had shifted since before, no more fast-paced, sharp-tongued speech. He now radiated a laid-back charm. "Yes, Master," Kurapika began. "We've all noticed our Nen isn't as strong as we thought. Sure, we've improved dramatically. But new doubts have started forming. No matter how hard Gon and I tried, we still couldn't fly." Leorio added, crossing his arms. "We can't emit anything like the aura Hisaka used," Gon muttered, looking down. "The trauma must have come from that very encounter. So we guess that Nen must have advanced techniques, like how martial arts have various forms and styles," Killua said, flexing his hand. His nails grew long and sharp in an instant as he demonstrated. The four of them were completely in sync, like they'd rehearsed the whole conversation. "Good analysis," Chaos nodded. "Yes, Nen has many techniques, but you need a solid foundation before learning them." "What do you mean by a solid foundation, Master?" Kurapika asked. The others fell silent, waiting. "Generally speaking, once you open all your aura nodes on your own and learn to use 10, you've laid a solid base," Chaos explained. "But my teaching method is a little special. Kurapika, as my apprentice, will follow it by default. The rest of you are free to choose your path. For what it's worth, learning 10 and its related skills is the traditional method taught by the association." "Special method? That sounds so cool." Gon's eyes sparkled. "I wanna learn from Chaos." He turned to Killua. "Hey, Killua, does the Hunter Association teach Nen?" "How should I know?" Killua grumbled, face twitching. Still, if that's the official method, it explained why examiners knew Nen. Killua, with his sharp instincts, had begun sensing it. But Chaos never gave off that feeling. Could that be part of his special method? Thinking it over, Killua raised his hand. "Me too." He might not want to be an assassin anymore, but having a weapon and not needing it is different from not having one at all. Leorio followed suit without hesitation. "All right then," Chaos smiled. "If you're all in, I'll teach you. But first, a question. You all know Nen is life energy. But life energy doesn't only exist in people, it's in other living things too." He paused, observing their reactions. "Animals. Plants. All living beings," Kurapika answered thoughtfully. The others went quiet. They hadn't made that connection. "Correct," Chaos nodded. "Now consider this, is the world alive or dead?" Kurapika's eyes narrowed. His instinct was to reject the idea, but the longer he thought about it, the more he hesitated. If the world weren't alive, wouldn't that mean they weren't either? "Probably alive," he said tentatively. "Not probably, definitely." Chaos stirred his melted ice cream with a spoon. "This is the core belief of my method. If your mind insists there's no life energy in the world, you'll never sense external aura. Put simply, use the same technique to feel your own life energy, then gradually expand your awareness outward. Use your mental focus to connect with the world's energy. Then draw that power back into yourself." That final sentence summed it up. But the earlier explanation was necessary to cement the concept in their minds. The world is alive. It had to be felt, not just taught. And it worked. The moment Kurapika understood, the others fell silent, save for Gon, who looked lost. Killua leaned over and began explaining quietly. "And that's a wrap, hunters, high voltage sign emoji, open book emoji." Another amazing Hunter x Hunter fanfic added to the books. Massive shout out to the original author, their info's down in the description, so go show 'em some love, blue heart emoji. If you're new here and vibing with the videos, smash that like button, drop a comment, Even if it's just screaming Killua supremacy, triumphant face emoji, speech bubble emoji, and hit subscribe to officially join the cult, community. Yay! The Hunter community, eyes emoji. Your support, comments, likes, polls, coffees, everything, keeps this channel alive and motivates me way more than you probably realize, brain emoji. Oh, and don't forget to check the community tab. I actually post polls, memes, and cult lore there, not just endless sub begging like some audiobook bots, embarrassed smiley face emoji. That's it for now. Peace. And love y'all, headphone emoji, red heart emoji.